And our 90 degrees, our tangents are obviously exactly opposite to each other.
A tangent, again, your 90 degrees is what, up above you and using the floor? That's not a tangent line, mate. Do you know what a tangent line is?
No. I'm saying, like, if you were to hold a plumb bob and had that going straight up and down, then a tangent is exactly a 90-degree angle off that tangent. And that tangent can go to infinity and beyond.
No. So your tangent will be, if you were 6 foot, from your eyes out to the horizon. That line there, that's a tangent. Understand that?
Oh, I don't know why you had to say I was 6 foot. That doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, 10 foot above the surface you are looking across, 20 foot. Doesn't matter the altitude above the surface, your tangent line is from your eyes to the horizon, curvature of the Earth. That's the tangent point.
But again, that doesn't, like, just changing the number doesn't make more sense. A tangent is just exactly 90 degrees to the plumb bob, to the up and down. It doesn't matter where it is.
Yeah, you're just wrong. That's just your zenith, mate. Your zenith angle, up, down, straight, vertical.
Sorry, what's a zenith? Doesn't a zenith mean straight up? Is that what a zenith is?
Yeah. And you're talking about this straight up line that you've got your plumb bob out for, which isn't a tangent.
Yeah. No. I'm saying a tangent is just 90 degrees to the zenith. That's all I'm saying.
What happens if that line's curved? Is it a tangent then?
No, that's not. Right. A tangent isn't curved, and that's why sextants still work, I guess, because tangents aren't curved. A tangent is a straight line, but the Earth curves underneath.
Okay, so the Earth curves underneath this tangent line. Where's the GP of the star? Is it before the horizon, after the horizon, or on the horizon line, 90 degrees underneath? Where's the GP of a star? Can it be only 5 miles away? Can it be 1,000 miles away?
I don't know what a GP is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ground position. So directly underneath a star. Ground position of a star.
Ground position of a star.
Yeah, so directly underneath the star. So you can imagine Polaris at the North Pole. GP of that star right on the North Pole. With me, yeah?
Okay. So Polaris at the North Pole, and you're saying the ground position as if it drew a line directly to the center of the Earth, and then where that line hits the Earth, that's its ground position?
Mm-hmm. Do you know, you obviously don't know how we do stellar navigation, do you?
No.
Do you know what an area equal altitude is?
No.
Okay. But you understand you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, right?
No, that bit I do understand. No, of course you can't. Curves, you can't measure off curves. That's why we do tangents.
But you've got a misunderstanding about the tangent line within this sextant. And the calculation to take you down to the ground level, sea level, 0. So when you're on a boat at sea, it wants to know if you're 14 foot above the surface of the ocean so it can take you down to 0. Right? So
Do you actually think that any of your calculations make any difference that if you're at 0 elevation or 14-foot elevation? When we're talking about the stars and things.
Yeah, but I'm getting an elevation angle up to the stars. And then forming a triangle from beneath the star, ground position, and back to me on the horizon. So using trigonometry, mate. Geometry. Understand?
Yeah. I mean, as far as I understand, that's been going on for thousands of years.
Yeah, so when you take your calculation down to 0, it's a straight line out from your feet, 0 to the GP of the star, which can be in front of, on, or beyond the horizon over 1,000 miles away. Do you know that angle underneath the star is 90 degrees? Did you know that?
Hang on, are you saying that straight down from a star is 90 degrees?
Yeah, so underneath the star, you've got an angle of 90 degrees across the plane of the Earth. And
That does seem pretty redundant, though, right? You're just trying to say that, like, underneath everything is an angle of 90 degrees.
if you can measure it, yeah. So underneath Polaris, for example, there's an angle of 90 degrees.
And
There's
then
an
I
angle of
guess
90
underneath
degrees under every star. Every
Sigma
star.
Octantis is 90 degrees. So
Yeah,
you're just saying underneath things is 90 degrees. That doesn't really give me anything at all.
well, let's put it like this: you wouldn't be able to measure 90 degrees if the Earth was curved, and every single star has got 90 degrees underneath it. That's how we measure elevation angles to it. So every single star, every single boat at sea, measuring angles requires the Earth to be level. We're not just making it up because of tangent lines and then asserting that the Earth is a ball underneath. Practically, wouldn't be able to do so. You wouldn't be able to measure those 90 degrees under the GP of a star at all, ever.
Yeah, but you're just kind of saying that every star goes straight down. You're just saying that.
Yeah, no, that's not me just saying it. That's stellar navigation and the mapping of the stars. You know, the thing that we've done for thousands of years. So, yeah.
I also agree that we've done it
measure
for thousands of years.
Yeah. Sorry, say that again.
I agree. We've navigated with the stars for thousands of years.
Okay, so before the Earth was the idea of being a ball, right? So we've used the stars to navigate since people came up with the Earth being a ball using angle measuring devices. Angle measuring devices wouldn't work on a curved surface.
Yeah, in this scenario, you don't know where the star is. You don't know where the horizon is. So you use the angle measurement to travel across the flat surface. The star is always in the same position, every year, but you're not actually measuring to where the star is or where the horizon is. You're just pointing the instrument to where the direction you want to go, which is already known ahead of time because the star is moving the same pattern year after year. Am I saying this right, Jedi?
Pretty much,
Look, Helio, it doesn't even really matter what you're saying because your voice sounds even better on this Discord than it does on the live stream.
Either way. but I mean, but the 90-degree thing, the star is above. You have to consider the star above at 90 degrees to travel toward that direction. I mean, of course, when you move toward it, the angle is going to change a little bit, but that's how you navigate. I mean, it's not going to change. You're never going to navigate over a curve. That's not even the way that's not the way the instrument's designed.
Is it okay though? Like, I mean, you guys have like brought up stars here. I'm in Australia and I see the stars rotate clockwise, and I know I was in Vegas a couple of months ago,
really?
and I know that the stars rotate counterclockwise up there. Is that something you guys can address?
Wait.
When you say clockwise and counterclockwise, which way are you facing when you do this?
Yeah, we're about to say
which way are you facing when you do this?
It doesn't matter what way you're facing.
It does.
Really? It really does. So if you've got things going from east to west, let's say from left to right, and you observe them facing south, and then you turn around and you observe them facing north, they still going clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just lie down and you don't know what way you're facing, and you just lie on the ground and you look straight up, you can tell what way the stars are going. And then, then you can.
Hey, if you lay down on your back and you put your feet toward the south, you put your feet toward the south and you lay down on your back, you'll become the same thing.
No, but you don't even need to know that. You just lie down and you look up.
because it's the only thing that has got an actual direction. So the only actual direction, non-relevant to you, me, or anybody else, up, down, left, or right, is north. And the stars will always come from one direction and go in the other direction, relative to north, right?
But that's just not true.
No, it's absolutely true.
Nothing. It's absolutely fucking true. North is the only actual direction because magnets, magnetic north. We don't have magnetic west. We don't have magnetic east. We also don't have magnetic south. That's just 100 degrees away from north.
When was the last time either of you guys were? When was the last time either of you guys were down south?
Down south? I don't know what that means.
Or just to the outer, to the up south, however you want to say it. When was the last time any of
you said that.
Hey, below the equator, I was there over a year ago. So yeah, I was below the equator over a year ago, and I saw the stars. And me looking at the stars here in the northeast of the United States, and looking at them in the south, in South America. They look like lights in the sky, and whatever movement they make, whichever direction they do, that doesn't determine the shape of the ground that you're standing in.
No, but it's absolutely true that they are traveling the same direction, whether you're north or south of the equator.
Yeah.
From east to
west. Still, whatever you want to draw from observing the luminaries doing. Hey, whatever.
Sorry, he's challenging. Sorry, James.
Go ahead.
He's challenging the fact that he says that the stars do not travel from east to west. That's just not true. Did you just say, my Australian friend? That's not true. I'm going to give you a chance to think about what you said.
No, you're misrepresenting me. I
say what you said again.
The stars do go from east to west, but
good.
They circle in different directions depending on where on Earth you are.
Or which way you're facing. So if I was to face south, they would come from my left to my right. Hold on. If I'm facing south, they come from my left to my right. But if I face north, they come from my right to my left. Would you agree with that?
No, that's actually not true. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
If you just lie down.
I'll explain it to you, dude. I don't care about lying down. I'm facing the fucking direction, right? So if I face north, okay, the stars from east to west will appear to come from my right to my left. If I face south, same stars still come from east to west. They will go from my left to my right, or clockwise and anti-clockwise.
But you're only considering one point on the planet right now.
What planet?
There's a planet. Okay, so we're back in the question.
Well, no, I'm saying that you don't need to know what direction you're facing. That's irrelevant. You can just lie down on the ground and point your head straight up. Doesn't matter what direction you're facing.
You can't point
down here in Australia.
Lying down.
Down here, we're just looking straight up and we're lying on the ground. Okay. In Australia, down here, the stars go
my feet are down.
Clockwise.
Sorry, it's me. My head are down by your feet. We're 180 degrees from each other. You're looking one direction. I'm looking the other direction.
Dude,
are they going different or the same directions for both the observers? So it's relative, right?
Well, I'm sorry, you're going to have to explain that again. You're looking at my feet? Right. What? No, I'm saying look straight up.
Right. I'll explain it. Yeah. So me and you are laying down on the floor and we are looking both straight up. But my head is down by your feet. Right? So we're opposite ways.
No, stop. I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Really? So we're just
both looking straight up.
We have to. Sorry, we've got to be orientated the same way, for your example, to carry on. I've changed my orientation.
But I'm okay. So in my understanding of how the world works, if we're both laying down, we're looking in opposite directions. Is that how you understand my position?
No, we're looking straight up.
No. But because we're opposite. If I'm looking straight up and you're looking straight up, we're looking opposite directions. Is that
right.
is that how you understand the globe?
Pretty much. I mean, you're not directly underneath my feet, but pretty much, yeah.
Well, yeah, but pretty much, yeah, sure. And so that's how I understand it. That's how I'm trying to present this, and that's why when the Earth is spinning one way, you're looking up and seeing it go one direction, and I'm looking up and seeing it going another direction.
But the stars are still coming from east to west, right?
Well, yes, of course, but because we're actually looking, you're looking up and I'm looking down, effectively. That's why they seem to go in different directions.
Do you just say that the Earth is spinning?
Yes, in my understanding of the world, the Earth is spinning. Yes.
But you cannot understand the Earth because you're standing above the Earth, so you overstand the ground, Earth, right? And as you overstand on it, do you feel any movement? Do you feel it?
No, I feel like I'm attached to the Earth the whole time. I'm kind of like one with the Earth.
So you don't feel your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal, it's telling you or not telling you that there's any movement of the ground. And if the ground started moving, will you feel it? Yes, you will feel it.
Well, I guess we've had an earthquake down here not long ago, and I felt
Did you
that.
feel it?
No, as a human on Earth, I kind of feel very attached to the Earth. So no, I wouldn't feel it if the Earth was
So
spinning.
you don't feel any movement, and you agree that if the ground started moving, you will feel it. So making the opposite claim of your immediate experience and what your senses are pointing out to you, making the opposite of that is nonsense. It's nonsensical.
No, but you said then if the ground started moving, and yeah, I agree. If the ground
You
started
agree?
moving,
You will
I
feel
would
it.
feel the ground, and yeah, totally, I would feel if the ground started moving. But because
Yeah.
the ground, I guess, is constantly moving, and I'm just a human. I'm just a tiny speck attached to the planet. I don't feel it. No, I don't feel it.
Okay, that movement that you just claimed that you're saying that is moving, do you have like any evidence for that?
Oh, only the earthquake when my windows started rattling and I felt the earth move. That's all. That's my only evidence.
So
Well,
an
not from
earthquake is
movement.
your evidence for Earth moving. Go ahead, Yara.
No,
No, you're right.
that's not what I said at all. Come on, man.
That was your reply to my question, so yeah, that's what I comprehend. But that's
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Maybe that was my fault. I wasn't clear. I was saying that I feel as a human, I'm permanent. I'm so attached to the earth. I don't feel it moving. But then there was once, about a year ago, there was a little earthquake down here, and I felt the earth move then. But that was only during an earthquake, and that was what I understand to be like micro accelerations. It's kind of like when you're in a plane, you don't really feel it, except if the plane goes up or down or goes through turbulence, you start feeling all this shit and like little accelerations. You feel that for sure.
Would you say, being as you don't experience the Earth to be moving, that it's a belief that you have and not first-hand knowledge?
That's an interesting question. I would say that it first is a belief, but then the more that I sort of find out about how small I am on the whole planet, then I sort of like, no, I'll agree with that. But I guess, yeah, sure. It is hard to tell somebody, I guess, that you're supposed to be traveling at the planet's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and you can't feel it. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Real quick, Jedi, it's not just that. What you're claiming is that the ground that you're standing on and you don't feel moving, it's actually moving at a multiple vectors, multiple speeds all at the same time, and you don't feel anything. You don't feel any of it. Because the globe is supposed to be spinning on its axis, following the sun. That's another speed, another vector, right? Then the sun is following the Milky Way. That's another speed, another vector. And then the Milky Way is following the retractor. What's the name again? The whatever retractor, almost at the speed of light. Another speed, another vector, and you don't feel any of that. So the movement that you're claiming, it's multiple movements at multiple vectors, and you don't feel any of it.
But a vector is not the sum. What you're supposed to do is like sum up all the vectors, and that gives you the actual like result of what you should be feeling. But in essence, sure, I do agree with you. Like it sounds crazy, and you know what? I often, huh? but I often think of the first time that like. It sounds crazy. I often think of the first guys that did the maths and sort of went like, plug in that, plug in that, I'll put that in, and then went, holy shit, we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That blew their minds.
Nonsense, right? Nonsense.
That's crazy, Like, and when like, particularly the sun. The first times the guys like went like, blip, blip, blip. The sun's 150 million kilometers away.
Is there any evidence of that? Think about it. Think about that. The distance, the claimed distance to the sun. You know how? I mean, I know we're going backwards on this. We're kind of going backwards on this, and we're jumping all over the place. But it's fine, guys. Now that you brought up the distance to the sun, do you have a measurement for that? An actual measurement for that distance that you claim of the sun?
No, I'm just some guy. I've never.
Does anybody, anyone, not just you, does anyone has a measurement to the distance of the sun? Anyone?
Are you waiting for me to talk again?
Yeah. Does anyone?
I'm just some guy, man. I've never tried to measure the distance of the sun. Why would I do that?
I'm just some guy. I don't have a measurement to the distance of the sun. But since you're claiming it, is because you might believe that someone has done that.
I didn't claim anything. Why would you say that I'm claiming something? I didn't claim.
You said that the sun is 150 million miles away, 150 million kilometers away. That's why
actually, you're right. You're right. I did say that. You're right. I'm sorry. I did say that.
So, do you have the name of the person and the method that was used to come to this conclusion that the sun is at that distance?
No, I just got Google telling me. I've just got that common knowledge that that's what it is. I don't know how they did it, why they did it. I don't know.
I mean, knowledge. On your point. Knowledge. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, just on that point. So, just a moment ago, we were talking about the spin of the Earth, and you quite honestly said it's not something that I experienced. I kind of believed it, but being as the story grew in my mind and I got older, I understood why, because we're so small. James is just asking you a question about, how did they? Doesn't mean that you had to, or you should really know. How did they figure out or measure the distance to the sun? Would you say also that is a belief that they've done so, or something that you know with first-hand knowledge?
Well, I imagine they would have nutted it out with the maths once. Who was it back in the day that sort of like changed geocentrism to heliocentrism? Who did that? It was
Galileo. There's loads of them.
Well, like back in the day, they thought the Earth was in the center, and then they sort of like kind of like nutted out that the sun was in the center, and I guess they just plugged in all the numbers and then like hit the equals button, and it came out with 150 million, and they just kind of went, shit, that's a long way.
The distance to the sun's changed about 10 times since they came up with this idea of distance to the sun. We've
but
settled now at 90.
it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed since the current values. And I mean, any past values we can
That's
kind
right.
of we can kind of ignore because our measurements weren't as good back then, and it hasn't changed in say
Which
let's
measurement?
just
That's
say
what I
100
asked.
years.
You brought up measurement. Can
Going
you
somewhere,
give me
son.
that measurement? Can you give me that measurement? Because you said that the recent measurement is more accurate than the other ones. Can you stick on that? Can you give me that measurement, how it was done and who did it?
I mean, do you really want me to just Google it? Because that's all I would do is just Google
I
it.
mean, you can
Is
say you
like,
don't
I mean,
know. You can tell me, bro. You can tell me that
Enter
you
your
don't know. Just tell me.
no, but do you think that over time our measurements haven't gotten more accurate? Is that your claim?
No, our claim at the moment is that you just seem to be believing in a story. The knowledge that you have is belief and not first-hand knowledge, as in I can go away and Google it and hopefully the answer will be there. But at the moment, before even stepping in, you believed somehow that they would know the answer to this question. So you've only got belief and not first-hand knowledge. Do you understand where we're going with this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I do, but it kind of sounds like that you've just decided that you don't believe it because everybody else believes it.
No, that's not the case at all. So
But
the Earth, for me,
why don't you trust the current science then?
right? Okay, so when we're figuring out the shape of an object like the Earth, we don't use science for that. First of all, science determines cause and effect through experimentation and hypothesis. So when figuring out the shape of an object, it's not a scientific question, mate. So there's no science for
See,
me to
I
believe or
thought
not
science
believe.
just meant knowledge.
See, this is where we're going to start conflating words. So you said science. I understand that as experiments, cause and effect, because that's what science does. Now, if we want to
Yeah, but
talk about the Earth and
doesn't that just
gaining
give you
knowledge,
knowledge?
hold on.
Sorry.
No, it gives you a demonstration of a cause and effect relationship. So you've isolated the cause of the phenomena you've seen in nature. That's what science does. When we're trying to figure out the shape of an object, that's observation and measurement of the object, isn't it? If I want to figure out if it's a triangle, I look at it and measure it.
Yeah, but that's still knowledge. You still learn something. So it's all for
Yeah.
me. It all just still comes under the umbrella.
All right. Okay. I get you. If we're going to use science as the word knowledge, I can go with that. In your understanding, how do you think the Earth's radius has been measured? Do you believe it has been so? Have you got first-hand knowledge of that? And if you have, can you give it to me? Right. How did science prove the Earth?
How did science? Well, look, I mean, if you want me to give you my brief history of understanding of how these people did this, it was that in the beginning, people looked up and saw the moon. They saw a big round thing in the sky, and they went, "Huh, that's cool." And then at some point, people went, "Huh, we can't see ships in the far distance. Ah, it turns out we see them top first when they come closer." And then some people sort of went, "Huh, maybe we're kind of just like that big moon thing we see in the sky, and we're just a big round sphere floating." And then they just kind of like went from there. That's how I understand it.
Okay. So this is a bit of a weird
Do
question,
you
but
not?
obviously that's not necessarily the story that we've been told. Go on.
No, but
Yeah,
well,
go on.
that's the
What?
way that I think humans would have just done it. Do you think when you look at the moon, do you see a big sphere in the sky? Is that what you see?
Yeah, we all see the same thing, but the claim is the
No. But
Earth
is
that we're
that what your
standing on.
brain? Is that what your brain thinks of it? Do you think it's a big floating sphere? Because that's when I see the moon, I think it's a big floating sphere somehow. I don't know how it works, but
Yeah, if you want, the sun's a big floating sphere, but the second part to that is we're also a big floating sphere, right? That's the claim.
But see, I think that's a fair enough assumption. I think that's like In my head, that's fair enough. If you look at the sun and then you look at the moon, you go, "Oh, they're big floating spheres." It's not crazy to think that we're also on a big floating sphere.
But we also understand that things can be different, and we also understand that when I go to the forest, I'm not a fucking tree just because I'm surrounded by trees.
Yeah, well,
so logically,
trees don't have eyes or hands and things.
Exactly. So you're pointing out dude. Now you're giving me a good example because you're pointing out the differences. So we would have to validate the claim, wouldn't we, by pointing out the similarities or the differences. Those are spheres up there. We claim, or you claim, that this is a sphere down here too. Should we just make that assertion, or should we actually prove it to be the case? What do you think? Should we prove it, or should we just go with the assumption?
Well, I mean, what you do, I'd imagine that, like most things, you just go with the assumption until it's wrong.
Yes, that's the problem. When you go with assumptions, you can just keep going on with assumptions and then coming up with ad hoc assumptions to build upon your first assumptions. When we're making claims about things, the physical, reality of the world, it's best to prove that shit than to guess. What do you think?
Well, yeah, but everything's guess at the start.
Well, yeah, especially in science, we've got to guess the cause and effect. We're going to guess the shape of the Earth being as it, looks flat, water, remains level on the surface when contained. Well, we have all of those fact data, the one where we also don't feel any motion. So when people come along and make the claim that the Earth is a ball in motion, should we just go with the story, or should we prove what they are saying to be true? Or actually, should they prove it? What do you think?
I mean, I think you should just keep going along with the guess until it doesn't work anymore, and then that's kind of what science is.
Kind of, if you're talking about knowledge, but that's not the science we're talking about. That's experiments. But if the water, for practical purposes,
different on that, then what do you think science is? I've said I think science is just gathering knowledge. What do you think science is?
Yeah. Science is hypothesis forming. So in science, we observe something happening in a phenomena, and what we try to do within our hypothesis make a supposition, a guess as to what caused that. Right, so we then go and test that physically to see if what we physically manipulate causes the phenomena to happen. Because science is interested in cause and effect relationships, experiments and shit, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, so far I don't know where we disagree. Because you're doing experiments, you're just gathering knowledge.
Yeah, but you haven't got you wouldn't be doing a physical experiment to demonstrate the shape of an object, would you?
I wouldn't be doing a physical experiment to
demonstrate the shape of an object. So first question within science is observing something happening, a phenomena. At the moment, if you want to say science, knowledge bases can figure out the shape of the Earth, where's the phenomena of a shape? They're two different things. You're talking about gathering knowledge. I'm talking about the scientific method. Experiments and shit, where you elucidate cause and effect.
But is your point then that you can never know the shape of the Earth?
No, that's not what I said. I said science isn't the tool that we would use.
No, that's but you said like science isn't geometry or something, and you can't determine the shape of something with science.
You can't determine the shape of something with science. You can observe it and measure it.
So you're saying you can't determine the shape of the Earth with science, and you're saying then that you can't determine the shape of the Earth by gathering knowledge.
No, that's not true. So
isn't that just exactly what you just said?
No.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
First asked me to explain. Exactly. So listen. First, you asked me to explain what science was. I told you that was hypothesis building based on a phenomena, and you want to figure out the cause of it in an experiment, in adherence with the scientific method. That's what science is. When
we agreed that was essentially just gathering knowledge.
No, it's not just gathering knowledge.
Okay, what is it other than gathering knowledge?
It elucidates only cause and effect relationships. There's other stuff in the world that we can know, and we use other tools to do that. But we don't use science when figuring out the shape of an object. How could we? That would be stupid.
Okay, I guess I'm a little bit confused. I don't quite understand. My understanding of science is simply learning. It's simply you do science on something to learn something, to gather knowledge, and of course you can do that on an object.
Go on then. Show me the
sorry, I
cause
missed
and
that.
effect
Go
relationship.
on then. What?
Yeah. So in the first step of the scientific method, we have to observe something happening. So, okay, let's prove the shape of the Earth. Make your observation of something happening. That's going to give me the cause of as a shape, or you're observing a shape and the shape's a phenomena, and you want to know the cause of that shape. Science is a bit strict. You understand how it's not figuring out the shape of an object. It's only going to figure out the cause and effect relationship between two things. That's what it does. So when we figure out the shape of objects, we don't do science to it. We observe it and measure it. Now that's gaining knowledge, but that's not an adherence with the scientific method.
Okay, well, I mean, I've got to admit, I'm a little bit lost then. So how would you determine the shape of the Earth?
Observe it and measure it. Look at it and measure it. How would you figure it out?
I mean, the same thing. I mean, I think we're just in a little bit of a funny little doldrums right here, because I still think all of that is just gaining knowledge. Like it all seems to me that we're just observing and calculating. We're just doing science.
Yeah, but that's not. No, there you go. No, we're not just doing science. We're observing and we are measuring. The only observation that we do in the scientific method is observation of a phenomena. Right? That's all I'm pointing out to you, just so you understand better what science is, because your understanding of what science is a little bit lacking, without being rude. It's not just gaining knowledge and doing
that's
science.
Fine. Okay, so let's just say our observation is the moon looks like a big round sphere. Now, what's next?
Okay, so what's the claim? Is the claim that the Earth is a sphere too?
Sure. Okay. I can see a big round sphere in the sky. Maybe I'm also standing on a big round sphere. That's my claim.
Cool. Okay, so how would you prove the thing that you're standing on to be like that thing in the sky? I would observe the thing that I'm standing on and measure the thing that I'm standing on. Do you want me to repeat that for you?
Okay. No, I heard it. How would you do that?
Well, so what is the surface of the Earth primarily?
Well, I mean, the Google answer is 73% water or something like that.
Yeah, so if the Earth was a ball, then we should be able to observe and measure the curvature of the Earth over bodies of water, shouldn't we?
I mean, yeah, observing it is a bit of a weird thing to say, because if it was a ball, then that would mean that, like, what you're trying to observe isn't there anymore, because it would be a ball. So you're trying to look at something that's not there.
At the moment, we're just looking at water. Now, you understand the natural dynamics.
Like, if it was a ball, and if it was a sphere, and there was water there, and you're trying to say that you want to look at something, but if you can imagine standing on a sphere looking out over water, it would be curving away from you, and so you can't actually see the thing that you're trying to observe.
Yeah, we're trying to observe and measure the water we're looking over, mate. The thing that you said was curving down and away from you not 30 seconds ago. Yeah, that's the claim. That's the thing
exactly
we should be
what
trying
I just
to observe.
said. No, but that's what I'm saying, is if you're trying to observe that water that's curving, then it's kind of a bit of a catch-22 because that water's actually curved away and you can't see it anymore. So how can you observe?
Okay, so the bit before it goes away, mate, that bit's also got a curve, right?
Oh, I
Do you know
guess
how
I
big
guess a
the Earth
tiny
is
little
and
bit, a teensy little bit. Yeah, sure.
Well, depending on how far you can see, there's either 8 inches per mile squared of curvature or the physical horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, if we know the size radius of the Earth. That's the claim,
do you
isn't it?
understand my point?
The Earth is a ball
That is kind of a catch-22. That like you kind of
Not
can't see what you're
really.
trying to see.
Well, the water that we're looking at,
Well, yeah.
you can see
Well,
water.
I guess I'm trying to say that if you can see the water that you're looking at.
Yeah, if we can see the water that we're looking at, that's the thing that's said to be curving. So we can see the water that we're looking at, can't we?
Yeah, but the water
Like
that
ocean
proves that it's
shit.
curved, you can't see because it's curved.
So what boats hide behind it?
Well, yeah, that's a perfect example. Yeah. So you can't actually see the curve because the curve's going away.
Hold on,
but you can see boats that are sitting on it.
Hold on, that's the curve. Yeah, by the curve. So the boat is hidden by the curve that you said we can't see, but now is physically getting in the way of the boat that we can't see. You haven't been
No,
drinking,
because
have you, mate?
that's the water that you can see.
Ah, so we can see the water now.
Don't you recognise it's a bit of a catch-22 right here? Don't you see?
No. The only catch-22 is this: when I and you and everybody else contain water, whether in a coffee cup, your bath at home, or your swimming pool or lake, that water appears and is measurably level. We use it as a fucking level when we use it for, engineering and shit. Dams, for example. So that water is observed to be level. The claim is, if you believe that because the moon is a fucking sphere, the Earth must be too.
Well, it's not just the moon, though, is it? It's all the other things in the sky that we can see with the telescope. Like it's all the planets, it's all the planets' moons. Everything sort of looks like a sphere that we can point a telescope and look at.
If you want to take it there, when you put the cycles, you put the cycles of the luminaries, because you mentioned the moon and the planets. When you put all that together and see how they're repeating cycles within cycles, it will debunk your claim of the spinning sphere. You're bringing up the luminaries, and that's a debunk for the globe.
I'm not entirely sure how you got to there. I just sort of said that everything that we look up to with a telescope looks like a sphere. That's all I said.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like a sphere, right? And how does that determine the shape of the ground you're standing on?
It doesn't. It's just a
Exactly.
good starting point. It's just a good assumption, I think, to
And then you
kind of like
move
forward with.
that, you know that the shape of the lights in the sky doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on. You already know that. And then you observe these luminaries for long periods of time, and what you find out is that it's like a clock, like a calendar, and it will repeat in cycles, right? And if the globe was moving through space at a multiple vectors, multiple speeds, right? These cycles that you observe wouldn't be possible.
I don't quite
Get it?
understand
Because
why
there will
you're
be
allowed to look at
more.
them for your point, but I'm not allowed to look at them from my point.
No, you can definitely think about it the way you're thinking. You can imagine the globe and that you're spinning through the globe, but that you cannot demonstrate that in reality or experience it. That's the thing. And also, what I was saying about the luminaries and the cycles, you wouldn't be able to observe these cycles repeating year after year, day after day, week after week, month after month, decade after decade, repeating and repeating, if the globe was just moving through space at the speeds that they claim. It would
But
be an impossible.
that's not how it is though. Everything's changing all the time.
What?
All the
Even the
time. The stars
sorry,
are in
even
different positions
do you know what
all the time.
constellations are? Do you know what constellations are and what they mean and why they're called constellations?
Well, they were just
Orion's
they
belt.
were kind of just back in the day. They were kind of just like the brightest stars that people could see, and they like made stuff
No,
up about them.
no, no. So you know what the Big Dipper is? You know what Orion and Orion's belt is? The
Well, they're not
Pleiades and all of these.
constellations. They're
What?
just a
Hold
certain.
on.
They're just like a certain bunch of stars that people have called those names. That's not a
Yeah.
constellation.
So these things that we've
Are you talking
given
about
names.
zodiacal constellations?
Yeah, all the constellations, and there's more than just 12, by the way.
Well, yeah, a constellation. If we're going to go down this
Sorry,
route, is just
these
a
stars move.
grouping of
Sorry,
stars that people have
mate.
called something.
Do these stars move out of position, or are they constantly in the same pattern?
Oh, is that what
They
you're trying to
move
say? You're
within
trying to say
they,
that because
they,
it's
they
called
move
a
within
constellation, that it's constant.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
they
they
move
all
within
all of
within
them.
constant fixed positions, constant fixed. Like a clock. If you have a clock in your house and the hands of the clock are moving, they're moving, right, and they're moving away from the position they were before, but they go back fixed into position, right? It's a fixed movement that goes in cycles back into positions. You could make this very intricate. You could give it many hands. You could make it very, very complicated, give you many different times, right, for many places, but it's going to be moving in a fixed position. That's what the sky is doing. And that will be
And
impossible on a globe.
that's just not true though. The stars have been recorded as to have been moving from year to year for hundreds of years now.
hold on.
We know that there's a drift in the stars.
In the point, would you agree that the
Cycles
stars come
within
back every
cycles.
12 months? Sorry, would you agree that the stars come back in every 12 months?
Okay, that's one of those sort of like oddly phrased questions because you're trying to say, do they not move? But they do move
No.
every 12 months. Sure, they probably
Dude,
come back to
I'm
about
literally
the same
fucking
spot every
agreeing with
12
you.
months.
My God, I'm trying to agree with you, but also try to come to understanding because I don't think you understand what we're putting down.
Well,
Right,
I don't
we
think you're
agree
understanding what I'm trying to say.
with you, and we can all see. My God, my fucking God. So we're not saying that the stars stay in the same position the whole fucking time. We observe the stars do the
Okay.
same thing that you do. They repeat that pattern every 12 months, right?
No, but see, that's not what I'm saying.
And
I'm saying
have
that
done.
it's
Okay, they change.
yeah, of course the stars' positions change.
Really? So the three stars and Orion's belt, they've moved, have they?
I don't know about exactly those ones, but there are many stars that
Okay.
have got different
Pick out
positions
some more.
after 12-month periods.
Pick out some more. You understand that there are constellations and stars in the sky that repeat that pattern every 12 months, don't you?
Yeah, of course. They're the close ones. They're the ones that are
No,
close
they're
to us,
not.
and they kind of
No,
stay
no,
relatively
they're
the
not.
same. Other ones
No,
move,
they're not.
man. I mean,
Dude, so,
do you just
dude,
want me to go
you're
to
wrong.
Wikipedia and have a look at this?
Yeah, no, that's fine, but I want you to understand that even the stars of Orion's belt are at different distances from each other and us. They're not at the same distance and they're not the closest.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So this is kind of what we're trying to point out to you. That these
I thought you were trying to say that the stars stay the same. And I'm trying to say that the stars change over long time. Not 12 months, long.
Okay, so 100, 200, 5,000 years?
No, well, I don't. I think the earliest kind of like star charts that like we go off are sort of some of the Chinese ones that are about 1,000 years old and things, and they've certainly put stars in different positions to where they are now.
Okay, so you understand that there are constellations in the sky, right? The ones that don't move.
I think everything moves, man. Everything's moving, either a tiny bit or a lot.
Okay. Can't help you anymore, man, if you're going to keep interrupting.
Please, have the floor. What was your point? Maybe we can try and talk about this.
We're in agreement with you, but we are not saying that the stars don't move. We observed our patterns and observe the same patterns that you do. The thing is that when we are saying that the Earth is a ball flying through this three-dimensional space, it is quite hard to have the same observation of these stars appearing not to have moved when they physically have done so.
Yeah, but I think that you're looking at that on just a human time frame, and whereas in the globe version of events, these things they take thousands of years to move like a millimeter in the sky. Like things just take a long time. And we're not going to see that from night to night. All we're going to see from night to night is our Earth moving around the sun. That's the only difference we'll see from night to night. And that's why when we come back 12 months later, they're in the same spot again.
And they have been in the same spot for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Right?
A lot of them, yeah, for sure. A lot of them are so far away that they kind of stay in about the same spot.
Yeah. We're talking about the ones that don't fucking move, mate.
Yeah, but I'm not sure where any of this is really going. Like, I mean, you're the sort of guys that are saying that you can't prove the shape of the Earth with stars and things, and all of a sudden now we're talking about things that might be trillions of light years away. Like, how does that help any of this?
I don't know. Your claim was because there were spheres in the sky, we must be a sphere as well. Then we started talking about observing and measuring.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, and I started with that, and you're right. And that's still, I guess, now we're back to it. That is the point that I hold, is that there's a great big sphere that's rotating around the planet Earth, which is the moon, and that seems like a sphere to me. When I look at it with a telescope, it seems like a sphere. And
yeah,
I think a fairly valid scientific assumption is to just go, hey, we might be on a sphere.
You'd still have to go ahead and prove that claim to be true, wouldn't you?
Or instead of the prove it to be true, as you just carry on with an assumption that it is true, and if everything keeps working out, then you've got a valid assumption.
That's not scientific.
Except when you're gonna do something practical, like if those assumptions when you're gonna build like an airplane or something that you're gonna use in real life, then you throw the sphere out of the window because you cannot use it to make anything practical. Anything that you do in your day-to-day transportation, airplanes, communications, anything, you will never use a sphere for anything practical. Only when you imagine and trying to make cartoons or stories about it, then you use a sphere. And it makes sense in the storyline, right? But when you're trying to, when lives are at stake and you doing something practical, you never use it for anything. What you actually do is take into account the ground to be motionless, horizontal line, When you build in the structure that you're standing on at the moment, the people that if you build the home that you're in or the building, they took into account level, water, horizontal. And you see that TV that you probably have in your house hanging at a level, a horizontal, right? That's when you're being practical. You never took the globe into account. Then your neighbor did the same thing, build his structure level horizontally, right?
Oh,
To make everything practical in the house. And then his neighbor did the same thing, right? And then to the shore, everybody did the same thing to sea level, right? And across that sea level to the other shore, it's also the first building is also level, horizontal. No globe taken into account for anything practical, just for the imagination.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100% right, Timsy. There's no reason for anything that us tiny little humans do, everything that we do day to day. There's no reason to take the globe into account.
Yes, there is, especially when you're containing bodies of water. Sorry, I don't. So when containing bodies of water with dams, for example, like the waters of the earth, you would necessarily, after a stretch of dam, let's pick one out from Holland, 35 miles long. So when you've got a dam that's 35 miles long, trying to contain fucking water from flood in Holland, you definitely want to take the curvature of the earth into account.
Do you really need
Right?
to?
That's what I was.
Yeah. How much?
Do you know what the surface area of the Earth is?
Surface area. I can give you how much curve is going to be over 35 miles by using a simple calculation of 8 inches per mile squared.
No, I asked you what the surface area of the Earth was.
I don't know. Do you want me to Google it?
Yeah, I'm Googling it right now.
Dimensions. That's fine.
Surface area of the Earth is 510 million kilometers. Do you really think a 35-mile dam, 510 million kilometers is the surface area of the Earth? Sorry, 510 million kilometers squared.
Excuse me. Hello? Excuse me. That's not what I'm claiming. It's not the entire width of the Earth. Obviously, sorry, the entire breadth of the Earth. But I'm talking about.
No, I'm saying the surface area. The surface area.
Listen. So, yeah. I'm not interested in that. I'm
so
talking about.
What were you saying? That you had a 35-mile
If you let me
dam.
I'll fucking finish. Yeah. So between point A and point B over the distance of an arc, if we know the size of a ball between point A and point B will descend. There will be curvature between point A and point B on a ball, won't there? Doesn't matter what the distance is between point A and point B, there will still be curvature, won't there?
So just to be clear, the you had what did you say? A 35-mile dam?
Yeah. We can go to Three Gorges as well in China if you want to. I think they've got one that's about
35 miles per kilometer.
But you know,
okay, so it's 56-kilometer dam out of 510 million kilometers.
Yeah, just pull up an Earth curve calculator. That'll tell you.
Well, I'm just looking at like the whole surface of the Earth, and you're trying to say that something was going to happen within like I don't know a 0.00000% of that. Why?
Yeah,
I'm confused.
Because it would curve, wouldn't it? The claim is that gravity pulls water to the centre of mass, giving Earth its spherical shape. So the distance between point A and point B over water would necessarily curve as a consequence of being a sphere. Isn't it?
Okay, and so now we're almost back to that where we were before. We're almost back to that same spot. It's like, how are you observing that drop?
Well, what we're pointing now, how we're observing it, well, we don't observe it. That's why we're here. There is no drop over distances of water. Not observed, it's not measurable, and it's also not practically used. It would have to be practically used if it was fucking air, but it's not.
But isn't that conundrum, the catch-22 that I brought up earlier, where like if the Earth is actually curving away, then
you just don't know how to think properly.
I'm not sure. I'm not the one that's not thinking properly here.
I do when you brought up your conundrum about not being able to see beyond the horizon and how it's a conundrum because we can't see the Earth. Then we brought up the waters in front of the horizon that I was fucking talking about and realising we were observing, the waters of the Earth that are said to be curving. Well, that bollocks conundrum that you came up with that I let you get away with, which was malformed, and now I'm going to have to come back to and smack your fucking ass with it because you're an idiot. Is that one?
Well, okay then. Rather than just swearing at me, why don't you just tell me where I'm wrong?
Well, you're wrong because on a sphere between point A, you know what a football is, right? Put your finger on top of a ball. That ball, that's point A. Put your finger anywhere else along that ball and draw a straight line between point A and point B. Point B will have descended. If you know the size of that ball, you can figure out how much that ball's descended. Maths. You understand that premise?
But you're not actually addressing what I brought up. I brought up the fact that you can't see what you're trying to observe.
The fact that you brought up the Earth is big, you can't see what you're trying to observe. What are we trying to observe, mate?
Do you remember when I said that you're
trying to observe?
If
yeah. I'm going very quickly. I'm going to go faster than you. What are we trying to observe?
You're trying to observe something that's not there.
What's that? What's not there?
I'm trying to ask you. You're trying to say that you're trying to see the curvature of the Earth. Yet I'm trying to get you to imagine that if you're looking out over a curve, then the very nature of a curve means that you cannot see. You have no eye line to the thing that's dropping away from you, so you can't see it. That's the catch-22.
It's not a catch-22. Do you understand how you're wrong? That if you look out over a curve, you can't see a curve. If you look out over a curve, you can see a curve. Do you know what a hill is?
Well, a hill's not a curve, is it?
Do you know what any type of fucking curve is? Do you know what a ball is? Do you know what an arch is? Can you see that curved line? Do we use those things fucking practically?
Are you having trouble imagining how big the planet is?
Yeah, this is my problem. So you went straight to how big the Earth is.
We have to tell you how big it was.
I'm trying to get you to understand that between point A and point B, there's a rate of descent which is 8 inches of mass squared, which you say that we can't see. I'm saying that you would have to take into account for that curvature when you're building upon that curvature, especially water, like a dam that's over 30 miles long.
How big is the
Earth? How you don't understand.
How big is the Earth?
Could we go back to maybe your hill example? Can you see to the other side of a hill?
No, because the hill's in the way.
Right. Yeah, that's right. That's why you can't see to the other side of the curve.
I'm not talking about trying to see to the other side of the curve, you fucking idiot.
You brought up the hill, man. You
I was trying to disseminate you. Yeah. I brought up a fucking hill, but I've never mentioned that I am trying to see beyond the so-called curvature of the Earth. I'm talking about the bit of water between me and the horizon. What, the bit of water between me and the horizon?
Literally the conversation we're having.
So we're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth. I'm talking about the bit of water between me and the horizon and whether that curves or dips or not. You're talking about the bit beyond the horizon that we can't see. I ain't talking about that. No one's fucking talking about that.
I saw it.
So ultimately, you're trying to say that you can only measure what you can see. And I agree that what you can see is essentially flat. So we're good, man. What you can see is essentially flat.
How far away is the horizon? How far away is the horizon?
Sorry?
If you're, I don't know, 1 foot. How far away is the horizon if you're 1 foot above the surface of water? The Earth is a ball.
No idea.
Right, 1.2 miles away. So you're saying that beyond that we can't see because there's physical curve in the way, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. What would happen if I was to show you an observation from 1 foot above the surface of water and the horizon was 10 miles away? What would you say then?
I would say that crazy shit happens when you're taking photos low down to the ground looking at the crazy shit happens.
Okay, so when we observe the horizon, we observe it to move. I could show you observations of the same altitude above the surface of water and the horizon to appear to be nearer or further away, depending on known landmarks and their distances. Would you say the horizon was physical in that instance, or would you say it was optical, being as you just brought up it does crazy shit?
I just go back to the crazy shit. If you get a camera or a can't even think of it. Yeah, just a camera, a video camera, whatever. And look straight along the length of the Earth down low. Crazy shit happens on the horizon. We've all seen it. Just driving in a car, like you're driving along in a car and on a long straight road. Just crazy shit happens in the distance. Just weird stuff, right?
Okay,
Weird
so why
heatwave
can't we
effects,
see your
I've seen
boat
it.
anymore? Why can't we see your boat anymore? Because you say it's because it goes beyond the curvature of the Earth, physical obstruction, like the hill bit.
Yeah, like it could be that, or it could be just some crazy shit.
Yeah, it could be just some crazy shit. But crazy shit happens all the time because we're always looking through the atmosphere, right?
Yeah. Well, particularly down low, I think. I think if you're looking along the Earth, then just crazy shit happens.
Okay, so do you think that maybe the reason why we can't see that boat anymore is because of just crazy shit?
Oh well, no, like combinations, I guess, of crazy shit or the Earth curve or whatever. Just stuff. I don't think looking down low along the Earth is a very good tool for determining the shape of the Earth.
I agree. It's got to be done at altitude.
Yeah, let's go up higher then. So how high have we got to be before we can start looking at the curvature of the Earth?
That's a fantastic question.
I don't honestly. I don't know. I Google it again. Like I guess it's probably the higher the better, right? Because as we go higher, the atmosphere gets thinner, and so less crazy shit. So simple as that.
Yeah, you are kind of right. As we gain altitude, the air gets thinner. But if we're looking towards the horizon, we've now got to change our angle and still look through all of that crazy shit. Look down at the horizon. So we're not just looking through clear air now.
Because it's coming up a lot.
Refraction, let's just say that.
Refraction's a trigger word in this server.
So when earlier I asked you about, how they proved the Earth to be a ball, and you said, some Greeks might have come along and, why do we only see the top of a boat at this distance? Let's just get to understand that we've had a conversation for a couple of minutes where that could be crazy shit that's happening, right? And obviously the Greeks didn't have, binoculars and shit. Using this technology, we can still bring boats back where the physical curve in the Earth would necessarily get in the way. So I understand what you're saying is, we shouldn't be looking that across the Earth to see if it's curving. But ultimately, that curve is going to stop us from seeing stuff at distance. Primary reason why we're here, see things in the distance beyond the mathematic constraints of a geometric shape known as a ball. The claim is that the curvature of the Earth would get in the way of things in the distance for observers. We're here to say, no, that isn't the case. Here's that boat at 20 miles, 30 miles away from the same observer height. Here's this object at 30, 40, 50 miles away. If I change my technology, if I start using infrared cameras and gain a little bit more altitude, I can start seeing hundreds of miles where I should only be able to see a few hundred miles, possibly. So when we use technology, it appears that the physical obstruction of the Earth isn't in the way. It's just optical, funny shit.
crazy shit.
Yeah. But if we're living on a ball and it does curve over distance at 8 inches per mile squared, and we're going to build a dam in the fucking water, then that dam would necessarily have to curve at 8 inches per mile squared to contain the fucking water that's curving within it and stop it from flooding countries like Holland, the Netherlands, which is under sea level. Now, they've been using dams for, a long time now. That's why they've had fucking windmills pumping water out for centuries. Now, they use these things to stop the water coming in. Now, big dams, they go for 10, 20, 30 miles in some instances. That's 8 inches per mile squared. Do you know how much that is over 5 miles? 6, 10 miles. It's still measurable, physical. You would have to put it into your blueprints curvature if you're going to be doing something with the surface of the Earth, the water. Don't care how big the fucking Earth is, it's still going to curve between point A and point B.
Well,
So it's more the maths. The maths is more important to you than the observations at this point. Is that correct?
The math would dictate what we would have to take account for if we were living on a ball. So this is the test,
but
right? The Earth is.
How do you square up the maths and the observations? So you're making observations across the water, and we both kind of just agreed that there's crazy shit that happens over that, but you're going to trust the maths on that.
What do you mean by trust the maths?
Yeah.
The maths that we are given,
We don't have
the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, they gave us the numbers. We just analyze it and come to our conclusion.
Well, I guess that's what I mean. Like you're saying that the maths has to be accurate because you're saying that it has to drop at 8 inches per mile squared.
That's the point. It's not accurate. We can observe things across the Earth that don't match up to what they're saying the Earth is.
So two things about the math. Hold on.
So I'm confused. You don't trust the maths, or you do trust the maths?
I'll help you. So we are given the
was radius. I not clear in what I just said?
Maybe, but sometimes other people can help. So we are given the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth, aren't we? Yes.
Yeah. They're fairly well known.
And we understand how math, when used correctly, can help us figure things out about these shapes, this geometry, a sphere, for example. Two of those calculations, one is the curvature rate over distance. That, if we are to believe those numbers or not, is 8 inches per mile squared. 7.98 if you want to be more fucking accurate. That's one calculation. And also, two, where the physical horizon should be for an observer at altitude. That is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's just maths. We're not agreeing with it or disagreeing with it. It is what it is. It's a tool that we use, and it's applicable when we're dealing with geometry. The Earth being a ball, for example. The thing is, one, when was this maths radius of the Earth ever been proven to be true, as in physically measured? And two, we don't observe or physically measure it or even practically take account for any curvature over any distance of water whatsoever fucking ever, and have never done so.
I have an idea here. The longest dam in the world is in Kiev in the Ukraine. It's 25.6 miles long. So if we look that dam up and see if in the construction they compensated for any type of supposed curvature, we could start there, because that's a huge dam. That's 25.6 miles long.
Have you checked out Three Gorges Dam as well in China? I mean, I know that's pretty much still under construction, but I think that dam's just a little bit bigger as well, or one of those dams is.
Speaking of dams, which isn't a dam, but it's a damn good observation. The Suez Canal is a damming thing. How can they build?
This is why we always bring up water, isn't it, Helio? This is why we always bring up water. Because, one, the natural dynamics of water when contained is to be level. Right? We all know that. We work with it even with engineering purposes, like we're pointing out with dams. So observing the water to be level is something that we work with. The claim that over distance it curves is something that we don't work with. We don't observe, and we don't measure.
And I bet you any money that people that built the Suez Canal never considered curvature at all.
No, they just dug a trench.
It's like 120 miles
They
long.
just dug a trench through the desert, mate. Just dug a big hole. That's all they did. They just dug a trench from one end to the other and then broke the two ends and let the water fill up. Yep. That's all they did. Same with canals and things, right?
I mean, Panama's a little bit different. Panama Canal's a little different because there's locks where they have to fill it up with water and then let it down, when ships come through. But it's still a similar process. It's just like it's flat water. Fill it up. It's just they go through locks. But in Suez, there's no locks. 120 miles. Freaking meme.
Where's our Australian friend gone? I want to hope he understands what we're saying.
Oh, yeah, I'm still here. That was Dr. Wah you're talking to?
Yeah, Dr. Wah, awesome stuff. So do you understand what we mean now by the math? It's not a feelings thing. This is what we're told it is. When we use the tool of maths, it doesn't appear to be what we're shown it or told it should be.
It feels to me that the math you're just putting up against, crazy shit happens on the horizon. And
what refract?
Just I don't know all the words. Just crazy shit.
Cannot explain this away. It does. No matter how you look at it, refraction cannot explain this away.
When you look out over the horizon, when you're looking far distances into things, just across the surface, weird shit happens. Even at close distances, we've all been there.
Weird shit doesn't explain it away either. You can call it refraction or weird shit.
But I would say then you can't trust anything that like any of the long observations that flat earthers have done over low altitude, looking across the horizon, I don't think any of it is actually valid experimentation because crazy shit happens.
Yeah, it's not an experiment, but I get what you're saying. But I'll tell you what,
we're not making the claims here. We all say, hey, we experience Earth. Go ahead, Jedi.
You're all right. So let's take looking at stuff out of it. All right, should we do that? Let's take looking at making observations. Let's take that out of the argument. What about using technology? Let's maybe talk about TV signals, radar, microwave. Do you know about those types of signal propagation technologies? Radar, for example.
Oh, let's say I've got a cursory knowledge.
Okay, cool. So you understand that A is primarily sending a signal out, getting it to ping back so you can figure out its location. That I got a ping from over there. Yeah?
Well, the things that you've spoken about all exist within the electromagnetic frequencies, and but they are subject as well to refraction.
Okay, but you do understand that these radar towers, when they are helping boats to navigate at sea, for example, and keeping a watchful eye over other navies like militaries like to fucking do. Do you realise that some of these ground-based radar installations can propagate signals up to 600 miles in one direction, covering about 32,000 square miles? Now they can do that.
I'm wondering what do you mean? The sound waves and radar. What sound is radar? Basically, subject to refraction. You could possibly maybe this that. What?
Helio. Radar is light. Radar is electromagnetic.
Yeah, well, either way. I mean, you said, well, we were talking about refraction earlier, and you just like, oh, well, that's not what I mean. Refraction. Now, when he brought that up, now you're just like, oh, they're subject to refraction.
Well,
It's like anything is refraction as long as it adds up to possibly not flat. Even though he was saying it's just like, well, we're saying that they gave us some numbers of the globe, right? And so even if from where we observe, it's a level stationary plane. The instruments that we use work on a level stationary plane the same way that they would ever work. And we can actually show that instruments wouldn't work on a globe the size that they say it is. Then your answer is, well, refraction. Doesn't matter what instrument, what means of travel or anything like that. It's all refraction. Refraction is the god of the globe Earth.
You understand with radar pings. No, you're fine. You understand with radar pings that you send one signal out and then one signal back, the bounce off of the object. You understand that's what's going on, right?
Yes, of course.
Cool, awesome. So also, if you think that you live on a ball that's twice around a curved surface, do you see any problems with this?
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. What's twice around a curved surface?
So one signal out from the sender, the radar station, out to the boat. One journey. One journey around the curved surface. Second journey hitting the boat and then coming back to the radar station. Now back around that curved surface. It's changed direction, 2 journeys. So twice around the curve. Understand that, right?
I guess so. I'm just obviously going to Google it. So what should I Google? Like longest radar signal?
You're in Australia, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so North Australia, I think they've got a radar station called Jindalee.
The longest radar signal has a range of 1,800 miles. This radar works by bouncing the signal off the ionosphere down to the distant target.
I mean, I haven't spoken about ionospheric propagation just yet. And that is a huge distance, by the way. I'm only talking about 600 miles, not, what was it, 1,800 that you just said. But even bringing up that idea of sky
the first click off Quora.com.
Yeah, that's fine. But you understand that getting the signal down from the sky in an angle, where do you think the signal is going to go next when it hits the top of an aeroplane, for example? Which direction is it going to go?
Well, there's going to be some bits of it that are going to reflect off, kind of like the way you would think a mirror would. But then there's also going to be some bits that reflect backwards towards the to the center.
So, yeah, what will follow those same angles. But when we're getting signals down from the sky, what will predominantly happen is the signal will bounce off the top of the airplane and then just fucking keep going, being propagated. It's much easier to understand that, this is why with stealth technology, they're more interested in the underside of the aircraft and the cross section of the aircraft. That's the most important bit because that's where the radars come from. But with the radar installations that I'm pointing out, we're not just talking about airplanes up in the fucking sky. We're talking about boats at sea that are down at sea level that would necessarily be beyond the physical curvature of the Earth, right?
Sorry, we were kind of breaking up a bit then, Jedi. I got stuck into it. I was just Googling swordfish long range radar tracking, Indian technology. It's about 600 kilometers that they've got radar tracking. 370 miles.
Yeah. See, this is the thing about radar technology: is it propagates signals, and then it gets signals back again. This technology would obviously be hindered by the curvature of the Earth, and you would have to necessarily.
But it definitely
now,
is.
you
right?
said you're
like,
still 370 miles. Yeah, 370 miles.
But
How much Earth
don't you
is on
get
the way there?
like? But Jedi and Helio, like, I mean, you need to show me an article which is like saying that some radar station in England is tracking planes in Australia. Like that's what I need.
Why do we need to tell you that?
I mean, no one's. Sorry, hold on. No one's claimed that. All I said was Jimboree, North Australia. It's got about 600 miles radial coverage, 32,000 square miles. But if you want a signal that's been propagated from England to Australia, have you ever heard of a guy called Marconi?
Yeah, he invented the radio. Right?
Yeah. Yes, radio waves. Yeah, they probably.
Yeah. So
I used to like. I was thinking about this while you were talking about that. I used to like sit when I was bored, like just lay in front of my old AM radio and just like when it had a little dial instead of like push button digital stuff, and just slowly move the dial. I could pick up shit from. I'm in Arkansas. I used to pick up stuff from freaking Chicago. If I remember right, I think I heard something from Oregon. Like just barely could pick them up. Man, that's a long way away from
we can
right in the heart of Arkansas, bro. I could hear all kinds of different Florida, freaking all kinds of places. I could just, as long as you move the dial really slow, you could hear all kinds of weird stuff.
So sorry, Helio.
That's why Helio, you should just transmit all the time. You should just broadcast constantly. Somewhere, somebody will pick you up.
Yeah, with an old AM signal.
This is the thing about signal propagation, though. If you want long-distance signal propagation, it's the first time somebody tried to send a fucking signal. It's Marconi. Now, he'd done several tests. One was from southwest England, Cornwall, 3,000 miles, I think, to Labrador in Canada. Signal just kept going and going and going. They managed to pick it up in Australia with a couple of tests later. So, yeah, they've sent signals around the world, mate.
So what? Sorry, Jenna. What should I Google?
Use them.
Marconi. Is it Newfoundland and Labrador? What should I Google? Marconi to where?
Just, I'll tell you what. I'll do it for you. I mean, it's just going to be Marconi's first radio transmissions. Just put in long distance.
Yeah. Marconi first sent the world's first messages across the open water. Good on him. Somerset, Marconi. First radio 125 years ago. This guy, wow, he's changed our world. This guy, what a guy.
Yeah, no shit.
The thing about signal propagation. I mean,
it looks like
TV
you just did it across the English Channel.
Yeah, right. Because that's where Canada is.
Marconi actually, they claim also the first transatlantic communication direct message without relaying. It was a two-way communication from east of the United States. It was in New England to Scotland, over 3,000 kilometers away. Direct message, two-way, from coast to coast.
Could we just stick with Marconi for a second? What should I can't
the
find
Marconi one was from England to Australia, over 10,000 miles. Two-way communication.
England to Australia.
Hey, Heater just posted in live stream voice text. Heater just posted an article.
Copy. I'll
Thank you. I'll also try and find the Jimboree radio station, radar station for you as well, because it's in Australia and close to home for you. I'll find that for you.
Yeah, these radio towers communications. There was another one from Germany to New Jersey, United States. And yeah, this is a globe nail in a coffin.
Well, crazy shit happens with radio waves.
When they bounce off the globe ionosphere.
The article is just a blurry article that I can't even read. Does anyone else can zoom in on this thing?
Yeah,
there is even documents, but from back then there is communication.
You have to subscribe to New York Times to really read most of their shit, but
10,000 miles of distance, that would be 100 miles of curve. Based on
there is like
that wasn't. I mean, come on, that wasn't much of a source. That was like a clickbait, right? Really, that link, right?
Clickbait?
No, it's
I'm not subscribed to New York Times, but so I'm not going to subscribe to New York Times.
I'm not either, but what they're saying, we're trying to tell you, we already know this. We don't need to read a New York Times article. We've been trying to tell you. We don't need
you're saying there is a question about this communication system that happened? You're saying you're questioning this?
I was just posted a link that went to a fuzzy newspaper that I can't read.
Oh, okay. So you were given a link that you don't like. All right, that's okay.
I didn't like the link. He didn't like the information.
I mean,
he didn't like any of the other information we shared for 2 hours now. He's just been sitting there just denying everything that we've been saying. But
you're not questioning that.
Doesn't matter what article
you couldn't read the link either.
Oh my god.
So retarded, man. I'm not saying you're
calling me retarded.
No, I was about. I mean, since it's just like everything we say, you just have an objection to. Even if we show you some information about it, you're just like, well, what about this? What about that? Well, bouncing off the ionosphere. Blah, blah, blah. Drace has got something here. Check that one out. First radio transmission across the Atlantic Ocean. Let's see what this one.
Come on, Helio. To be fair, that first link you've ever sent me was that fuzzy newspaper article. Is there another one there, Nina?
Which one?
Drace. Okay, I'm seeing it now. This day in history, my company sends first Atlantic wireless transmission.
He certainly is, Drace. You don't have to read a New York Times article about it.
These points are not in contention. This is not an agree or disagree phenomena that these communication towers were put in place and the signals were received and sent between those two towers. There is no agree or disagree on this, right? Nobody's is there a contention with this, Doctor?
I'm just reading it now. I mean, that sounds really cool. I mean, I can't refute that in any way.
It's better than cool. It's awesome.
That's awesome. Great technology.
As well. So I've added. I got the name of the Australian place wrong. I do apologise, mate. But it's Jindalee. So I've posted the radar installation at Jindalee in Australia for you, and the first transmission by Marconi as well. It's interesting. Within the first paragraphs, it talks about he thought the curve of the Earth was going to get in the way. Whoa, my signals went further than I thought. Literally says that in the first paragraphs.
Wow. He thought the Earth's curvature was going to stop his signal.
I mean, back then, they put a lot of money into buildings. When you look at these towers, they put a lot of resources, time, people to build these towers. The one in Massachusetts wasn't that impressive, but the one in New Jersey is one of the most impressive ones I've seen. And the one in Germany, they connected from New Jersey to Germany. And these were huge towers. And they describe them as direct two-way messages without relays. So yeah, it was from tower to tower.
Because there was no two-way communication between Sydney and Wales, the messages were sent several times, commencing 15 minutes after each hour. The logbook shows that the messages were taken down again at least twice, but more that afternoon, but the atmospherics became very bad. I think this is I'm not going to say that this is in the article. I'm just reading from the article.
Yeah.
So yeah, tower connected to tower, over 10,000 miles.
You got to understand, right, that even sending a signal 100 miles, that's 1 mile of curvature downwards. Right, so point B in this instance would have dropped by 1 mile if the distance is 100 miles. We're talking about thousands. We understand about sending radio signals. We've done this before TV, and we use the same technology to send analog signals. In Birmingham and London, in the UK, they are 100 miles apart. That would necessarily mean that it would be 1 mile of curvature between Birmingham and London. The only thing that they took into account when building these masts was the hills in between them. The only thing they took into account. You wouldn't be able to use this technology if shit got in the way. They've just tried to get above mountains.
Let alone curvature of Earth, which doesn't exist.
So within the technology, they build it high to get over the topography. The topography would also include the curvature of the Earth. That wouldn't necessarily get in the fucking way because it's dirt just like the hills are. But they don't take that into account. It wouldn't necessarily get in the way. I'm just talking about 100 miles. We're talking about thousands of miles. 3,000 miles if you look just between Great Britain and not Australia, the United States. 3,000 miles. How much curvature do you think is going to get in the way then? Are we just going to hope that it's just going to be a refraction? Go on, buddy. Go on.
Well, I'm just going to say I'm not going to say that that's not really cool. I mean, that's an excellent thing that these guys did 100 years ago with the whatever. But how do you jump from that to the Earth is flat?
It's still happening.
No. It's not the Earth is flat. You need a direct line of sight to be able to connect two towers. The towers communicating doesn't determine the shape of the Earth, but it disproves the globe. Because if there was curvature, there will be no communication system connecting like that. That's it.
See, to be fair, I think this is way better than the stuff you started with, Jedi, about you can't have a tangent or whatever. Because of course we can have a tangent. Like Sextants don't work and stuff. This is actually good stuff.
Dr. Wall, let me take a moment just to say, though, that you have to realize that you're attempting to speak to Jedi and how he's communicating with you, right? This is just how you understand it. Jedi did a great job spending the time walking you through these observations. Now you found something that works with you. The bottom line is that over a 3,000-mile distance, there would be a 30-mile drop, which is pretty substantial.
3,000 miles would be a lot more of a
What I
drop
hear him
than
saying
30,
is like, you should have started with this one, Jedi.
That's what
Forget
I'm
about it.
saying.
Doesn't
Really?
prove the point. Forget
You get
about
me
that
hearing.
conversation. Damn. Fuck.
I mean, this is a conversation, though. Come on, Dr.
Yeah,
Watt,
Jedi,
man.
we don't like how you started, Jedi. Jedi, you should, Jedi, from now on, Jedi, do what Hilo says and whatever this guy...
No,
shut
I'm
the fuck
saying
up.
that's what he was saying. He was like, oh, no, now this one's better. You should have started with this one.
Okay, yeah, you know, Hilo, you should stop drinking.
So, maybe, yes, this example was better for you, but maybe because you can understand it because we've given you lots of documents. Now, I can give you how a fucking sextant works and lots of documents. Now, when you started bringing up tangent lines, all I was pointing out was your misunderstanding of how we use the apparatus. That comes with further understanding, mate. We weren't talking about tangent lines.
Okay, I understand
but anyway,
that as
back
well.
to these radios, right?
You started with saying that you can't get an angle off a curve. And I said, yes, you can. That's a tangent. And that's a pretty done thing. Yes, we can get an angle off a curve. Easy done. This is interesting.
Do you understand? Yeah, but do you understand how you're wrong there? I want to measure 90 degrees. Do I measure a tangent?
That doesn't make any sense at all. What a silly question.
Yeah. So I want to measure 90 degrees. We both know that is two lines converging, like an edge of a square. So I can build shit, like, I don't know, whatever. But ultimately, that's
okay.
Hold on.
All right, sure.
Hold on. Right, so that's two straight lines converging. I never brought up another line, did I? A tangent line. I never brought that up. Because I wasn't talking about it. The only time I spoke about it was when you get another line, a tangent line, and then bring your calculation back down to surface level so you can measure your 90 degrees again. But you require, that's why you do the calculation, that you'd have two straight lines to begin with to measure 90 degrees. When you bring up tangent lines, you're bringing up another line. Do you understand now?
I understand, but what you're saying, it just doesn't make any sense in the real world. If I want to measure an angle off a curve, I put a tangent on it. That's how I measure an angle off a curve. Every kid that ever went through year 8 knows how to do that.
Indeed. You know what a protractor is, don't you?
Of course I know what a protractor is. Do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to put a protractor down on an angle. Can I measure that angle if one of those lines is curved? With the protractor.
It's like you're just not listening to what I'm saying.
No. The answer is no, Jedi. You can't, Jedi. That's stupid, Jedi. Because that's what I'm talking about. If you
put the protractor on a point, and now you've got a tangent. Where the protractor, I can't even say it now. Where you've got 0 and 180 degrees, that is the tangent. You move that onto your curve, and that becomes a tangent. That's how that works.
How do you measure an angle? I haven't drawn any other fucking lines. I've just measured 90 degrees. We're using a protractor.
There's no such thing as a single angle on a curve. You have to draw a tangent to get an angle off the curve. That's how that works.
So I see your problem. We're already on a curved surface. Right, we're presupposing a sphere. I'm just pointing out that
I was thinking about a hill, actually, there. I was thinking about a hill.
But to measure an angle, you require straight lines.
That's why he says it doesn't make sense in reality, because he's pre-assuming that he's on a sphere, on a ball.
Yeah. The tangent is in your head. The tangent is mathematical. That it doesn't exist.
The ball is in your head. The globe is in your head. Yes, that's why it doesn't make any sense.
In what I just said, then it's actually the straight line that doesn't exist. The tangent doesn't exist. The tangent is just a thing.
The math wouldn't work if there wasn't a straight line. So you're just wrong.
I can physically measure.
What do you mean the math? Yeah, you pick a point on the curve, and then you draw a straight line. You draw an imaginary straight line. That's called a tangent.
No, there's no curve.
Do you understand that?
In the math,
do you understand that that's not how we use sextant? That's not how we use sextants.
Yeah, in the math, there's no accounting for curve. Do you not understand this?
Oh, well, okay, but I mean, I've yet to see any of you guys use a sextant and like make a flat Earth map. So where are we there?
All the maps are used sextants to get elevation angles, and all the maps, so all your globe maps are based on a flat Earth. So you don't have a single map of the globe that uses any kind of working metrics to measure it. So you're just lost.
Hey, so is the Earth flat?
When we're talking about mapping it using the stars, necessarily has to be so because we're measuring angles to the stars.
So the Earth is
has
flat.
To be so to
agreed. And paper is flat. So where's the flat Earth map then?
When we
it should be the simplest thing in the world. It should be the simplest thing you could ever do.
I'll give you a clue. It's where you get your globe Earth model from.
Why don't you not give me a clue and just give me the map? Just show me the map. Paper's flat, right? Paper is flat. And the Earth is flat. So they should correlate 1 to 1.
Yeah. You understand that we can map the sky, right?
Hang on. Why are you talking about the sky now? I'm talking about the Earth.
To tell you, because that's how we map the Earth. And that's also how we navigate across the Earth, by looking at the stars that come around at certain times of years, because we know their location above the Earth we've mapped.
That's cool, man. So could you publish the flat Earth map for me?
No, I mean, I'm personally not going to. That's, beyond my limitation, I'm afraid. But what I will do is point out to you that to do this, you're going to be using angle measuring devices which require the Earth to be level. We wouldn't be able to navigate and map the Earth this way if the surface was curved.
So, I mean, my point still stands. If paper is flat and the Earth is flat, it should be a 1-to-1 correlation.
No, I already told you, no, it doesn't stand. You're trying to scale two different things. In reality, we actually have a limit to our eyesight. We live in air, which has a limit to how long light can propagate. So we see the world quite differently than if the world was printed on a tiny little piece of paper.
Well, it could be a really big piece of paper. Let's say it's a piece of paper the size of your city.
No, you're just going into Imagine Land, and it doesn't exist, this world-sized piece of paper. So you just can't draw an analogy here.
Are you saying that you can't make a flat Earth map?
Yeah, well, you can go and put navigational charts together if you want. If you want to spend all the time doing that.
Yeah, you're welcome to do that.
But you're saying that pieces of paper are flat, the Earth is flat, but you can't make a map.
No, that's not what we're saying.
That sounds like what you're saying.
The way. Well, maybe you should listen again. What we're saying is to map the Earth and navigate the Earth and the stars. We require the Earth to be level because we use angle measuring devices. We're not drawing tangent lines when we use these angle measuring devices, apart from our elevation angles up to stars in the sky.
So you can't make a flat Earth map.
No, that's, like I said, if you want to go and put navigational charts together, if you want to, that will probably give you a better depiction of what the Earth is than I could do, because that's how we navigate the Earth. Charts. You know what a chart is, right? A navigational chart.
Well, yeah, people online have done that already, and it's called Google Earth.
No, I'm not talking about Google Earth where we presuppose the Earth to be a ball. I'm talking about a chart, the flat bit of paper that you're talking about. And then the instruments we're going to use upon it, so like a set square, a compass, and a protractor.
Doesn't it bother any of you that after all these years there is no flat Earth map?
There's loads of flat Earth maps. I'm giving them to you. Navigational charts.
It should be the easiest thing in the world. It should be so easy. The Earth is flat, paper's flat. Make a map.
Is he like
no,
playing?
you're just using fallacies to confuse yourself. Thing is,
are you trying to yeah, my bad. He's trying to confuse himself or something. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, he's just using a fallacy to confuse himself. Problem is, if we test the Earth in multiple ways and in no ways is it spherical, then it can't be spherical. So you're trying to grasp at straws just to make it not true, but it doesn't change the fact that a sextant wouldn't work on the globe. It just wouldn't work.
Have you thought that maybe your tests aren't valid? Your tests are wrong?
No. What we're pointing out is when you use a sextant, you require the Earth to be flat. That's what the gentleman just said.
So how many of you guys have got a sextant?
I used to have one a long time ago.
Again, this is irrelevant. It's just more fallacious appeals. It's not about.
Why is it? I just. How is that?
Because it's about the functionality of the device. It's kind of like a mechanical gyroscope, for instance, doesn't work on a globe that's spinning or a globe in general because it's got a curved surface. So if you move the mechanical gyroscope across the curved surface, the housing of the gyroscope will turn, and you can see that we're on a curved surface. But mechanical gyroscopes don't drift when you move them across the flat surface because they're rigid in space. The same applies if the Earth were turning underneath and moving the housing, you would be able to detect that the Earth is moving, but the Earth isn't moving.
Tacking on to Drace's point, if I may, Drace, is for Dr. Waugh. Do you understand trigonometry? Hold on a second, please, Dr. Waugh. Do you understand trigonometry?
It's a very broad question, but let's just say yes so you can go on with your point.
No, it's not. It's very basic. Trigonometry is a study of three sides tri, which requires three angles, three straight lines. That's my question. Do you understand the study of trigonometry, which is really just a study of a triangle?
So when you said trigonometry, I kind of thought back to high school and SOHCAHTOA and things like that. So
that's exactly my point. Thank you for bringing it, SOHCAHTOA. So the application of SOHCAHTOA, along with the sextant, right, require a flat adjacent, which is the bottom line when you're observing a triangle, right? So as is being identified to you by Drace and by Jedi, is that the study of triangles requires a flat baseline. So this is where when you ask us if anybody's used a sextant, you have to also ask yourself, do you realize how to apply the use of a sextant and the fact that it requires a flat baseline? Thank you. I withdraw.
So do you own a sextant?
My friend, again, you're not flipping the burden of proof questioning onto me and asking me if I've used it. I've just said to you and asked you if you understand the application of SOHCAHTOA, trigonometry, etc. So in applying that, you don't get to flip the questioning onto me and asking if I've used the sextant. Do you understand that? Understand the application of the use of the tool before you ask me if I've used the tool. Does that make sense?
But yeah, of course it does. I'm not sure if you've been here for long. I've been here for an hour or something. But
I've been here for long.
My basic point was that you don't need a straight line because a tangent is a straight line. You create an imaginary tangent on a point, and that gives you your straight line.
This is the problem that you're at right now, is that you're going to attempt to state that sextants have been in use for 300 years, since the 1700s, where sailors navigated the waters using what they saw. They didn't have to imagine anything. They just had to understand how to use the tools in front of them that were left for them to use, right? So you don't get to say that they imagine things, which is an appeal to their minds. That doesn't work in this application.
I wasn't talking about anyone in particular. A tangent is just an imaginary line.
Awesome. Where do you draw your tangent line from?
So if you've got a circle, let's just say we've got a circle on a piece of paper. There's a circle.
Yep.
And if you do your center and you've got a radius. Now draw your radius further out than the circle. So you've just got a big line sticking up over the tangent is that exact point where the radius meets the outside of the circle, and you draw 90 degrees to that, and that is your tangent.
Right, so that's where we have a misunderstanding. So I'm with you when we drew the ball on a bit of paper or the circle, and we had a little man standing on the top of the ball. The tangent line.
Never said little
man. Yeah, I know, but I've got it in my head. It's a little stick up further than the radius. Right, your tangent line, because you said that it's something that we observe that isn't actually real. We just draw it in our minds. Yeah, this little man that's standing on the top of the circle, he's going to draw a tangent line out to the. He's going to draw a tangent line at an angle out toward the curve of the Earth, to which he can't see beyond. That's the tangent line. It's not the line that comes straight out the radius of the Earth out underneath your feet up into your head. The tangent line's from your eye down to the curvature of the Earth that you can't see beyond. Would you agree that's what the tangent is?
No, the tangent is the direct line of sight. Like if you were that tiny little man on the surface, the tangent's not looking down towards the circle. The tangent is looking just straight out at 0 degrees.
So you do understand. That's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said the man was looking out to the curve of the Earth to where he couldn't see anymore. That bit, that angle line is the tangent. Can we agree on that, yeah?
I think so. I mean, he's just looking. It's a direct straight line. He's not looking towards the curve or anything. He's just looking like across the curve, over the top of the curve.
And how it's like somebody needs to draw a bloody circle in the live stream.
Sorry, man.
Draw a tangent line down to the curve of the Earth. Not underneath his feet, out at an angle, because we've got a two-dimensional circle. Yeah, he can see out beyond the Earth, but he can't see beyond the curvature of the Earth. Drawing a fucking circle, mate. I hope you were with me on this. That's the tangent line. Right?
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I had to swap a Bluetooth thing. Sorry, what were you saying? Yeah, we're drawing a tangent to a circle. It's
all right. Do you see what Drake's posted in the live stream voice checks?
Having a look now. Yes.
Okay, so figure A, you've got your first line that's straight down. You've got your tangent, which is out towards the curve of the Earth. That angle, it's got a question mark under it. Do you see that?
Yeah, but that's none of that is what I'm talking about. I've agreed so many times that you can't get an angle off a curve. That's so true.
Yeah, but you're creating a tangent which becomes the curve adjacent. And so when you finish your triangle, which you're trying to create with your curve adjacent line or your tangent, you don't actually get a working triangle to triangulate anything, and your method doesn't function.
So following up to what these gentlemen and Chris and what Jedi are showing you is I tagged up the mathematical breakdown of sine, cosine, and tangent. So again, SOHCAHTOA, right? So when we identify the adjacent, which is the flat baseline, we have the celestial body, which is at the peak of the hypotenuse and the opposite, right? You're able to use sine, cosine, tangent, which are mathematical functions of trigonometry to figure out your baseline, which is your distance to point that you're navigating.
The point is with this tangent line that you draw, when you use a sextant, you want to know how high above the surface you are. The reason why you want to do this is because you want to bring your calculation down to zero. You want to reduce your altitude so you're literally on the surface of the Earth. So you can then draw a straight line from your position on the surface of the Earth out across towards the horizon. This then gives you your flat baseline. From this flat baseline, you can take an elevation angle up to a star. You understand that underneath your zenith, when you get your, your plumb bob out, you've created one straight line. When you use a sextant, or you can use a fucking spirit level if you want to, you're going to get another straight line. 90 degrees here between what's above you and what's across the surface of the Earth, out towards your horizon. You then measure an angle up to a star. You can only do this on a flat surface. And even within the
why is there an elevation dip angle? Why does that come into this effect?
Yeah, so why is there an elevation dip angle? Well done. So the horizon at distance, it can be at any distance, but you will take into account your altitude above the surface of the horizon because you've risen above that surface. Again, what you're doing is you're taking your math down to zero, the level of the Earth, so you can draw a straight line from you now at the level of the Earth out towards the horizon. This is the calculation that takes you down to the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so is that an admission that the horizon lowers with altitude?
Of course it does, but it doesn't curve in the way that a ball would demonstrate. It descends in the way that any flat surface would do when you're rising above it and leaving it.
So I've been in a plane with my phone doing the app that does level, and it showed me that the horizon was about 3 degrees below level. Do you agree with that statement? Have you ever tried that?
I haven't tried that, but I'd agree with you that with altitude, the horizon does appear to descend a bit, yeah. But do you understand why? Do you understand why?
Well, my understanding is because we're on a globe and it's curving away in all directions. So when you go up higher, your actual level, the horizon becomes lower than your tangent level.
Yeah, I get you. So that's what we would understand the Earth to do is if we were leaving it, right, it would descend below us, right? But do you now understand that we're now seeing the curvature of the Earth where we weren't seeing it before, as in down at ground level? That bit wasn't observable and measurable. We're about to go up into the sky to see the horizon do anything, right?
Absolutely, and I'm comfortable with that. I feel that the higher you go, the easier it is to see.
Yeah, of course, but it's just, changing your angle above the surface. The reason why the horizon doesn't rise up to meet your eye level on a flat Earth, for example, is because you're leaving the surface. And that is a lower level. If you were to create another surface directly underneath your feet at, say, 60,000 feet in the air, and watch that surface now disappear towards the horizon, that new horizon you've created will be above the one that's down on the floor that you left 50,000 feet below you. So your eye level has changed. Necessarily, the midpoint of your eye has changed. When you're down at surface level, yeah, the horizon appears to meet the midpoint of your fucking eye, especially when you're standing on the Earth. But when you gain altitude above it, your midpoint's risen. Create another surface out from underneath your feet and tell me where that horizon is. It's above the other one you left behind. It's demonstrated in computer graphics.
Honestly, man, I tried to follow that, but I really did not understand what you were saying then.
All right, let's try it like this. Imagine you've got a 1,000-story building. Okay, can you imagine that?
Yeah. Just talk in kilometers, if you will. So I'm like, 1 kilometer high?
Yeah. No, I've just got a 1,000-story building now. Okay. Now imagine that 1,000-story building extends in towards the distance, and you're standing at ground level looking down a corridor. Can you imagine that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So you can see the horizon. It seems to be at the midpoint of your view. The building that you're standing in is translucent, but the floor that you're standing at the moment you can see. You can go up to the top of the building. Now, if you were to make that floor where it wasn't translucent, your horizon now would be above the one that you left behind because it's down on the floor. Do you understand that? You've risen above one surface and it appears to disappear at one angle, and as you rise above it, that appears to descend. But if you were to create a new level or floor to look across, your horizon would be above that horizon that you left behind.
Here's another thing. My
it sounds like you're just trying to say that I'm taking off in a plane, and I'm in a plane, and I'm taking off.
Dr. Y, I have the answer to the previous question. Might cut out, and now I'm back. Imagine a plane since we're talking about imagination.
I just said that.
All right, so imagine a plane at level flight. Would it be flying level? Or do you understand anything about aerodynamics and how planes work? You were asking about whether, it's 3 degrees above, the horizon or whatever. It can't maintain level flight unless it's heading. When they're driving the plane, they have to actually fly above the horizon, maintain level with the horizon, but the lift of the plane actually keeps them in level flight. Depending on the altitude, the speed, you have to adjust all of that based on the horizon, which you're always moving toward, which never changes. The horizon is a level, stationary object, not an object. It's just where it's Earth. What this is, people probably don't. This is like no aircraft pilot flies over the curvature of the Earth. I mean, nobody does that. And they're not maintaining. The only reason there would be a deviation, to the horizon would be because of their altitude or speed or anything. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Never has, never will be. No pilot uses curvature of the Earth at all. I mean, airplanes travel from one airport to another. Would you ever jump on an airplane if you didn't know where it was going to land?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Then everybody understands the concepts of looking at 2 train tracks disappearing in the distance. Those train tracks appearing to converge, but not actually physically converging. We understand that, right? Yes, Jedi.
I do. I understand it, but
yeah.
You're not asking me.
So I'm trying to elucidate why the horizon appears to descend with altitude. So we understand the 2 train tracks don't physically touch each other; they just appear to converge. Now imagine you've got train tracks laid next to train tracks laid next to train tracks out horizontally, so from left to right. Now we understand at the distance those train tracks don't converge in one single point. They disappear out into the horizon. Now if you were to stack those train tracks 90 degrees on top of each other, you would see a narrower angle with the ones that were above you with the horizon difference than the ones that you were looking at whilst you were standing with them. So when you observe the train tracks which are now parallel standing on top of each other going up, you appear to see one line converge in one dimension. as you gain altitude, climb the train tracks, if you will, and you now look across a new set of train tracks, that horizon is lower. Sorry, that horizon meets your eye level. The one that you left on the floor is lower because it doesn't physically touch. Same with your eye line, right? Yes, Jedi.
Could I just quickly say, is there any other single person here that could just summarize what Jedi just said?
Yeah. Probably not.
Yeah,
Do I have to do it on an English accent?
No one understood you, Jedi. That was
we all understood him, buddy.
Okay, thank you, Grace. Could you please summarize what he just said?
Yeah, he was trying to teach you about how optics in your eyes work, how train tracks converge in the distance. But when you rise, you can actually see further, and you can see that the convergent point moves.
The convergent point.
Optical resolution. As you gain altitude, you're able to unpack what's happening. You need to increase your angular resolution, optical resolution, so that you can further figure out what's happening beyond the distance, right? This is what's happening when we look and we stand on the floor. And the higher altitude we gain, 35,000 feet cruising altitude in a 747, we still see the floor meeting the sky, the ceiling, continuously in all directions. Right, which is what Jedi is attempting to explain to you. Train tracks appear to converge when we're standing on the ground, but yet when we go up in the sky, we actually just see that the train tracks just continue to run.
So
does this make sense to you, or am I being?
So you're trying to say that like the ground is one train track, and the sky is another train track, and they appear to converge.
You're putting things ahead of things. We're trying to instill in you the idea that as you gain altitude, you're able to see further distances, right? If we were actually interacting with something with a set dimension, right? 3959 apparently is the mile, right? That the horizon would start to curve as we gain altitude. These are visual geometric properties. These are things that should be happening, but they don't. This is what we're trying to explain to you. Is this making sense?
What do you actually mean when you say the horizon should curve? Do you mean like left to right?
Again, my friend, please bear in mind, if I'm standing on top of the Houston Astrodome or a structure that has a curve to it, right? A helicopter comes along, picks me up off of that curved surface I'm standing on. As I go away from that surface, I'm going to see that the curve itself goes away from me, won't I? Won't I?
It's away from you.
Yes, a helicopter comes and picks me up off of that curved domed surface I'm standing on. Won't that curved surface appear to go away from me as I go away from it?
No, you just that's the building that you were on, and you'll just see the building, and you'll fly away from it, and you'll see the building as it is.
Right, but
the curve won't go away from you.
But you're able to realize that you're leaving a surface, right?
Yeah, because you're on a helicopter flying away.
Right, this is the point. Now, if we look at railway tracks laid on the ground, right? And a helicopter comes and picks me up. I'm looking at the railway tracks. What happens?
So you're on railway tracks. You're like tied up, about to get railway train, but a helicopter comes, picks you up, and you just go straight up in the air.
Yep. And I'm looking at the railway tracks.
I'm going to see the horizon get lower and lower and lower, and I'm going to see the train tracks do the same thing as they always did before. Seem to meet at an infinite point in the distance.
In an infinite point off in the distance. This is the point. Do you realize that you can't be leaving the horizon, right, and seeing the railway tracks off in the distance? This is the problem. Right, again, as Chris was attempting to explain to you, is that as you go up in the air, you just continually see a further distances of those railway tracks converging in the distance. This is the problem.
But I mean, I guess my problem is all of this stuff that you're trying to explain to me, it would be so easy if you just put it into a program, put it into a computer like, hey guys, here's the flat Earth, and we could just do it then. Like I could just be like a little sim character in a program, and here's the flat Earth. Just do you know what I mean?
But it's okay. So you're in this room. Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, you're all right. You carry on. No,
well, I know.
all I was saying is
I'll say in withdrawing is that the appeal, right, is not on Chris right now and us to try to appeal to your singular mind, right? There are 8 billion people on the surface of this earth that all put up their hand and say, I can see level whenever I want to, right? Now we're picking your mind right now because you came here and we have to create a computer program to show to you. Yet if you went to the tool shop, you could buy a level and see it wherever. Thank you for that space, Chris. Please go ahead.
You're fine.
But I guess it's not creating a program for me. It's creating a program for everyone, for yourselves, just so that you could just show a newbie like me, just this is how it is. It seems to me that everything's so simple in flat Earth. Everything's so easy. Like the Earth is flat, the map is flat. Everything's so simple. So it should be pretty simple to put it all together.
There's lots of maps out there, though. So you can look at like the AE map, for example, and loads of other, North Pole centric kind of maps. But to give you a model of everything would mean that we would have to know everything, so we could put it into a scientific or most definitely testable model. Not just put it in a computer program, because we can map the stars above what we think of the Earth to be, but that also makes claims to, how some people think that they observe the stars. We don't know a lot of things about the world around us, so to make an actual physical model would be to make claims that honestly we couldn't make. And that's just being honest, mate. Just honestly couldn't make the claims to make a model of the fucking whole Earth environment. Like the limitations of reality.
I guess you don't need to go to the whole Earth straight away. It can just be, here's this part of the flat Earth, here's this part of the flat Earth. There's no rule.
But we already have all that. It's called. We already have all that. All the basic maps function flat.
That's what I was trying to point out when I was saying navigational charts. I mean, this is when we use this type of technology.
But I agree with all of that. Every map, every single piece of paper that you can fit on your desk, an A3 that maps a bit of the Earth, of course that's going to be accurate. All of those bits are accurate.
Just because it's not just because the paper's flat, because the technology and the geometry that we apply. Like when we've got a flat piece of paper, we have to understand that primarily what we're going to be doing is drawing either our course or our angles to stuff. It's how we mapped coastlines, taking angles from me out at sea to this lighthouse and that thing over there. That's an angle. And when we're talking about measuring angles to known stars at known times of year, then we need that to be a measurable angle. So it's the utilage of the technology that we apply. Now, yeah, we can use a bit of fucking paper. I'm saying charts, but ultimately it's the tools that we use when we're using these charts. Compasses, not just the ones that point north, but the ones that draw circles. Protractors and set squares, things that give us triangles and 90 degrees. Because all we're doing is measuring angles when we're navigating across the Earth that we've mapped using angles. We wouldn't be able to map the way that we have, navigate the way that we have, both the Earth and map the sky in the way that we have, if the Earth was a ball. We wouldn't have used this technology to do so, and we used this technology before the Earth was a ball.
Has anybody on the Flat Earth team ever tried to put all of those maps together?
Not myself. I don't know whether it's incumbent on me or any one individual person to give us maybe their conceptualization of what reality is and how everything works for us to go out and physically test it. But
we're not a government or with unlimited financial. Just a second. We're not a government with unlimited financial opportunities to create something like that. However, there have been individuals who have tried to do stuff like that. We as a whole do not back those attempts just because we're not going to put our names on something that we don't know 100%. These are conceptual ideas based on the data points that they had in their hands when they made those maps or illustrations. The best one I think I could give you is Antonio Subirats, because he took magnetic declination and a bunch of the maps and tried to see where the anomalies was within the globe, where there was anomalies in shipping time and where small issues existed. And so he tried to change a little bit of the orientation to try to fix those errors so it would all work out better. But it's just a concept. In order to verify that, it would require a massive endeavor of humanity with massive resources, and you're asking individual resources researchers to spend all their money on that.
Well, but you're not individual researchers, are you? You're a team now.
Yes, we are. No, we are individual researchers. We are not a cult. We don't have finances of the cult that you believe in, of your religion. That cult is a unified cult. We are not. We have different opinions, and we all are individual researchers who come at this from different angles.
I never said cult. I said team. You're like a team of
I wouldn't say
guys.
that. No, we can be a team, but that means a very small individual, localized team of individual researchers who decide to work together. There's no coherent structure here or cult. There's nothing here that can be even ascribed a cult-like aspect, and we try to maintain that. So we cannot work in this gigantic way that you want because of the attacks of people from your side.
Okay, I feel like all of that was a little bit unwarranted. I was asking, you guys are a team. I'm sure you've got a bunch of people in this server from all over the world. There must be some effort to draw your data together to create some sort of map, right?
Already told you.
You guys must
people
be
try to do
doing
that individually. Other people try to help them. It's a very small, localized effort because otherwise we would be classed as a cult by your friends or people like you.
No, I'm offended that you're trying to put that at me. I think it's an excellent endeavor. I think that trying to question the consensus is an excellent thing to do all the time. And the more and more people, and I mean, I know your server's growing and growing. I know there's more and more members all the time, and it just seems it seems like you should be trying to, like, you keep saying solidarity or like single people or something. You should. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. You guys should try and put all your information together.
Yeah. That's all well and good. We can try to pull our information together. We have done that. We have created documentaries and all sorts of things that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt to any thinking man who has a fucking brain cell to rub together that the world isn't a globe.
This is the point.
We've been trying to elucidate this to you, but you just keep waffling and trying to twist and use weasel words to try to run away from the fact.
And I want to touch on that for a quick sec, Drace's point, and listening to you say, well, you should try to put your network together. Here, you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to appeal again to the 8 billion potentially people that are on this earth, right? And I know that they have the same senses that I do, i.e., sight, touch, their brains, all these different things, but their vestibular systems all work like mine do. I know that for a fact. And I know for a fact that they can go to their local hardware store, buy a level, right? Drop it on any planar surface they have within their reach, right? And observe level. That's a fact. Now, the issue that then comes is your MSM people that paint your globe narrative, they take the definition of level and they introduce curve to it. Now, I'm going to ask you, Doctor, how insane is that you're going to try to tell me that curve is built into level? Hello? Is this thing on?
I mean, it's a pretty crazy question, but I mean,
that's my point.
I did hear what you just said, but would you guys like to hear my experiment that I have devised over the years?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to, with my spirit, I'm going to say no, because the fact is, I just asked you a very sensible question, and your knee-jerk reaction was to present another what-if scenario. Right? I'm presenting to you hard world facts about how this place operates, and you're not going to attempt to drop in a 99.9% obfuscation to try to get away from the point that I just asked you. Okay, so that space that
you just asked was a weird word confusion between level and curve.
No, it wasn't. Go look it up. Go look up the definition of level and see what your people have done to the words that are written. Go ahead and look it up.
I'm sure that the definition of level says something to do with adhering to the gravity of the Earth.
But you're going to introduce gravity into the discussion now?
I'm sure that really level means something like down to the center of the Earth, and that's what your problem is with the word level.
That's really funny, dude. That's not how that works.
Check this out. If gravity turns things into spheres, how does it also pull things to the center of mass to make level? It's either spherical or it's flat and level. Which one is it?
Hey, do you guys not want to hear my experiment, though?
Absolutely not, no.
No. Okay.
Before you're going to tell us about any experiments, I would like to hear you... Before you tell us about your experiments, I would like to hear you to tell me what an experiment is.
Oh, shit.
I think an experiment is any endeavor that you do to try and gain knowledge.
Incorrect.
So when you go to the toilet, you're doing experiments?
Every single time. Do I wipe left, right, up, down, backwards, forward?
That's not science. That's not experiments.
Hold on. Do you understand how ridiculous
that
means
is? To gain knowledge. Get smarter.
Hold on.
That's all it means.
Excellent. So am I doing science when I open the window to gain knowledge about what's going on outside?
Of course you are.
Of course I am. Are you an idiot? Come on, I'm not doing science when I open a window.
Tell me, Jedi, do you gain knowledge? Do you get smarter when you open that window? Do you gain knowledge?
That's not science.
Yeah, that's not science. Does a pig doing
No,
science when he wakes up in the morning and looks in the trough and finds out, oh, there's food there? Yes.
So science, when we studied a physical.
Let me ask: when you open that window, Dr. Walsh or Wah or whatever,
hold on.
When you open that window, where is the control variable? Where is the independent variable? Where is the rest of the experiment?
None of that matters. If you're getting smarter, you're doing science.
No.
Dr. Wah, science is a method to establish a cause and effect relationships through experimentation, following strict methodology, and it's got to be something in the natural world that you see, form your hypothesis, construct your experiment, and try and falsify what you've been claiming. So just looking at something, making an observation.
Science means getting smarter.
No.
Would you Would you agree that there's a method to science? Would you?
Yeah, I guess maybe.
Agree that the scientific method? Yeah. Would you agree that some guy in history developed a method called the scientific method, a logical format to figure out the cause and effect relationship in the?
No, I wouldn't say some guy. I would have said there were many millions of people that figured out many different ways to get smarter at something.
Okay, so you don't agree that some guy from long ago came up with the scientific method that's been applicable for a good few hundred years? I agree that lots of people have gained. Hold on, I haven't finished.
No, sorry.
I would agree that lots of people have gained knowledge, but at one point in history, some guy came up with the scientific method. Would you agree that some guy has come up with the scientific method?
I mean, if you're talking about a guy that the very first guy that defined the word scientific method, yeah, sure, someone did that probably by himself, sure. But we all do it all the time. We're always trying to get smarter, and we're always just experimenting with everything. Should I sleep on my left or my right? Should I do this? Should I do that? Everything is a scientific experiment.
I'm tired of talking to this guy.
I know. But when we are doing science in laboratories and stuff under controlled conditions to elucidate what causes stuff to happen, that is called the scientific method. We're not just opening windows to gain knowledge about the world. There's a strict method to understanding cause and effect relationships in laboratories and shit. You understand there is a scientific method, right?
Yeah, but you understand that all you're trying to do is gain knowledge.
Yeah.
That's not science.
But what we're trying to do is gain knowledge about one specific thing or one specific question. That question is, what caused that to happen? That being a phenomena, something happening. We want to figure out what caused that to happen. We do that within experiments and stuff.
It's still, you're trying to find something out that you didn't know into something that you do know. That's gaining
that's
knowledge.
not science.
That's science.
That's called pseudoscience. It consists of statements, beliefs, or practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method. Science requires the scientific method.
So are you saying that if you do something and you gain knowledge, but it wasn't to the scientific method, then you don't know
It's not science then. It's just you just gained knowledge. It's something completely different.
There's many different questions in the world. What something is or how something happened. Right?
Yeah, just like the shape of the Earth. It's the shape of the Earth conversation. Sorry, Jedi. It's the shape of the Earth conversation, right? What is the Earth? That is not a science question, for example. That's why if you gain knowledge of what the Earth is, you didn't use the scientific method to do it, did you?
Sounds like a geometry question.
Right. It has nothing to do with science. It has everything to do with measurement. You don't do science. You don't do an experiment when you want to find out what the Earth is. Does that make sense, Dr. Wall?
I just disagree fundamentally. I think everyone's doing science all the time. I think science is just gaining knowledge, getting smarter.
Here's the thing, though, Dr. Wall. Like, I don't know if you understand this or not. It's not an agree to disagree position. It's either you're right or wrong. And in this case, you're completely wrong when if you think that's all it is, because the standard wasn't up to you to be an arbiter of that standard. It's already a method that's been given so that we can discover the physical and natural world that we live in. So we are doing things that we examine with the method to then produce what is the cause of the effect. Now you, on the other hand,
you guys are like religious scientists now.
No, this isn't
you
religious.
Guys are like,
this isn't.
Hang on. You're like, there's this one method that you have to follow, and if you don't,
no, stop.
I've been trying to tell you that there's a difference between science and belief this entire time. So you can't turn around and say they're being religious.
There's a difference. I mean, you have to identify that, and you not identifying that is like maybe your own personal bias because you think that you don't need to adhere to it. But that's not the case. It's not a agree to disagree position. Like I said before, it's you're just wrong. And so that's fine if you are, just you have to understand the correct way to identify what is the scientific method used for. And we're telling you, it's pretty simple, right? When we do science in an experiment, people are trying to find the cause of the effect, and that is the case. But when it comes to things that you can know that has nothing to do with the scientific method, that is not science. Does that make sense?
Let me help you out a little bit. I have a little bit of.
Who was that just talking now?
That was Miggy. I have a little quote for you.
Oh, Miggy.
It's
Miggy,
to help you out.
How long do you brew your tea when you make your tea? How long do you leave it in the water?
That's not science.
Well, that's totally irrelevant. By the way, you told us that everything is science. You told us everything is science, but here's Henry Petrosky, professor of engineering and history at Duke University. Do I need to mute you?
Over each other, boys.
Please mute this guy. Just
take a breath.
Okay, so here's a quote for you. It's from Henry Petrosky, professor of engineering and history of Duke University. Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. So conflating science with everything, saying everything is science, you're just shitting all over science. Do you understand that?
We need some confirmation here, please. Because we're not going to keep spinning our wheels on this decision.
Sorry, hang on. Are you saying some guy said something once, sometime in a quote that learning isn't science?
Dr. Wall, you can't hand-wave dismiss it.
There's more than that. I can give you more quotes.
Hold on, Grace. I'm not going to allow you to sit here in this VC and hand-wave dismiss this information that you know to be true because of your personal bias, sir. You have to understand this is what this means. Either you're right or wrong about what science is. That's what we all know. Like, we're not... There's many examples, too. You just talked about brewing tea and that. Like, how are you doing science when you're trying to measure the cause of an effect, right? Now, water boiling, however, that is something you can look at, right? At what temperature it boils at sea level. If you rise in elevation, that's going to change. But if you understand at sea level, water boils at a specific temperature, that's what you're trying to do. You're figuring out why does water boil at this specific temperature all the time. So you're measuring the cause of an effect, and you're seeing the natural phenomena of water boil, and you're seeing what you're trying to manipulate the independent variable to get the end result of finding out what is causing that water to boil at that specific temperature. But now, if you're just saying that tea is being made and you're making tea, but there's something that's irrelevant to what the method is trying to produce. So, like I said, you might have some struggle with this, but you have to grapple with the scientific method as to how it's adhered to, and not just your own. It's not something like, well, let me just make up my own thing in my own head and then apply that. It's what it actually is, and we're telling you what it is. You're disagreeing with the fact that what it is. You're not disagreeing with us. You're just disagreeing with the actual method itself and saying, well, I don't like that. Well, that's too bad. It's not about what you like or dislike. It's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, at least acknowledge that much. We're trying to get you there. If you can acknowledge that much, then we're good. That it's not us saying it. We're telling you what it actually is. And you're trying to redefine what the scientific method is to suit whatever. I don't know what you're trying to argue. I just got in here, but it seems like you want it to mean whatever you want it to mean, and that's not the case. You're either right or wrong on this. Hopefully that helps, Dr. Wall, because
it's also okay to be wrong about stuff. In fact, the reason I'm still here is because I continue to find myself wrong about things I used to think I was right about.
Oh, thanks, Glenn.
The idea where everything is science, you'll hear people say that, like in psychology. Like a psychologist would say, everything is psychology. Or sociology, everything is sociology. Or an economics person, everything is economics. What they're not doing is they're not seeing the forest through their trees. They're looking at a very small view of their expertise and then trying to apply that to everything. And they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, we have different classes at school. Math classes, science classes, because they're different.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a multiple interdisciplinary fields that are supposed to prove the globe to you. So when you say everything is science, that's not possible in a globe paradigm. I guess he must have left.
No, I'm still here. You guys have been going on for a while. So first question.
Whoa.
So, Miggy, how long do you let your tea brew?
I know, but you were gone for wait. I'm trying to figure out, Dr. Wall, what did you miss? You didn't tell us you were leaving, and then you were gone for a while, and all of a sudden you're back?
No, Miggy. I was asking, like, you brewing your tea is an experiment. Because if you brew it for a minute, you don't like the taste. If you brew it for 2 minutes, you do like the taste.
Dr. Wall, please, like for one moment. We were speaking to you, and you didn't announce that you were leaving, so there has been a lot of information that you missed. So
I was listening. I was listening the whole time. You just kept talking, so there was nowhere to talk.
Okay, sorry. I just making sure that we're not having a misstep here with like good information going to you, and you're just not there. So I was going to say, if you are going to leave, just say, "Hey, I'm going to be back in a little bit," and then we know not to speak.
Of course, I will. That's polite. I will do that.
Hey, guys. This is not the part where we're answering your question, Dr. Wall. It's the part where you concede as to what science is.
Well, I was trying to talk to Miggy about and I was trying to give an example about the tea brewing, but everything got awry.
Well, what did you want to say about tea brewing, man? Like, I don't know.
Well, I'm simply trying to say that it's just everything we do in life is like a tiny little mini experiment. When you brew your tea, if you leave it for a minute, if you leave it for 2 minutes, if you leave it for 3 minutes, you're conducting a little experiment every time. And eventually you find out what is the perfect amount of time to leave your tea brewing for your taste buds. Everything's a little mini experiment.
No, it's
and
not.
so everything becomes a little mini bit of science. That's my point.
Dr. Wall, can you hear Creation Bear saying that's not science? Like, I don't know if you understand what we're saying here. It's not what... If I make something up in my own head and then apply it to the world and say, hey, this is what I think this is, and it's not the actual thing I'm speaking about, and I'm corrected on it, I should at least be humbled enough to take the correction and be like, oh, let me look at what you're saying. But in this case, in your own mind, you're agreeing with yourself, basically, that what you're saying is true. And we're telling you, like, I don't care what you might think about what science is. It only can matter what it is. And we all have to either understand that this is the case of what science is or not. And many people, not just you, Dr. Wall, need to understand when we're talking about that method in this room, that it's adhering to that specific way of how it's the end result is produced. And it's not like, I think science is looking up at the night sky and saying, well, what are the stars? Well, I think they're made of plasma because that light is a different color. We use spectroscopy here on Earth, and that if you start doing that, then everything is science. Everything. And so that leaves the door open for interpretation of what science is and how it can be applied. This is what we're trying to tell. We're trying to reason with you right now, at least. And
we're trying to teach you.
You know, so that you can understand that we're not just in here speaking out of turn. Go ahead, guys. I want to speak to your at least ability for you to reason, because I've never spoken to you. You have been silent this whole time. I've been trying to talk to you in this room, but this is the first time I've heard you in the voice call, like actually talking. So I don't know what's the reason that maybe you're lurking. Now you're ready to talk, or what cases. But go ahead, Craig.
I just want to say one thing real quick. 39 minutes after the hour, here's a quote from the National Science Teachers Association, which just completely contradicts your very malformed understanding of this.
Thanks for that, Drace.
The one reason why this scientific method was ever brought around was to remove personal bias, right? Not necessarily what the individual thinks about what's going on, but when they physically test it within an experiment, removing all personal bias and just seeing if this causes that to happen. So what science is, removing of personal bias and just answering the question why something happened.
That's pretty simple. I don't really think it's something to argue about, to be honest. I don't know why people have trouble with it. And well, I guess I know why, but I don't see what the purpose would be. It's like it just describes a specific thing, and it's supposed to be used for determining the cause of an effect. And why would somebody then want to use that for everything that we say we know? That doesn't apply. Like, we can't apply the scientific method to everything we know. That's just not going to work. But that's okay.
It sounds like
we don't need that.
It sort of sounds like saying science might be a bit of a trigger word. So you know what? From now on, instead of science, I'm just going to say knowledge, and that's done.
So yeah. What if you? Well, it's not, because if you say you're doing science, then what method have you done to achieve the process of observing a natural phenomena and then seeing that natural phenomena taking place and then trying to figure out the cause of an effect? Because that's what science is.
That's it, Miggy. I'm not doing that anymore. All I'm doing is doing knowledge. I'm not doing science.
Well, if you derive something because of what size are my feet to go in what shoes, like you're just going to measure your foot, and then because of the systems that we have already put in place, but before we even got here, right? There's certain measuring systems. Now we're going to use those systems to actually function with an agreement to say, this is a measurement of my foot. It's, X amount or whatever. And then you're going to find a shoe that actually fits that. You're not doing science. That's not science. You're just trying to figure out what size shoe you fit. So it's a measurement. That's it. But you can still know the size of your foot without doing science.
Yeah, it's not an experiment.
Just like with the tea and the brewing the tea. You're just doing knowledge. That's all right. You're just getting
you can be
smarter
gaining
about how
knowledge
you
from
make
all
tea.
sorts of aspects. That's correct.
Yeah, but
you can gain knowledge from many things. But a scientific experiment requires three components: the variables, the constants, and the controls. If you don't have a dependent variable, if you don't have an independent variable, if you don't have any controls, you don't have an experiment.
And you're not doing science. So what happens in this case, people come in here and say, we're doing science when we look up the stars. The idea that science can be done with everything, it then becomes like a term that they use to kind of solidify the legitimacy of what happens when they make these bold claims about what's happening in the sky. For instance, like I told you, like, what is a star made of? And this character came in here and said, well, it's plasma. And I asked him, how do you know that? You know what he responded to me, Dr. Wall? Science. That's his one-word answer to the explanation as to how he knows what a star is made of. Science. So they're biased.
Now I know what I should say is just knowledge. I shouldn't say science. That's a bad word.
Well, no, it's also what is used to actually attain that knowledge, right? How did you attain that knowledge? And because their idea of science and the way they're using it, it's a misnomer. It's not science. They're not doing science. They're making a guess, an educated guess as to what they're thinking that could be. But that's just somebody saying things. That's not like running it through a process, right? Like, well, we're going to find out that a star, whatever natural phenomena that's taking place right now, we're going to observe that natural phenomena and try to find out the cause of the effect by manipulating the variables. So if you can't do that, then you're not doing science. And that's what a lot of what people nowadays are making these new definitions and declaring that now science is this. You can even cite sources where it even becomes like kind of what you're saying. So it's been a bit more open interpretation, let's say. So I could see why you would say the things that you do about science, because there's modern terms where it makes it seem like this is the right thing to do. When we say things, we can just say science behind it, and then it just legitimizes the thing we're saying. But in all reality, when we're trying to figure out the cause of an effect, we're not. The only thing we can do is science. But if we're saying, my tea brewing or something like that, you're not doing science. You're just basically you're having knowledge of like, okay, whatever, tea you like.
I like my tea like this.
So, yeah, I don't know. Where do you stand with that? I'm sorry, I came in late, but are we already at the part where he's already talked about like his understanding of the shape of the Earth conversation? Because he's been in here, he's lurking. I know Dr. Wall's been sitting in here, so you have been listening to these conversations. But
Mickey, please don't make us suffer through this again, dude.
Oh, did you walk through with him? Sorry, guys, I'm coming in late. So, did you already walk through with him certain things that I don't know about? Like,
yeah, pretty much. We've been spinning around for maybe 2 hours or so, but
yeah, we just came in. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it feels like with the way the conversation's gone that this guy has now figured out that he's using maybe words a little bit wrong. He's now said that knowledge, which was basically, my first kind of rebuttal to him about science not being the tool that you would use when figuring out the shape of an object. So basically, we just swapped words. He's now at a knowledge base that he believes the Earth is a ball. I say knowledge and believe because I think maybe it's a good time that you had a little conversation with him, Mickey.
Yeah. I don't want to step on any toes, man. Did you guys have listen, I'm gonna take a step back if somebody was a conversation with them, let's say. So I'll take the back seat, no problem. Like if somebody was already talking to him about it, that's why I'm asking.
We haven't got there yet. We haven't got there yet.
Well, you're in good hands, Dr. Wall, I think, in here.
It just seems like we're getting there now.
I'm gonna I'll let CV or you take the wheel if you want. I can talk to him. I don't have an issue. I'm just saying I don't know what you guys feel like because you were on a roll. So I just came in here. You know me, I always got to say something. But Drace was even on here. Oh, Drace is muted, or he definitely.
Matt, what did you guys go over already?
Okay, so we've been through a lot of stuff over the last few hours. We started off talking about, I don't know, my first conversation was along the lines of sextants and measuring angles. We started talking about, we've been everywhere, non-spin of the Earth. We've been dancing around, our counterclaims to what he thinks certain things are. So we've been down south and looked at stars. But we haven't been really isolating one particular point. We've tried to, explain trigonometry. We've even been as far as long distance observations and then propagating signals like with radar and Marconi. We've given lots of demonstrations of different things, but yeah, we haven't kind of isolated him down. We all understand the man's got a belief. I don't think he understands that just yet. He thinks he's got knowledge. Or we've accumulated enough knowledge so that's the base that he's coming from.
Yeah, the stars, right? Parallax. There's a parallax. Coney, talking about the sextant. Talking about maps, right? Talking about just scientific. What is science?
Matt, you're breaking up, bro. We hear you coming in and out. At least I do. You might want to check your mic or something. Yeah, you want to try again? Because we heard you like in and out, coming in and out. Go ahead, Matt. If you, we just couldn't hear you, bro.
Mic check.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, they talked about parallax, maps, Marconi, the sextant, angles off of curves, tangents. Spoke about tried to talk about the scientific method. Yeah, it was painful. Quite painful.
Is he still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here, just listening to you talking about me.
Yeah, most everything. Like if you bring up a point, he'll just, dude, he's not ready to listen. He doesn't want to hear.
Do you think that's an accurate summation of what really happened?
Well, let's just. I guess we'll just speak to the guy. Dr. Wall, is it? Yeah. So have you been listening to our conversations in here? I've seen you lurking, so I just need a confirmation as to like what you know, so that we don't.
Oh yeah, I've been lurking.
Yeah, we don't go over things that you probably already know. Let's say. I'd rather just let's save some time so that we can. If you've been lurking, you already know what we're talking about in here, and it kind of gets us. But what is your viewpoint on the paradigm of the cosmology that you adhere to? Is it a worldview where you still think it's a globe? Like, because I don't know. Maybe other people know. I don't. So where do you come from? Like, what is your viewpoint? Can you tell me?
Yeah, of course I can. It's a straight back to the beginning of the conversation. For me, I know you've just joined, but it is a globe. My number one globe proof is the fact that I'm Australian and I see the stars go in opposite direction to the way that I see them in the northern hemisphere.
So stars are your biggest evidence that the Earth is a globe. Is this correct?
I mean, the biggest evidence would be the photos from space, which I believe in. But the easiest on hand, down to earth, on the ground evidence is yes, the stars go different directions. That's my proof.
You mean the southern star trails, to be more specific, are over time lapse footage?
Yeah. I'm in Australia. I was in Vegas actually a couple of months ago, and it was easy to see that if you lie down on the ground anywhere, if you look up, the stars go in one direction, and then down here, the stars go another direction. Very easy.
Do you know that? And I don't know if you know this or not, but we've had many conversations about star trails with other individuals. Do you know that in the night sky here in America, you can actually see two different rotations and also see a straight line pattern? I don't know if you're aware of this, but I'm just bringing this to your mind right now, so at least you can see the perspective of what you can see in your night sky. The idea that the rotational pattern only happens a specific way where you live is also something that is not true.
Well, I think where
in your same night sky, you can see two different, or maybe three even different patterns. You can see a pattern moving clockwise, another one counterclockwise, and one moving directly straight across. In your night sky, you can actually see these things. So I'm bringing something to you. Maybe you've never thought about, because I've talked about many different experiences, like when we look at our night sky, what we can see. But I do agree with you on the fact that you can see these rotational patterns. I would say, I can see them too. Like there isn't anything that you're seeing that I can't see myself. But to say that only one type of rotational pattern is happening, or one type of pattern, is because you're in a certain area, I think you're missing the bigger picture, which is if you actually take a look at the entire night sky, not just one specific direction, like looking south, then you'll see that many different things are happening. It's not just the one thing you thought it was.
Sorry to interrupt.
None of that, Niggy, is what I said. I didn't say looking in a certain direction. I said when I'm in the southern hemisphere, I can lie down on the ground in any direction, and I see them rotate one way. And then when I'm in the northern hemisphere and lie down on the ground, I can see them rotate the other way. That's all my claim is.
Yeah, but you don't have to go to, like, let's say Las Vegas to see the rotational pattern differently. You can just turn around and face north and then see it for yourself where you're at in Australia.
That's actually not true though. If I'm just lying on the ground and I turn around,
it's absolutely 100% true.
No,
listen, you know why I know that this is true? Because you haven't done it yet, first of all, and then when you do a time lapse,
I have done it.
Okay, so do this because I think what needs to happen now, because this is going to be knowledge, right? It's a knowledge thing.
Just type a message
I think you guys are.
Is somebody jumping in here?
Yeah, Seafoam, hold on, brother.
Oh yeah, you don't know the culture here, by the way, guys. So if you're brand new to this forum, mute up, because the moderators in here will mute you if you interrupt. There's a process that we do and we allow for the person that we're speaking to kind of come to a reason with us. So if you start to interject, we're going to mute you straight away without any questions asked. So this is kind of a warning for any new person that's like listening to us. But back to Dr. Wall. So if you go to your night sky, right, and you see up in the sky, and if you do a time-lapse footage of 360, the entire night sky of where you are at, you will notice the different patterns in the sky. In your same night, you don't have to travel to Vegas and then look up. And it's because this idea that you have, that so far as you know, has been taught to you, and you've been told that there's only one rotational pattern where you live, and so you have a bias about it. But I would say what removes that bias is you doing this for yourself, a time-lapse footage of the entire night sky. Go somewhere where there's no light pollution, and then you do the time-lapse footage of the entire night sky, let's say, and then you will see what I am talking about. It becomes evident. It's self-evident, really. I don't have to argue about it. It's the truth. It's just what happens. So until you've done that, you will still remain with your bias that it only happens only one rotational pattern where you're at, which I know that's something you hold strongly to, but I would say something that would remove that bias is the truth, which is there is the different patterns that you would see at night. And you would see the clockwise and anti-clockwise in Australia, my friend. In Australia, you'll see them both because you're facing one direction. I will agree with you. You will see that pattern. But when you turn around and you face the other direction, if you're doing a time-lapse footage, right, of the entire night sky, you will see different patterns. But I can only say so much. You would have to actually do it to verify what I'm saying. So I'm not just speaking words to you. I need you to actually do this to actually verify what I'm saying. And then once you do, then you'll be like, yeah,
I've done this, and what you're saying is just not true.
Here's the thing. In America, you can actually witness the rotational patterns and also a straight line pattern. Like you can see that. But the most important thing is that the stars are moving east to west. It doesn't matter what pattern you're seeing in the sky. The stars are definitely coming from east and moving to the west.
Is that your refutation to what Mick is saying? You saying Mick is telling lies? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's your refutation?
Is that your refutation to me? Is that I'm just telling lies?
Hey, you yourself, we've been speaking to you for a couple hours now, and you yourself haven't figured out what's under your feet, and you want to try to tell us what's happening in the sky. You're just nonsensical, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. So you gotta listen as well.
Doctor, so let me just help you out a little bit. Let me help you out real quick. Are the stars moving in different directions from different, like from the north and the south?
Yes.
Well, what is causing the stars to move in your belief system?
The globe Earth spinning.
Yeah, so now you just made the claim that your globe is spinning in two different directions and would now twist itself apart.
No. What I've claimed is that if you're looking up from the top of the world, you're seeing it go one way, and if you're looking at the bottom of the world, you see it from the other way.
So the stars are not moving in different directions, and Mickey was correct. They're all moving east to west, and you're just not understanding how the world works, correct?
It's kind of weird, isn't it? You don't quite understand this, do you?
Dr. Watt, do you not understand? Bro, if you're standing on a road and you're looking at a car coming towards you from your right-hand side, and you jump over to the other side of the road, it then appears that the car is coming from the opposite direction, but you know it's still coming the same way. It's the same deal with the stars, bro. You're just in a different area, viewing the same observation.
What's the car? In that analogy, what's the car? Is the car the planet Earth?
The car would be the stars coming to you from one direction. But if you swap perspective, then the car appears to be coming from the opposite side of you, but you know it's just your perspective that's changed. Nothing else in that has changed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what happens when you go to the other side of the planet.
So the stars are coming east to west. And
no, wait. He's getting this wrong. He's getting this wrong.
Exactly. No, exactly.
No,
the car is the stars.
1 second.
And it's still coming in the same direction.
No. Listen, guys, it's not about... Okay, So your claim is that if you go to a different place, you're going to see a different rotational pattern. That is incorrect. I'm
not
telling
just
you
a different place in the northern hemisphere up the top,
it's a
or the
different
southern
place.
hemisphere down the bottom.
Guys,
Dr. Wall.
Miggy, you have to bring this guy down back to Earth. He's just said the Earth is a planet. You know, the Earth is a planet, bro. He's imagining this thing from outside of the Earth. He thinks he's on a light in the sky. This guy.
Yeah. So that's good. Good point, Jimsy. All right. So we were talking about the stars, and I'm trying to get you to see something, but it's not working, and it's okay. You know. So now we're going to go a different route. And so, based on your knowledge claims, what you know, we're going to figure out if you actually know that the Earth is a globe or not. And so, there's a few tenets to the globe, which are the things that prop it up, right, to be a globe. So, if you're honest, are you an honest person, Dr. Wall?
Yeah, I am. Are you?
Absolutely. But this is basically our understanding of what you know. So if you're honest, then we can gather the information from what you know, basically, as to the understanding of what the Earth is. And we'll know for sure if you know or not that the Earth is a globe within this conversation. So if you allow me, it's a specific little exercise that I do with everyone. But there are 3 questions that I ask. Real quick, easy, just be honest. Say this, right? If you know the question and go into full detail, go ahead and tell me everything you know. But I need to know, it's a very specific, hyper-specific method. So I need primary source of who said it. I need a citation where it's been said. And also give me a demonstration of how we can understand a method we can do to reproduce the thing that we're seeing.
And 3 acceptable answers. Yes, no, I don't know. Sorry, go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, right? So it's either I know, go into detail, I don't know, and we'll move on to the next question. There's only 3. Is that okay, Dr. Wall?
I mean, whatever it is you feel like you got to do, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, just pretty simple. All right. So with the idea that the Earth is curving at a set rate because of the metrics that have been given to us, right? There's an understanding that we know how big the Earth is, right? Currently. You can type it in, you can find out the radius, diameter, and circumference. So at any time in history, Dr. Wall, how did we figure the measurement of the curvature of the Earth? I need specifics. Remember what I told you, the 3 things that I need? Primary source, citation, demonstration. So I need you to go ahead and tell me how you know exactly the Earth is curving at the set rate it is by your knowledge only. Don't ask me any questions. I need to only know from what you're telling me that you know the Earth is curving at that set rate. Go ahead. How do you know?
Hang on. Just let me get this straight. Primary source. You want me to know the very first human that figured out the Earth was a sphere.
Well, actually, who propagated it? The very beginning. Where's the origin from? So the origin from where it came from to the place where we're at today. Because this information has
no idea. Absolutely no idea. I figure that we've probably known it as a group for thousands of years.
All right, so you're being honest, right? But I need you to say either you know or you don't know in this instance.
No, I don't know the first human that figured it out.
Well, no. Don't add to the you don't have to add. That's great, but just say you know or you don't know. I just want to boil it down to something simple.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so we're off to the second question, which is axial rotation or the spin of the Earth. Same rules apply. If you know, then you go into full detail, primary source, citation, demonstration. If you don't know, it simply just said, I don't know. So the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth is said to be measured at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. And now the understanding or how we've gotten that information, it's either we know that who said it, primary source, right? Where did this originate from? And what apparatus they use, and maybe a method by which we can do to find that out. So a demonstration would be nice, or a citation of who said it, and so forth. So if you got that information and you can go into full detail, I'd love to hear it. If not, just say simply, I don't know, and I'll go to my last question.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could save us some time here. I don't know any of the original people that said any of these things.
Yeah, I'm not, listen, it's not a grill to you. It's just basic knowledge of what you understand the Earth to be, and either know, you don't know. But you're answering honestly. Okay, so off to our third question. Third question is simply put: the vacuum of space is said to the vacuum of space is a medium that the Earth is said to reside in, the globe Earth, let's say. So we're told that the vacuum of space is indeed the medium in which everything, the planets, the Earth, and that reside in. But we're also told that the Earth is an open system, meaning that the Earth, being a globe, rockets can leave the Earth and go to the moon. They can go to Mars. They can put rovers and satellites in space. So we know that matter and energy can transfer within the system. So we have a transfer for matter and energy, but the vacuum of space, being what it is, a low pressure system, is adjacent to the high pressure system. So we have a high pressure system here on Earth. We're breathing air, which is at 14 psi, and that can be known, right? We can actually know this. So what happens is we have an open system, meaning that the vacuum of space is definitely next to the air pressure that we have. But in every instance, gas pressure needs a container. So that these are the gas laws. We can talk about gas laws and why we observe them to be what they are. But nevertheless, we have a open system, and in the idea that gas will expand into the available space, if you have an open system, then how is it possible that we have gas pressure without a container? Dr. Wall, go ahead. Citation, demonstration, primary source.
I don't know.
Okay. Now that you answered honestly to these questions, I'm going to go ahead and just close up this specific exercise in that the idea that the Earth is curving and it's spinning in the vacuum of space is a belief that you carry because you don't know that the Earth is actually a globe. You just believe it to be so. And the reason why is probably you were told this as a child growing up, and you were never given specifics as to how you understand that the Earth is actually a globe. And nothing was self-evident in the case of the globe. It's all been told to you. But you're now defending a position with your bias without any knowledge that the Earth is actually a globe. It's just something that you believe it to be because someone said so. And so you're in this room kind of with a bias, and that's fine. A lot of people go through this, right? It's a cognitive dissonance where you're listening to information we got to give you, and you're just like, nuh-uh. But there's no understanding behind it as to what supports your position, which I just took you through a demonstration of why you have that bias. Because you've just been told that the Earth is a globe. It's no slight to you. It's a claim that they've made, but you just like religiously support it with faith. You haven't had any information to demonstrate to us, a primary source, a citation, a demonstration, and you're just telling us the Earth's a globe, guys. And we're like, no, it's not. How do you know? And you're like, because it's a globe.
He doesn't know. He doesn't
but
know.
none
He
of
just
that's
believes.
actually true, Miggy. You asked me if I could name the primary source of the very first human on Earth that said something, and there's no way I could answer that.
I didn't say that. It's the question.
That's twisting the words kind of bit.
Yeah, I didn't say anyone. I said like specifically about the globe.
You said the primary source.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but it's not about.
So that means the very first human that ever said something.
No, it's not about. The question isn't about the original people, like you said. The question is about what you know and what you don't know. So it's okay if you don't know.
Yeah, it's all right. But that's the point that I'm making.
Sorry. Say the question again.
Go ahead.
You said to me it was the primary source I needed to know.
Yeah, of course.
Don't worry, you don't know. That's the whole point. That's all.
So the primary source to the three questions, which is the first one is the curvature of the Earth, right? That's what we're walking you through. The curvature of the Earth would be the first question. And the second one is actual rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. But these are the three main tenets of the globe. So if you don't have the information to back it up, then it's self-evident to us that you don't know what you're saying. So when you're in here saying,
why do I need a primary source when I can have a current up-to-date source?
It doesn't
have that either, so don't worry.
Yeah, here's the thing though. What you just said wasn't even supported in the way you were being honest with the question. So you would have said, wait, I don't have something from a long time ago, but I have something currently. You didn't mention that. You just said you don't know, which is fine.
Because you told me I could only answer yes, no, or I don't know.
Correct.
Well, if you're listening, you would be like, oh, well, I don't know this information. It's no slight to you, is what I'm saying to you. It's just you're being honest. You don't know, and I'm not pressuring you to know. It's just if you don't know, you don't know, which is fine, isn't it?
But do you actually know of anyone that's ever done any of the things that were asked in the questions? Like, forget.
Great question. Great question, Spake.
Yeah.
Great question.
Well, I would say the entirety of the human space program would know the answers to all of those questions.
Couldn't be
So the answer again is you don't know. You're just saying, the entirety of science and NASA, so you don't know. That was the point with this exercise, is to see if you know or you just believe. And you argued the point.
I'm certain that all of those guys know how big the Earth is and how it works and how surely
that's
they know
your belief.
Stuff.
Yeah, that's your faith.
Belief.
Yeah, you believe in those guys.
You just believe these things. You don't have any evidence.
That's all it is. You just believe in those guys.
Know.
And we've been digging in this so long. There are people who have actually done experiments. We could give you names of people who have done things, but they're experiments that failed. So how do you learn from a failed experiment? Well, if the experiment didn't verify the rotation of the Earth, therefore the Earth is not rotating.
Yeah. I'll just clarify. But if you listen to us in here, guys, make sure that you're staying with the point. But it's not an experiment. But what we will show you, though, is that your belief in these men have been just that. It's a belief, sir. So, Dr. Wall, like for this whole time that you've been on this Earth, you've been believing people because of space programs, of ideas that people have done something, and they've given you an understanding. And so far as you know right now, it seems to be true in your mind. But when upon further investigation, like what we've been doing here with this exercise, is gaining the knowledge of how do you actually know it's a globe? Because, sir, you're defending a point religiously, like a zealot would, but you have no idea why. You're just like, dude, space programs, science, like that's my answer. Well, somebody's got to know. And we're like, yeah, I know, but you don't. That's the issue. You don't.
That's not true either.
It is, sir. The exercise kind of pointed that out.
I told you I believe the Earth is globe because of the
I know, sir. You believe it to be true. Listen, the word belief is inserted in there because that's all it is. It's a religious belief in something, and we're like, hey, if at the end of the day you just want to go away from this chat and say, look, man, I just leave me with my beliefs. We're like, that's fine. You can believe it, but it's not true. That's why we're telling you the knowledge claim that you had of the Earth being whatever it is not supported with understanding as to how it is. It's just your biased opinion because you think some man said something and they've shown you videos and voila, or it's a globe. And that's not how it's a globe. It's either
you didn't hear what I said, did you? Like I said, I think it's a globe because of the way that we understand the stars to work.
No, stars have nothing to do with you understanding drop over distance. On the very first question, with the idea that the Earth is actually an oblate spheroid. Because if the understanding is that there is a globe Earth, then you would be able to measure drop over distance, meaning that from point A to point B over a 20-mile span or whatever, just for example, there would be a drop rate that you would measure on the Earth, and you'd be able to say, aha, the Earth's a globe because we've measured the curvature, and there's an obstruction in my view. So many different things that will be self-evident that are not would be given to me.
How would you measure that, Miggy? How do you measure that?
Dr. Wall, listen, I know the question you're giving me is important, but why are you asking that? Because it hasn't been done, sir. So that's why you're asking me.
How do you measure that? You've obviously falsified it. So how did you measure the drop over distance?
It's simple, right? We do a line of sight test. Anyone can do this on Earth, even where you're at. You can do this. If you see something in the far distance that should be hidden by obstruction or Earth's curvature, then simply put, the Earth isn't curving. So it's not complicated.
I think that drop over distance, I think line of sight tests, I don't think they prove anything. I think crazy shit happens when you look along the ground.
But what you don't understand is that if the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is, because of it being an oblate spheroid, it needs to be.
Yeah, but crazy shit happens when you look out at the horizon. Crazy shit.
Let's not jump into what ifs and maybes. Let's go into the fact that we can actually do some evidence and back it up. Because if you go into hypotheticals and what ifs and maybes, then anything's possible. I could say, well, hypothetically speaking, this could happen. No, you don't do that when you're actually doing knowledge claims. What you do is you go out into the field and you prove it. That's what you do. That's what exactly you do. You prove it. And if you can't do that, then you don't have a rebuttal.
Okay. I don't think you've answered my question well. I want to know how you did a drop over distance test that didn't have anything to do with the crazy shit that happens on the horizon when you look at stuff.
Can I answer you, Dr. Wa? I did it. I was swimming in Croatia, and my eyes was 3 inches above the sea, and I see the island 3 miles away.
And how do you know that crazy atmospheric weird shit wasn't happening?
I see the physical water and island on 3 miles. It was there, and it's always there.
How do you know that weird stuff wasn't happening?
I see the island, physical island, what exists. It's there. I was there, and it is there, and it's on 3 miles.
Well, I repeat. How do you know crazy stuff wasn't happening?
Repeat. If it was 55 degrees, it was fog, I would see 20 meters, but I saw 3 miles.
Okay, I repeat. How do you know crazy stuff wasn't happening?
Dr. Watt.
Crazy stuff is happening, but island is still there.
So that just might have been crazy stuff.
Yeah,
Okay,
but that island should to drop on the sphere.
Yeah, doctor, crazy stuff is happening in your head, but the island is still there.
But yeah, I also agree. The island's probably still there, but
we agree.
You guys don't think crazy stuff happens when you look across the horizon?
Yes, inside of your mind, crazy stuff happening. Yes.
The difference is we don't think it's crazy stuff. We understand the principles at play here. We have PhDs in spectrophotometry doing long-range laser tests and sight tests, just like Miggy was telling you about. And what they do is they test the different conditions and do it when there's the least amount of crazy stuff.
Well, I mean, okay, that sounds a little bit more valid than that other guy that just said he was in the water and he looked across and saw a thing. So you've got documentation of many.
Okay, a better example. There is a guy who won the Guinness record about photo footage, and he took to 275 miles, and he reached the mountain. And that mountain should to be 3 miles behind the curvature.
Oh no, that was that French guy or something, wasn't it? That was like he was on top of a mountain and took a photo of a mountain. Yeah, that's a very famous spot that you can, where you can actually do that thing.
Yeah, but if you are on the sphere, that mountain should to be 3 miles behind the curvature. Did you know that?
Okay, so that one thing alone makes all the space programs invalid.
No. Listen, this how he reached the mountain.
They were never
mountain is behind the curvature.
I knew he didn't get the 3 questions. Sorry.
Yeah, it was a little quick, but
the space agency is invalid.
You believe these space agencies, but you don't know this.
Hold on.
I mean, you guys know there's satellites in orbit, right?
Hold on, Jedi's trying to get in.
Sorry, guys.
Jedi.
Satellites. We have satellites.
Hold on a second, brother. Hold on a second,
sorry.
Sasha. Go ahead,
Jedi. Do you remember Miggy's 3rd question?
Oh, Jedi, hello again. I thought you'd gone. No, I do not remember the 3rd question.
Yeah, I didn't. Miggy, can you repeat the 3 questions for this guy, please?
Yes, the first one is the measurement of Earth's curvature with drop rate. It's knowing the Earth was curving. Second one is axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. And the third one is the vacuum of space is a medium that the Earth resides in as a globe. And how do we know that's the case? So 3 questions.
So, understanding the 3rd question, we kind of invalidate anything that you have got to say about space, as in NASA going up there and taking pictures of the Earth or going to the moon and stuff. Do you understand how question? Go on.
Jedi, we talked hours ago, and we agreed. Well, I thought we agreed that crazy shit happened at the horizon, and we did agree that the atmosphere gets thinner as you get higher.
Yeah, atmosphere gets thinner as you.
So how honestly, how crazy is it to think that the atmosphere just gets to zero as you keep going higher? That's beyond your mind?
No, it's not beyond my mind.
Beyond demonstration.
But what it does do is go against laws of nature. So we understand that to have gas pressure in the first place, it has to be physically contained. Now, within that system, we can demonstrate that you can have a gas pressure gradient depending on, I don't know, the energy that you put into the system and where the gases are produced, for example, maybe at surface level. But ultimately, if you uncontain the gas and outside that area is a lower pressure system, like popping a balloon, entropy, the law of nature takes place, and the gas fills the space. Now, being as we have gas pressure that is said to be open, so without the necessary antecedent to cause gas pressure, and secondly, to keep it from dispersing into that vacuous space, is a bit of a problem. Yeah, we get you say that the gas runs out eventually, but that kind of violates what we were actually observing in the first place. Got gas pressure.
See, I think what we're actually observing in the first place is that there's pressure down here, and as we get higher and higher, there's less and less pressure.
Are you
That's
personally
the
observing
observation.
Like, can you go up there and observe that yourself?
Oh well,
No,
I
but that's
mean,
check. Neither of those things are in contention here. So Jedi, as he's pointed out, we still need that containment. So the gradient, no problem. Gas pressure being highest on the surface, no problem. Neither of those things.
Yeah, but then why is it crazy to think that as you keep
Because we
going
don't need to
higher, the
just think
gradient
about
gets
things or
smaller and
imagine.
smaller?
I typed this out in the chat. It's not just thinking or imagining. It's about demonstration.
Because when we're talking about what gas does, it disperses into areas that it's able to disperse into, let's say because there's space there or less gas pressure. Up there in the sky is a vacuous space. The gas on the Earth is free and able to occupy because the Earth is declared to be an open system. So nothing physically keeping it here. According to laws of nature, you pop a balloon, the gas will fill the space.
Yeah, I mean, you say nothing physical keeping it here, and I'd agree with that. But obviously, there's gravity.
No, there's not. And that's not obvious at all.
Gravity.
What do you mean
okay,
by
but again,
obviously?
This still stands. Demonstration would be required. So if it's obviously gravity, then go ahead and demonstrate gravity containing gases. It's not a lack of imagination on our part. It's just a lack of demonstration on your part or anyone who believes this gas pressure can exist without a container. Just let us know when you find that demonstration. Thanks.
It's insane to me that you guys have to deny gravity.
There's no denial. It's just a lack of you demonstrating the claim. So there's nothing to deny if you have no claim or if you have no demonstration.
But we must agree that things fall down at 9.8 meters per second per second.
You can demonstrate the claim, or
there's helium.
I'll give it to you. So yeah, okay. I'll give you gravity in this instance. We can talk about its existence later. But if you were going to drop a solid object, like a ball or a rock, for example, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the gas. So when I uncontain gas, which direction does the uncontained gas go? It goes in all directions. Now, the problem is with gravity, that's just one direction, and that is down. So I drop a ball, it goes down. Gas observably doesn't act this way. It disperses out from a radial point and fills the next available space. Right?
That's not entirely true. A gas.
How do you mean?
Anything has vectors upon it. And so if a gas has a vector which is flying off in some other direction, sure, but there's always the vector of gravity. And when you sum all those vectors up, sure, you're going to get some that fly off, but
first, bro.
a lot of them are going to go down.
Gravity.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Do you have a demonstration of
gravity before you invoke it?
Demonstrate gravity? Come on, man. I mean, you know that I'm just going to say pick something up and let it go.
No. That's not your claim, though. You're claiming gravity is pulling gases down.
Gravity is an unexplained force that no one understands how it happens.
But you,
so it's
you
imaginary.
understand, right?
It is an unexplained force that people have tried to people have tried to theorize how it works, and so Einstein came up with his curvy space-time stuff. But as of yet, no one knows how gravity works.
But you know,
but it seems to attract. It just seems to make things attract each other. That's it. That's all we got. That's the best we got.
Bendy space-time with extra bend, please.
Yep, that's a theory. That's a big old theory that seems to be working great right now, but who knows? Might get turned out.
Okay, but you said
Turned out to
obviously
be just
gravity,
silly. Who
right?
knows?
So now you're going backpedaling and saying, well, it's just a theory and so on. We're still needing that demonstration.
Gravity is a real thing.
No, it's not.
Which gravity are you talking about? Are you talking about mass attracting mass and warping the space-time? Which one?
Well, the observation is mass attracting mass. That's what we see, and that's what's really important in our world.
No, that's been superseded. That's 170-year-old rhetoric.
So when we are talking about gases, right, mass, we don't see them attract; they disperse. So in this instance,
that's not true. Tiny little molecules still have gravity.
Hold on. So you're trying to suggest that a tiny molecule of gas is attracting another tiny molecule of gas? Can you show that to be true? Or are gases, as described, able to freely travel randomly in any direction after having elastic collisions with surfaces? Or each other? So gas moves freely, right?
You're going to find different definitions depending about what sort of science that you're studying.
We need a concession here. We've been tap dancing around the same thing for a few minutes now.
There's no concession. There's many different descriptions of how all things works depending on what paradigm that you're trying to discuss them in. And if you all of a sudden say like, the Earth's a closed system, nothing can leave, and they're like, no, that's like, sure, that's true for fucking bricks. But it's not true for things that have an insane amount of energy that can leave Earth.
We're talking about reality, okay? We're speaking of direct, objective reality. I understand you want to give answers according to the model. Listen, I know you want to give answers. Well, according to the model, gravity should do this. We're talking about what you can demonstrate in reality. So not what's according to the book, what the model says. We're all well aware of that. Most people here used to believe it. So what can you demonstrate? We're tap dancing around this. So just, can you demonstrate these claims or no?
But you're back to that thing again. You're back to me trying to just like drop a brick and say, if I drop a brick and it falls at 9.8 meters per second,
because the claim
and then I drop a shoe and it accelerates down at second.
About and then gas pressure. Remember, we've been tap dancing around the gas pressure argument. So it's not about dropping bricks or dropping shoes. So try to focus. So can you demonstrate this claim of gas pressure going down or being contained by quote-unquote gravity, yes or no?
What demonstration would satisfy you?
Any demonstration that supports your claim.
Not an answer. What would you have
no
to
answer
see?
Has been provided so far. No demonstration.
What would you have to see? What would you have to see to have that demonstration like
not you pointing at the sky?
Good. Well, sorry, say again.
Not you pointing at the sky.
Show us how. Okay, so Dr. Watts, it's simple. Show us how gas pressure is contained by gravity. Demonstrate to us how that's possible. and then we'll go ahead with your idea of what you think gravity is. But let me just chime in here and say,
okay, that's so simple. That is just the gradient. That is just so simple. That is just moving higher and higher into the
Wall,
atmosphere.
let me explain something to you. The reason why you don't understand this is because you have a bias as to what you think the Earth is as it being a globe. But you didn't have any information as to how it's a globe, so you can't actually understand that the physics that work on the globe.
Put your seatbelt on, Miggy.
You asked me how I would prefer it to be demonstrated. I said any way you want that's not pointing at the sky. And the first thing you said was, first off, it's not an answer. And then you said, well, I'll point at the sky.
No, I didn't. The first thing I said was...
No. Well, I'll rewind the tape.
All right, well, let me change the first... Let me change the first thing that I said.
That's not an answer. Then I said, okay, fine. Anything... But not pointing at the sky. You can't point at the sky, the thing you're claiming, and call the claim proof. So that's
are you saying that are you saying that the sky is the atmosphere?
That's
so the very fact that we have a gradient of atmosphere on Earth, we all agree to that as you go higher. Right, that's not in contention.
That's not in contention. So remember,
that's not in
demonstration. That's not pointing at the sky. So you can't point at the sky.
But hang on, you're saying that me pointing at the gradient
no. You have
is pointing at the sky.
Doesn't need to be contained, and I'm asking you to demonstrate that without pointing at the sky, because the sky is where your claim lies. You're claiming the sky doesn't need to be contained. So pointing back at the claim and calling it proof isn't proof. So we're waiting for that.
You're saying that I'm not allowed to answer
I'm not saying
with
anything.
the answer.
No, I'm telling you.
You're saying that I'm not allowed to answer with the answer to the question.
The answer, excuse me. You can't use your claim as proof. I'll repeat. The claim is that the sky does not need to be contained. What people like you do is they just raise their arm at the sky and say, look, there's the proof. But you don't understand. You're pointing at the claim.
So the gradient of atmosphere, the gradient of the atmosphere on Earth.
Contention.
Okay, but I'm also wondering.
So practical demonstration, gravity containing gas or gas pressure without a container. Go.
Hey, cool, man. Hey, what's 3 + 3? But you're not allowed to say 6.
That's not.
Nope. You're gonna have to answer the question. You're not gonna skirt around this. We're not gonna entertain any other thing. You're gonna have to face the music right now. And there's a question that CB's asking you. I need you to respond to that question.
Don't be stupid. What's 3 + 3? But
no, Dr. Watt,
6.
No, we're not gonna entertain. No, we're not gonna entertain your ideas of what you want to. This is the truth. And now you're here. You're gonna have to face the music. This is truth. So you're gonna have to respond. Or else we understand that you don't have an answer to this, and it's going to make you real. You're going to spin out of control and shoot out some trigger words and try to placate to the audience so that somebody can chime in and rescue you, but no one will rescue you. I guarantee you that much. Answer his question.
Do you guys not understand how unreasonable you're being?
That's not the answer.
Question, Dr. Wall.
Listen, I'll say it again just so it's very clear. 3 + 3 = 6 is not the answer. So the question, the claim on the table is that the sky does not need to be contained. It's completely open, no container necessary. So we're asking for a practical demonstration of that claim. Now, you are going to attempt to just raise your arm at the sky and point and declare, look, my claim is now, therefore it's true. You can't use your claim as proof. So let us know when you actually have a demonstration for this claim.
What I'm going to say is to travel higher in the atmosphere and realize that you can't breathe anymore. And the reason you can't breathe is because all the oxygen atoms are being pulled from the air.
We don't need your explanations. We don't need your explanations. All right? So I'm getting pretty tired of you not having to face the music and answer the question. And it's going to irritate me to no end until you give me the answer. Either you know or you don't know, and it's just your religious belief that you have in this globe paradigm. So is it your religious belief that you have that there's a vacuum of space here? Because you need to tell me now that that's the case. Other than that, you don't have a demonstration. Is it your religious belief that the vacuum of space exists, Dr. Wall? Yes or no? Answer. I'm not going to let you go, and I will hold you here indefinitely until you answer.
Well, I'm not religious, so it's a weird question.
Okay, so then how are you going to answer it showing me a demonstration that gravity is doing something to the gas? Because you have no demonstration, sir. So now what?
Simply by moving higher in altitude.
No, that's the claim, Doctor. I've already said this painfully 4 times. Jedi, go ahead.
So listen, I will, and anybody that chimes in needs to be on point with this, because if he goes to another place other than this place, I'm going to come in, I'm going to butt in, and I'll make sure that it stays on this point until he concedes. Dude, we're not going to play this game. You're going to realize today that you don't have an answer to this question. And if you don't realize that, then I'm going to butt in until you do. I will be the bane of your existence in this server until you realize you have a religious belief in the globe. So you're going to have to understand that now. There isn't anybody that's going to rescue you from this. No other point is going to be brought up until we hear you either concede that you don't know or tell us that you have a religious belief. It's pretty simple. Giving you some options here. You can tell me you believe that the earth is doing what it's doing religiously. But if you continue to say that you know, I'm going to grill you to no end. So it's up to you. What do you want to do? You're not going to spin this chat out of your little spirals and somebody's going to take you somewhere else. We're going to stay right here. Nice and cozy. Go ahead, Dr. Wall.
I'm going to talk. So you're trying to say that the claim is that gravity is keeping the molecules closer to the Earth, and that's how we breathe. I agree with that.
I'm not telling you that that's what's going on. That is the claim for the rhetoric. That is what they're telling you, and this globe Earth is happening.
Okay.
Agreed.
So just because we go higher than gas, that gas still under pressure, the higher we go.
Yeah, well, I guess a little bit, and like less and less and less as we go higher.
Okay, so by definition, so for practical use as well, to have gas pressure, you must physically contain the gas within the volume. Stop the gas from going somewhere else, for example.
But I'm sorry to stop you right there, but it's a different thing. Like in science world, there's two different things. There's gas pressure in a container, and there's atmospheric pressure. And I'm talking about atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure.
Okay. No, that's absolutely fine.
I have a question then, if that's the case, my friend. If that's the question, then is there not gas in atmosphere?
We're talking about
I don't know my science words, but probably.
Hold on. Listen, is the atmosphere comprised of gases or not?
Yeah, I'm probably going to say yes.
So, what's the difference between gas pressure and air pressure?
Gas pressure and air pressure?
Right, atmospheric pressure and gas pressure. What's the difference?
Well, atmospheric pressure is caused by the gravity of the Earth, whereas air pressure, I guess, is probably something in your tire.
I see. So, this is where we run into a problem. Physics works on its own the way we see and understand it until you have to start presupposing that gravity is causing any of it. Then you have to start working in different stories. You see how that doesn't work? So air pressure is gas pressure.
It just turns out the world is complicated.
Atmospheric pressure, gas pressure, and air pressure are all pressure that are affected by containment. They all need containment, all of them.
Correct.
Yeah, but see, that's the sort of thing. You try to put everything into this big umbrella term.
I'm not asking.
No, it's just what's being demonstrated.
That's just how it works. I'm not asking.
It's just what's demonstrable. You're taking the definition. Well, the definition says it's just gravity containing it in an atmosphere. You don't need a container. Okay, fine. Show us in reality that that's true. A demonstration would be nice. So we've been tap dancing around this for
but
15 minutes now.
I'll ask again to you, good sir.
There's no question that you need to put forward to us.
Demonstration
Putting to you a
would
demonstration.
placate you? What demonstration would
Any
placate you?
demonstration that's not using the claim as the proof.
So the
Please
demonstration
say
that we need,
something other than
demonstration.
any.
You asked the question.
Anything.
You asked the question. We're staying on point. You asked the question. What demonstration? You asked what demonstration? We're telling you, we can have gas pressure, and the air that you're breathing is gas. GAS, gas. That's what you're breathing right now. And I need you to understand this. Something needs to click. The penny needs to drop. The shoe needs to fall. Everything needs to happen right now for you. Are you breathing gas? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's about like 70% nitrogen, I believe.
All right. So we understand you're breathing gas. So, gas pressure needs containment. We know this to be the gas laws. We know when you have gas pressure, it's contained. So we know containment needs to be the case or the antecedent for gas pressure. This is just natural law. It happens like this always. If you have pressure,
do you really think a word game wins this argument?
It's about demonstration, Dr. Wy. I've said this maybe 15 times now.
Yeah. So demonstration meaning we have gas pressure, containment. The Earth is said to be an open system, so we need a demonstration.
I think Miggy's been assimilated by the board.
But he's just doing the same thing we've been telling you for the past 20 minutes, Dr. Wy. So you can just either you can concede or show the demonstration. It's that simple.
Hey, so can any of you give me any demonstration of the flat Earth
We're asking
working?
you for the demonstration, Dr. Wy. We're
asking you. As long as you're on the offensive, it's okay.
No. Listen, you have made the claim. So let's not sprint away from the claim you've made that gravity contains gas or that gas doesn't need to be contained. We've been asking you for a demonstration of this claim for maybe 20 minutes now. Now you want to talk about, you demonstrate something. No. You have the claim on the table.
I've said it so many times.
Just keep it simple. Demonstrate gravity. If this claim is valid, like you're saying, there should be someone that did it already for you because you haven't done it, right? So can you post the paper that someone put together, like a demonstration that gravity contain the gases and causes gas pressure? Gravity does this. Can you provide a reference or evidence for this?
Yeah, like any of you are going to read a paper.
Yeah, because it's not out there.
I probably read like 7 papers in this week. This week, listen. This week I read about 7 papers. So can you provide? Well, I'll read 8.
Yeah, I was going to say, brother, we're here because we read papers, because we dig deep and we look further than anyone else is willing to look. That's why we're trying to let you know about your reality not being a globe Earth.
That's what we're asking.
That sounds so cool, man. So have you got a flat Earth map?
You should be laughing because there isn't any papers out there to back up your claim.
So where's the paper for the gas pressure? Do you have it? Yes or no?
The paper for the gas pressure
of the gravity or your claim. Do you have it or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, it was written in 1913, I believe. That's about our most up-to-date understanding of gravity.
I mean, I know it's painful. You can just admit you don't have a demonstration. There is no way to demonstrate your claim.
Yeah,
it's so weird. It's so weird to me that you guys
claim that you can't support. It is weird. Yeah.
Miggy, you're cutting out. You jump in and then cut out, so it's choppy for you, Miggy. Choppy, very choppy.
So
how about now?
Everything falls down except
Dr. Wy, except for gases.
Dr. Wy. Am I coming in clear now, or is it still choppy?
Yes.
What the fuck? Everything falls down. Kind of.
You guys.
This guy just said something good.
Okay, so I'm coming in. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hopefully you guys can, because I don't want to let this go to waste. All right. So I'm about to open a can of whoop ass on this guy because he just thumbed his nose up to the entire community, acting like we're imbeciles sitting in this Discord. So how dare you come in here saying something like you do as if we're not going to read a paper? What do you think this is? This is an intellectual server, and you should be privileged to be amongst these intellects that are helping you. You, sir, are the one who don't know anything, and you are here as a guest in our house, and you are disrespecting that house. So you are lucky by the grace of God that you didn't hear what I just finished telling you. Because you are an embarrassment to anyone who's talking about things in reality. So you're not going to come in here thumbing your nose up to anyone in this community. You need a dose of reality right now, and that's what I'm doing to you. I'm giving you a reality check. You are in no place to tell anybody what's going on in this world. We have done the work. People in here I care about, all right? And they're highly intellectual, and you have no idea whom you're speaking to with all these people. So how dare you say that in here? You better correct yourself, or else I'm going to get rid of you in the midst of your conversation. So if I hear you say something like that again, you're gone. And I don't care. I'll keep banning you every time. So you better straighten up and not thumb your nose up to this community that I care about. End of what I'm going to say. I'm stepping back. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, we do read papers, sir. So don't have those assumptions. Just like you're having these assumptions about where you're standing on, and you don't haven't comprehend the practical, objective reality of the world. Don't try making assumptions of what people do, have done, will do, or are doing at the moment. Please don't make those assumptions.
Well, it's fine.
So
It's quite
again-
revealing. Imagine you're in a courtroom and the people have asking you for evidence of your claim, and you just start like laughing and trying to reverse the burden. It says a lot, if you ask me. There's not just the people here who are going against you. There's a whole bunch of people
where's your
listening,
evidence?
the jury, the judge as well. So you would scoff and try to reverse the burden. That just makes
the problem. Yeah, listen. And
you
the
don't have
problem,
the evidence you claimed you have. Go ahead.
the jerk reaction is to make fun of flat Earth and to treat us as if we're lesser than because we don't believe what the popular opinion says to believe. All right, but if you can get past that, and you can see that the reason we're all here and our community is growing every single day instead of shrinking, that we might actually be onto something. If I could set aside my preconceived notions about conspiracy theorists and flat earthers and what have you, then I could actually maybe learn where they're coming from, then make a decision, an informed decision about whether or not it was valid. But to show up to a party you weren't even invited to and start making fun of people, telling them they're wrong for getting together and having a party in the first place, my friend, it's not going to work out.
You. Yeah. Kind of hard to be wrong when we're correcting you the entire time.
Hey, so, I mean, that was all fun and stuff. In Australia right now, it's 3:49 a.m. Do you guys think that if I had a good enough telescope, I could zoom in and see the sun?
So we're just going to get a concession on the last point then, because we didn't just spend 25, 30 minutes.
Somebody ban this motherfucker.
Change the subject.
Come on, guys.
Not even in a place to apologize or say something for what was laid on the table for you prior. You just want to go skip to your next question at 10 to 4 in the morning for you.
I was just trying to keep the conversation going.
No, we'd like a little bit of humility right now.
Gas pressure without a container. We're literally trying to figure out if you can define. We're literally trying to figure out if you can demonstrate if there's a violation of a much-known law of nature. Whether you can have gas pressure without the required thing for the gas to press upon. Can you demonstrate that?
You guys already know my point. I think gravity exists, so gravity is pulling the air molecules down.
So the demonstration we're waiting for.
Hold on.
Thank you.
And along with that, when we're talking about gas observably doesn't act this way. So gas doesn't go away from the Earth and then magically turn around because the Earth is big. The further away the gas goes, in your idea, this is what would have to happen. What do you mean, how do I know that?
Well, I can't see gas, and you just said gas observably does something. I can't see gas. Can
No,
you see
burden of
gas?
proof reversal fallacy doesn't work in this instance. Answer the question. Demonstrate to us. I'm not going to allow you to burden of proof reversal on us, and we're going to go into a diatribe as to what we know. You don't know anything, and we're going to expose you continually until you
Jedi
can.
just said he could see gas.
Until you can that you don't know. You're going to have to concede this point. Like I said, every time you come in here, I'm gonna be on this point until you finally say I'm done. I don't know. I don't know.
I posted the definitions by the references of what gas pressure is, so we can go through that. You know, we can read that. I mean, in a minute, I can read it myself. I would like to read some, but the definitions are there, so at least he can learn something, because we know he doesn't know, but at least if he hears the definitions of what gas pressure is and the requirement for that, the antecedent, then he might see the light. Maybe.
Yeah, let's open up that. Can somebody read that for him?
I'm driving at the moment.
Yeah, me too. I'm doing the same.
But
Let's see.
in a minute I will.
Where'd you post that?
Yeah, it's
live stream voice text. He can read it for us. He can read it. He's here. He can read that, right?
40 after the hour.
40? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he can read it for us, so he can get the definitions.
They want me to read this?
Yeah, bro. Read it for us. Read what is posted, so it's the short versions. Don't go into the links. Later, go into the links at your own leisure. But at the moment, read the short versions that have been posted.
For anyone.
You mean just the Boyle's law?
Read the whole thing from the pressure of gas from the top to the bottom. Just read those.
Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container with a smaller volume. The gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases.
There's 4 above that as well. Go ahead and read those for us, too.
They're like pretty long. The pressure of gas
they're not too long.
The gas exerts on the wall of its container. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of the container. Because the container molecules are in motion, the gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is something with the volume density, like
holy fuck!
I'm not arguing any of this stuff.
Oh man, this guy's scientific.
Can I read something about atmospheric pressure?
It's gas pressure, so no.
Yeah, but they're different things.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
He had the balls to make a comment that we weren't going to read a paper, and this motherfucker can't even read a simple fucking sentence.
Are you claiming that there's not gas in air?
Glad I already told you about this gas pressure
gas
and air pressure thing.
in air?
Do you really want to hear me read this whole thing? Kinetic molecular theory, explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure, force on a unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules within the walls, the higher the pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container with a smaller volume. The gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases.
And so what can you take away from those definitions now?
You're talking about gas pressure in a container. I'm talking about atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, that's just gas pressure, which requires a container.
Why are there two different words then?
Because you redefine things like level means curved all of a sudden. It doesn't match reality. So atmospheric pressure, you can't demonstrate it. Remember it said it needed gravity?
Yeah.
So that's the definition.
Yeah, good point.
But you can't demonstrate it. So
yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's exactly
we can
the same.
always go ahead, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I think we stepped on each other.
You can always demonstrate gas pressure with the container, and the necessary antecedent for the pressure is the container. You can't have the pressure without the container.
Yeah, but no one on my side has ever said gas pressure is in the atmosphere. It's always atmospheric pressure.
Stupid.
What do you mean? What are you breathing right now?
Ding dong.
You're breathing gas. You're breathing pressure. When you expand your lungs, the pressure rushes into your lungs, bro. Come on.
No, Gemsy, you're only breathing atmospheric pressure. You're not breathing gas pressure.
That's what it is, gas pressure. Come on, like, are you saying this? This is not an agree or disagree genera. You think this is like something that you can disagree with?
And I'm sorry, I'm not. What's the question?
Okay. What you read and the antecedent for the gas pressure.
That's you not paying attention.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. I love that show.
Yeah, that's you not paying attention.
So listen, we have presented the references from the method that have been used to demonstrate that the antecedent to the gas pressure is a container, right? And the gas pressure is gonna be equalized to the volume of the container, right? You read that? It's very
with all of that.
You agree. So the thing is that you don't have a demonstration to the opposite of this, and you're claiming the opposite. So your claim falls flat and is nonsensical.
It's not the opposite of it. It's just another sort of pressure. It's called atmospheric pressure.
No, it's the same thing.
So when you expand your lungs, right? Can you do that right now? Deep breath. Right? Right? What are you breathing? Gas pressure, right? The pressure of gas rushing into your lungs.
I breathe in atmospheric pressure. I was breathing in atmospheric pressure.
Atmospheric pressure, right? Pressure of gas rushing into your lungs. Do you agree or disagree?
Actually,
I agree that we live in the atmosphere.
Agrees. You know why you agree? Because this is not an agree or disagree general. If you disagree with this, I mean,
you're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Don't you guys see that you're just playing a word game now? All you're doing is playing a word game.
No, that's you. We're saying atmospheric and gas pressure are the same exact thing. You're saying, no, look, this word means it's different. No, it's the same.
If you agree with everything that Jemsy just told you,
different.
Dr. Wall, 1 second. Yeah, you gotta, like, am I coming through? Like, if you agree with everything that Jemsy just said, then you disagree with everything you think you know about what the vacuum of space is. Because you have to agree that gas pressure works this way, and then it needs containment. That's the only thing that you have to know about this, the takeaway. And if you have a claim that says it's not that, it's an open system, and matter and energy can transfer, then you're going to have to demonstrate how it's possible to have gas pressure without a container.
It's impossible. That's why the impossible is impossible, because you cannot have gas pressure with the container, and that's what you're claiming. When you're claiming the ball, you're claiming gas pressure without the container.
I'm not claiming that. No, I'm claiming that.
So where is the container in the ball? Where is the container? What is the container? What is it? What is the container?
It's gravity.
What's gravity? Do you even know what that is?
Yeah, it's the thing that no one understands that makes things attract to other things.
No one understands it, including you. You just said the thing that no one understands is the thing that no one understands is the thing that the thing that no one understands is explaining the thing that I'm telling you is negating the fact that we see gas pressure and it needs containment. It's negating that. How is it?
We can demonstrate. We can demonstrate
in this world.
Bro, we can demonstrate how gas pressure works, and you claiming the opposite of it.
But there's like there's
no
a possibility there are things in this world that we don't understand.
Your brain's falling downstairs. It really is. It's falling down. Your brain is falling downstairs, and you don't know how to reconcile the information. So we're gonna just keep like basically screaming at you, and I'm getting pretty tired of it too. So at some point, somebody's got to put a fork in this conversation because it's done. You know, because this guy
is just not going to get it.
Done.
He's accomplished so much in this conversation, though.
I think he made a
he's so
forward,
well
but then 3 backwards.
Yeah, he does that. He seems like, I get it. I know what you're saying. I understand. But still.
Hey, I agree. That's how gas pressure works. Yeah, but if you go to a place that if we go to a place that we cannot go to and we cannot experience, then over there, there's another version of the gas pressure.
You know what's weird? What's weird is he's talking about something that nobody knows. We don't know about. Nobody knows. I'm like, including you. Because you're saying that we know gravity, and then at the same other side of your mouth, you're like, well, nobody knows what gravity is. Freaking moron. You hear yourself saying that?
Why do you think that that's wrong to admit that you don't know something?
No, you don't know.
I don't know.
Correct.
Well, what is gravity?
How is that so bad to say that you don't know something?
The thing is that the gravity that you're claiming is to make a ball, right? You don't have curvature. You don't know of curvature. Never experienced it. Never seen it yourself, ever. You don't have the movement of the ground. It's not spinning. You never felt it. You admitted this. You admitted that to me. You don't feel the movement, and your senses are pointing out that the ground is not moving. So claiming the opposite is nonsense. Is nonsense. So you'll be nonsensical claiming that the ground is spinning and that and it's curving, right? And now we're at gas pressure, and we can we posted links about how gas pressure works, and everybody can demonstrate it. And you're saying you're going again towards your imagination and saying that if you go up, there's going to be zero pressure, but that's not even real. You can't have zero pressure. You have a gradient, but the gradient is the antecedent to the gradient is gas pressure, and the antecedent to the gas pressure is a container. There's no way around it.
That's absolutely inaccurate. Like the antecedent to gas pressure would mean that there's no gradient.
The container.
All of your things that you just sent me would say that if there was a gas container, there would be no gradient.
Sorry. Endless hand wave.
What does antecedent? Hold on. What does antecedent mean?
The required thing before the required cause of the effect.
Let him off the hook.
You guys have just sent me a whole bunch of things that say that there should be a constant atmospheric pressure everywhere.
No.
You've just said that in a container, there is always the molecules everywhere.
No, they didn't.
No. What
Yes,
we've
you
demonstrated to you is, I'll explain. What we've demonstrated to you is, first instance, to have gas pressure, you must contain the gas. The consequent of containing gas is gas pressure. Okay, that's the first instance. To have a gas pressure gradient, that's a dynamic pressure system, you introduce energy and gas production into the system, for example. When you do this, you can produce a gas pressure gradient. But you require something to keep the fucking gas there, the container.
It'll just take a minute, but I am so sorry that happened.
So why does it then? So Jedi, you're saying that there's a constant influx of gas, and there's a container. So why doesn't the gas just keep increasing?
A constant influx of gas, though?
You have a dynamic
Jedi
system.
just said that there's a constant influx of gas from wherever you said it was, from the bottom or something. I'm sorry, what is
you? So first instance, energy into the system. So heat, for example. I then said gas production. So let's have some kind of cyclical system that's, comparable to the Earth. Like we have biological and chemical cycles. So when we have biological and chemical cycles interacting with the environment around them, what we have is different things being produced within the environment causing a dynamic system. Now, these gases are absorbed by the environment, as in they're taken in by the oceans and the seas, and they're released by the environment, released by the oceans and the seas. So this is what I mean by gas production. If you can produce the gas within the area, you will try and have a cyclical production unit. like the Earth, right?
So why don't those gases fly off in every direction and maintain a constant gas pressure?
Because we live in a constantly dynamic system. Constant energy is being input into the system, but the energy itself isn't constant. Sun, for example, it's not always daytime.
So you're saying, by that logic, you're saying the gas pressures would change between night and day?
Sure.
No.
I mean,
well, yeah, they might do, but what I'm pointing out is I'm just starting at one step. Do you want me to continue through all of the cycles on the Earth and explain every biological one and every chemical one, and then start talking about weather patterns, oceans, tides, different climate and different temperate zones, you know, the north and the south, for example, and the equator in between, and periods of the season.
That's exactly what I want
to talk about.
Is why isn't there a constant pressure everywhere?
Because the energy is always moving. Do you know what the wind is? Do you know what barometric pressure is?
Okay, so why are you allowed to have gradients in pressure and I'm not?
Oh, no, there just is. Like I said earlier, there's no contention.
Because we can demonstrate the necessity and the consequence of containing gas. If you put gas into...
Well, so can I. I can demonstrate going higher and having less gas.
Gas is under pressure. Quite simple, right?
You cannot demonstrate going to space. Period.
When you burst...
I didn't say space. I just said going higher.
The gas...
Misheard.
So I just want to address, you said, why can you have gradient? There is a gradient in general. There's no contention on that. So I think I'm rumpusing.
Yeah, you're robot in Jedi, right? He is, right?
Yeah, there might be a little lag too, perhaps. Jedi, you with us?
No worries. Yeah, I'm still here.
So in the dynamic system, you have a gradient. If you go up, like you're saying, hey, when we go up, the pressure goes lower. Yes, the gradient in the dynamic system, you have a gradient. When you go up, the pressure goes lower, but it doesn't go to zero like you were claiming earlier, which is a crazy claim. Crazy. Remember, that's one of the first things.
It went to zero.
Wow.
That's what
I never said that.
You're claiming it's uncontained.
It's a lie.
That's what space is. That's what space is. Well, what we're talking about when we say go to zero, we understand you can't have perfect zero, but ultimately that's a vacuous space that, according to entropic law, the gas is uncontained and will fill it. Even your gas pressure gradient still has a space to expand into. When it then fills the next volume that it's contained in, you can have a gas pressure gradient inside that, but the only thing that's keeping the gas there is a container. The gas isn't going to keep itself there because there's lots of gas, and the gas isn't going to be kept there because there's a big rock underneath it. It's also pointing to add the reason why I add in these cycles is that all down here on Earth, so the gas is released within the mass of the Earth and then going away from it. The very thing that you are said to say that is keeping it here. So these biological cycles, these chemical cycles in the sea and in the ground. Trees and shit also too. Going away from that, isn't it?
Yeah, why isn't the pressure the same everywhere? Or surely all of that stuff is going on all the time, everywhere, under the ground, and it would just even out over the size of the flat Earth, and it would just create an even gas pressure in our.
It's a dynamic. It's a dynamic system. He just told you that there's.
How do you know that?
There's energy being put into the system. You know
is
this,
it always
right?
the same fucking temperature? Sorry, Meggy, you're cutting in and out. Is it always the same temperature?
No, of course not.
Is the world constant? Is the world constant? No. The world's not fucking constant.
just like your constellations, they're never constant.
Yeah, but you understand that it's never the same temperature. We go through seasons. Stuff happens all the time, right? So it's not constant. we could possibly say that that would be dynamic, because we've always got shit happening that is putting energy and taking energy out of the system. Whether we're talking about gas cycles, carbon cycles, biological cycles. Now, if you want to ask why is there less gas up there, firstly, I'm pointing out that the majority, if not all, gas is produced down within a system. Cold up there.
It's okay, man. It's okay to admit that you've been lied to about this thing called gravity. It's totally cool. That's, you know.
Is anyone else phasing out on Jedi, though?
Huh?
Like, is anyone else phasing out on Jedi? I kind of lost him.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and respond to Jedi. Did you have something else to say? I feel like you made a point that you can't counter, but if you're feeling strong.
No, I was just wondering if everyone else was losing him as well. He's phased out for me.
No, not at all. He says we live in a dynamic system. So let me try to help you out here. We're going to go with closed-ended questions if you know what those are. So yes or no, do we live in a dynamic system? Yes or no?
Everything's dynamic. Everything changes.
So yes or no?
Everything changes.
My friend, it's going to be difficult if you can't have an adult conversation with closed-ended questions. We learned about those in kindergarten. Can we try again?
Are you a girl or a child?
So are we going to do a yes or no question, or are you going to just continue talking with me?
Are you a girl or a child?
Doctor, this is not going to last long if you just can't answer a simple yes or no question.
Okay. I guess we have our answer.
Don't you understand my point? It's silly saying things like that, yes or no. It's silly.
No, it's
in
not.
This conversation,
it's just called
silly.
being intellectually honest.
No, what it does is it corners you so you have nowhere to run. That's why you hate it.
Yeah.
So are you a girl or a child?
Answer the question. Just take those tap dancing shoes off. Why, why do you have to tap dance on every single question?
Weird.
Yeah.
So for the audience, then, we live in a closed and dynamic system. So just like your lungs can have a gradient and be contained.
Sorry, that was
like
me.
That's
Sorry,
how the Earth is too.
He gone.
Yeah, he's gone. That was me.
So that's okay. That's fine.
There's only so much. There's only so much. So
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. No, that's fine. I just want to let the audience know that listen, it's all about your attitude. If you want to have a conversation with people who differ, you're going to have to listen to them. And then don't just say, oh, well, since this isn't what I grew up learning, I'm going to come against it right away. The adult thing to do is when presented with new information that challenges you, especially if it gets an emotional response, that might tell you something. You might have something to learn here. And if not, no big deal. Take what resonates and leave. And that's about it. But getting emotional about it is really just counterproductive to you, and it's probably not going to help the rest of your day. So we're just trying to help here.
thank you guys for your patience and your effort. It's still whatever was done today was for the audience as well. So appreciate everybody's hard work.
At the end, his argument basically broke down to, I know you are, but what am I?
Yep. To be fair, on the playground, hold on a sec. To be fair, on the playground, that works. But in the real world, up here with adults, it doesn't. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's one of the things is just I notice people start to apply a ton of rigor and these heavy standards. Oh, so what did you flat earthers do? But they don't apply the same rigor and standard to their own worldview. We're simply asking him about his claim on the gas pressure thing, and
yeah, he likes
you saw what happened.
He likes to talk about how things should be. The pressure should be the same everywhere instead of addressing what it actually is in the real world.
Yeah. The tactics. We all see it because I'm sure most people in here know how to act like that. You just don't most of the time. You know what I mean? I'm sure. I think Glad gets it because I know how to be like that too sometimes.
Yeah, I for
Just
sure
a
do as well.
complete weasel. So it's like I can see it. I know when it's happening. So it's just like, stop, man.
You're roboting heavily, Miggy.
I was gonna say, Miggy, you're roboting. Can you hear us, Mig?
Yeah.
I think he needs a fresh connection, or send a satellite his way, sir.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
There we go. Yeah, we didn't hear anything you said the last time. If you want to restate that.
Oh, damn. No, I just, shit, man. I'm on the road, but like I'm trying to figure out what was that last. No, I mean, when somebody gets to the point where you're trying to have a civil conversation like that, it gets to the point where they're just like, I know you are, but what am I? You know, like they don't want to admit that even the simplest, it was the simplest yes or no. It wasn't something like you were twisting his arm saying something that he couldn't say. It was just, hey, is this thing a dynamic system or not? You know, or you a boy or a girl? Like, we're not gonna play this game. We're not gonna do this. Like there was at some point you have to just like, this is enough. You know.
Well, and the thing is, it's I think that we spent enough time with the young man for the audience to hear that there was always that mocking tinge. His stance was coming from a little bit of a superiority stance, like, oh my God, I can't believe you think there's not gravity. Well, hold on. Oh, flat earthers, do explain to me this, that, and the other. I can. Wow, you guys don't believe in gravity? Oh. And that's the problem. It's like it's an incredulous mocking. It's an incredulous mocking tone instead of taking things seriously. At some point, right, it'll get frustrating for them because we're just trying to share information and get a better understanding from them and then for them about their reality. But we can't get past the hurdle that is, maybe I have been duped my whole life about one or two things. And so it turns into that thing, like I said, about what was it? I asked him a yes or no question. He could not do that, which is not a good sign if you're in a good faith argument or discussion with an adult. But then he wouldn't even answer and instead turned it back and tried to make me feel inadequate by calling me either a girl or a child. That's not going to work on someone like me. I've got thicker skin than 10 of you, so that it doesn't really hurt. And then at that point, it just hurts the conversation, not my person or my like, you can't do that. There's no one here can do that. Your opinion couldn't matter less. So we're here for truth. So yeah, just try not to get down that emotional like reaction, especially when someone asks a very simple yes or no question. It wouldn't have cornered the young man into any sort of concession or anything. Actually, the point of yes or no questions is to get really specific so that we don't have to go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole about what's the difference between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure, which is silly. It's splitting hairs. So, I don't know. Anyway, thanks for letting me ramble.
I just wanted to say before we move on to something else, if by some sort of odd coincidence that guy's a real doctor and you're one of his patients, you might want to get a second opinion.
Reality check.
Yeah, right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
How's everybody doing on this Sunday afternoon or evening or morning, wherever you guys are on this plane?
Doing okay. Kind of tired. Was working, but Everything all right? How about you?
Yeah, I'm taking a drive to another location, man, and the star trails are going to be different over there. So,
cool. Cool.
Hey, I don't think people really know that. Like when we're talking about star trails, like they haven't the idea of that's a 2017, 2016 argument. Actually, star trails. Funny that the guy was kind of still talking about it, but still, like we the observation of a whole night sky. If you have no light pollution whatsoever and it's pretty clear, you can see. You will observe like different patterns in the sky. That's something just natural observation will actually reveal to you. So it's just the truth. It's not like we're twisting somebody's arm and saying, "Don't believe what I'm saying." Like, no, just go out there and look for yourself, man. You can see it. You don't have to travel to another location. Just turn around. You're facing south, and oh yeah, I see this happen. I'll turn around and see north. What's happening over there in your night sky? You'll notice, and this is what anyone can actually see. So it's not like hidden knowledge. Just anyone can know this. And you can there's videos on YouTube that have like a 360 view of like the entire night sky that you can pan the camera around and see like the different like patterns.
Here's something you can do. Sorry, go ahead.
No. So the sun actually traverses further away. So what it does, and throughout its yearly cycle, and the moon does this as well, but it moves through the pattern of a.
Bro, I want to hear this, but you're cutting off way too bad. I want to hear what you're saying, but you're cutting. You're choppy. It's bad.
Yeah, I'll step back.
Whenever you get better reception, bro, be careful driving. Don't be driving and using the phone, bro. Come on.
Let me say something real quick about that, if I can.
But get a better reception so we can hear what you're saying. Go ahead, Gleflo.
Okay. So the planetariums are set up a similar way that the world is set up around us. And if you go into a planetarium, you see that the seating is on a flat baseline, rows of seats on a flat baseline. Could be angled a little bit, downward for show or whatever. But the main point is, above you is a really good representation, like a human's best representation of what we see when we look upward. And so when I'm standing in a planetarium and I face south, I'm seeing the stars one way. And then if I turn around, face north, I'm seeing the stars a different way. Now, if I'm inside of the planetarium, which is not set up like a globe, remember, you go into a planetarium, it doesn't say globe to me at all. Then I can also look up and see that it works similarly in my sky. So it's not that the stars are rotating in two different directions on a ball. It's that all I got to do is turn around and see that it's rotating a different way. It works better in reality than on the globe. And like I said, I've spent some time in planetariums. I had a friend who used to do those laser light shows, right? And he told me how they're kind of set up, and he said it's not really based on the space math, it's based on constellations. And I don't know if you guys can tell the difference, but looking up at the constellations and how the stars behave are a lot different than what the heliocentric model says happen. So yeah, planetariums are fun. I'm not saying they're empirical evidence of anything either way, but the whole point of me being here is to help somebody understand how they've been duped and to go check the real world for themselves.
So, hey guys, how you doing? Glad, well stated. Hope everybody's doing well today. 24/7. It's Sunday.
Hi there.
Hello.
Speculation Sunday.
Hey. So I'm totally gonna change that. I actually I saved this picture for today. I'm gonna just throw it down for speculation. But if you want to check the live text, that's apparently the finger of Noah's wife. So Noah, who built the ark, these were bones that were taken from the site that was found in Ararat, Turkey, where Noah's wife was buried. Mr. Ron Wyatt, these fingers, or these bones, sorry. And his wife, that's his wife's hand, who presented it in a little chat she did after he passed. They had the bones checked. They were, in fact, vetted as human bones with a little bit of arthritis to them. But again, speculation. If this is in fact true, then them leading to the idea that they were 12 to 18 feet tall all of a sudden becomes very real. And all of a sudden, loading a 14-foot giraffe onto an ark becomes real because you're basically looking at eye level with a giraffe. Started to think about that this morning, but some speculation.
Like a lot of arthritis.
Did that lady just finish like a chicken meal and put the bones there? Just messing with you, bro.
Nah, dude. So it just, I mean, really, again, guys, it's the idea that, like, okay, cool. So we have this bone with the potentiality of, all of a sudden you start to think, okay, if I was 14 feet tall, right, and the height of a young giraffe is 14 feet, and then the dimensions of Noah's Ark is actually 3 levels of 15 feet each. It's like, it works out to be about 60 something feet overall. You start to think to yourself, well, holy crap, if I'm standing eye to eye with a giraffe in height, how easy it would be to load a giraffe onto an ark. And then I have, the animals 2 by 2, all of a sudden they're not as high as maybe, I don't know, my knee, maybe my hip maximum. No, yeah, it'd be like my knee. All of a sudden it becomes a somewhat of a more manageable task. But yeah, just some fun, guys. Just some fun, of course.
Where'd you get that image from, Kiwi?
Ron Wyatt. If you go to his YouTube channel, his wife, she put on a few presentations to a few interviews about the ark and everything, and she showed all the artifacts, the metalworks that contain titanium, magnesium, iron. What's the other fourth? Titanium. Yeah. And a series of other things like a piece of an antler and all kinds of stuff. Anyways, when the Ark finally came to its final resting place in Ararat, Turkey, Noah set up what they believed to be his house and a few other things like his altar. Also found at one point in time on Ron Wyatt's first discoveries or travels to Ararat, Turkey, was in fact this grave, which he believed to be Noah's wife, or her burial site. Sure enough, in going through there, apparently there was she had like a gold belt that went around her hip. Jewels, a crown, serious things like that. But what he did take for himself was, in fact, these 3 bones, these 3 segments that he had checked when he came back home. The other things that he brought back from his journey were like the sulfur balls, the sulfur deposits from Sodom and Gomorrah when it was destroyed. So there's all kinds of things that this guy found. He was lucky enough to find that it's not so much that it's the proof that people need to see that all of this was true. From my standpoint, what it puts in my heart is the fact that if in fact we were 12 to 18 feet tall at one point in time, how much more manageable this story becomes, right? How much it then becomes something where you start to realize, the numbers worked. He had 120,000 floating square feet of space, right? And this boat, it's not a boat. It just had to float on top of water, stabilize itself, which they have evidence of the dredge stones, 20 to 30 dredge stones, all laid in the hills of Ararat, Turkey, right? Which show that this ark was anchored, held in place so it wouldn't flip over. And as the waters went away, as they withdrew, all these dredge stones.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're back, dude.
All right, so yeah, I like to chime in on this because of the narrative that I understand from it. It was a terrifying experience for him because of what the narrative exclaims, right? The biblical stance. And there's different apocrypha books that actually speak of the actual event and how it took place in his perspective. He was so mentally worn out towards the end of those 40 days that he was enduring this, that he was exhausted. He was just having a conversation with God, and he's like, I can't do this. If I endure anymore, I will surely die. Like, it was so intense. Can you imagine going through a weather system? I don't know if anybody's ever experienced a tornado or whatever, but just experiencing something like that awesome, and then having to endure it for 40 days and 40 nights, and having to endure this this event that took place was unlike anything that's ever happened ever in the world. So yeah, it was a terrifying experience. But just speaking to the point of where you're coming from, it had to be like a cork. So it was basically a cork that would float, and that's what he was making for 120 years. He was constructing a cork. So you didn't need it to travel the seas. What it was just meant to be like a flotation device and be able to be stable enough to where it wouldn't flip over. So yeah, the dredge stones and everything would make sense, and the fact that how you'd anchor something like this. But also, I guess what I wanted to point out is that it's important to say that with this idea of the animals going in there, it was a causation that the creator actually brought them to the place. And so not every animal got on the ark, as it was exclaimed. Some of them were for protection. They were actually surrounding the ark in protection of anybody that would try to come in and work their way into the ark, and they were not allowed. Because the reason why the animals were surrounding the ark was so that no intruder that didn't believe on what Noah was saying would enter. So the only people that would enter were the ones that actually would trust in his word, which is basically his household. And everybody else that he was ministering to for 120 years were like, you are crazy. There is no flood that's going to come and take us. And so in preparation for that, the animals that were there were brought there by the creator. And so they surrounded the ark. The ones who weren't going in were just meant to be like sentinels protecting the ark. And the ones who did go in were also brought in by the creator. So he did most of the work bringing all the animals together. Noah didn't really usher the animals in to say that, if it was the case that there were 14 feet tall people, there could be some evidence for that as far as speculation goes. But I would say this way, if whatever the case was for these animals to get onto the ark and how they applied themselves to it, I think it would only be fair to say that they weren't even brought there by Noah. They were brought there by the creator. He put them all in one location so that they can go through this terrible cataclysm together. And then once after the cataclysm was over, they were going to be released back onto the world. So what he created was the ark basically was a vessel to travel through the cataclysm that was the world was about to endure. So yeah, neither of those things that Noah, all he did was just make a boat, and the instructions how to make it were actually given to him how to do it. So he really didn't do anything but just follow instructions. And as far as the animals go, they were brought in by God, and he's the one that actually put them there to surround the ark and protect it, so that nobody, after they started to see the floodwaters, would rush the ark and try to take it by force. So the animals would tear the people apart. So they would this was the judgment over them. So it's the narrative and what it's saying. So the narrative just basically speaks to it's somebody that was given warning. Somebody like Noah was giving them the long 120 years of warning, but they proceeded to not believe what he was saying, so they went ahead with their ignorance, and so that was their undoing. And so the animals were guarding the ark, and also they went into the ark, the ones who were going to go in, and some idea there's 2 by 2. That I understand, that might be the mainstream narrative, but they also went in by sevens, so the ones that they could eat. So there were some animals they could eat, they went in by sevens. So the ones they could not eat were the ones that go in 2 by 2, depending on their dietary restrictions and so on. But yeah, the narrative does explain the scene of how it looked like. It's probably very different to what we would imagine for mainstream view of it, because it has more to do with the supernatural versus a realistic way of how a person herds animals. How did Noah gather these animals? Did he go to every region of the earth? And it wasn't done that way. He was just building the boat as instructed, and the animals came to him, and then they went into the boat because that's what they had, an instinct to do, the thing that was put upon them. And Noah was just making the way for the animals so they can go in there. So he didn't really he didn't have a hand to make it all happen. He was just somebody who was following instructions to do exactly what God told him to do. And so I guess that's the only way that I could see this story playing out. It's whether or not there were 14 feet tall people doing it, I can't speak to that. Maybe there's something in the way of speculation, but I don't know. There's probably more I could add, but I'm just saying the speculation side of it could be the case. But to say that because their lives were even longer, the way the narrative goes, Noah lived to be 900 years old. I mean, before he passed on. So the world was a very different place in those days, and the people must be very different in that case too. If you lived that long, what was life like for you? Were you just a regular 5'8" size human being, or were you a 14-foot tall? Them was low. The normal for them was living to be 1,000 years old. That was the age where you would you'd be born into this world, and so the curse was that no longer will humans live that long. And the longest they'll get to live is 120 years at the maximum peak. And then they'll, no matter how well of a life, that's the limit. Doesn't matter what you do. You can live the healthiest life possible and the best way possible. There will still be a limit until where you expire. Yeah, sorry, I'm on a tangent now. Did I cut out through all of that? Is anybody here?
No, we got most of it.
Sorry. Yeah, I just feel we could talk about different things. But what are your guys' speculations anyway? Because that's an interesting one. The one that Kiwi brought up. What do you guys I feel like if there's something that you carry in the way of speculation, please don't be afraid to talk about it, because we're allowed to do that, and it's okay. Like the thing that we do like throughout the week is make sure that we just keep it on point with, because the listener don't, when they come in here, they don't know the difference between like mid conversation. They don't know like if we're speculating or if we're speaking of matter of fact statements. So if your speculation is something to deal with like the supernatural or maybe something metaphysical, they're thinking that you're saying something, speaking directly to what Earth is and such, and they'll take it the wrong way. Not saying that you're doing something wrong. It's when we do these things, it has to be like in a sort of an arena so that we can all just say, hey, that's what we do at this time. We talk about our speculations. So, anybody else have any speculations about it's just everything pertaining to the Earth, so it could be something in the way of like a truth or statement. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think I got something here. So on a different server, on Spectacle or Skeptical server, this guy was saying that he was skeptical of flat Earth, and I'm like, certainly you can do that. And he said, well, let's assume the Earth is flat. I go, sure, you can do that too. You can assume the Earth is flat. And I go, then you can take your assumption and speculate all you want about stuff in the sky. Because you are a flat earther at that point if you're able to assume. And he got really melted down by that he, like the whole flat earther, he had all kinds of connotations. Flat earthers are, inbred, scientific illiterate, yada, yada. So my speculation would be like, if somebody is working in the paradigm that the Earth is flat, and they're triggered by the word flat earther, my speculation would be that it's a them problem. Has nothing to do with me or anyone else.
Yeah, the problem, the term has been weaponized and brings up a bunch of baggage. So people have this imaginative of whatever term in their mind, and they can attach whatever they want to it, right? Like, if you wear the hat, flat earther hat, that means you're dumb. And that's it. I mean, yeah, it's difficult when they have this imaginary thing in their minds arguing for that.
Yeah, it's like okay, so if they're able to assume something for themselves, but they're really trying to assume it for you, and then they add on their own personal biases to that because of something they heard somebody else say, at that point, I think my speculation is there's so many levels of inception that you're not even on the same wavelengths. Do you even discuss anything with them at that point?
Yeah, I discuss it all the time. Someone mentioned that last guy had a mocking tone, and it's because the majority of them think they have this false bravado, this false confidence that they think that there's a whole army full of experts that will back up all of their claims.
Oh yeah, and they have that army in their back pocket. They're just waiting to take it out. I'm like, show me your work.
And the only thing we're trying to state is that we have taken these claims of your experts, and when we went over them with the fine-tooth comb, they're not congruent.
Yeah, so the guy responded back that said that the server's a useless place for no discussion. You only mute, ban, or kick, and that's the proof of the weakness of flat Earth. I said, is this what you're assuming? I go, is this part of your assumption? Because your first statement was, now let's assume the flat Earth. So if we find these same set of conditions on the globe, what does that say about your assumption? Not me, not flat Earth. Your ability with your tools of discernment. If everything you see in the world equals your assumptions of flat Earth, is your speculation now that you live on the flat Earth, or is it mine? Because I told you no. Leave me out of your meth-fueled symposium.
Well, if I have a choice, I'd rather fight against a straw man than a sound logical argument.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
and that's the stance they're taking as well. So.
Yeah, that's a solid point right there.
And that's why the argument devolves into, I know you are, but what am I? They realize that these experts are not jumping in to save them. There's a reason why there isn't any public panels, public discord about any of these conversations. It's only one narrative.
Honestly, like, kids should be kind of scared that adults are telling them not to question the official narrative, especially as they're growing up. You know, like, how is it that when I'm learning to use my own senses to navigate my world, I don't use my own senses to navigate my world? I'm told that no. It's spinning because it's not spinning. No. See how it's flat? No matter how high you go, it just keeps getting flatter, and you can see further and further and further, and the horizon stays horizontal. No, see, that means the Earth is curved everywhere. So I'm told to ignore my senses growing up, and by golly, if somebody comes along with a straw man that I think I can pounce on instead of address the fact that I'm told to ignore my God-given senses, or whatever you want to call those, then, you know, I feel like that's not progress. And kids need to be aware growing up that when an adult says, don't worry about it, we got it figured out, just pass your test, that's a problem. They're hiding something. Thank you.
Hey, Gladflow, you said it doesn't matter how high you up, it keeps getting flat.
Yeah, at least in my experience, and I've been on a lot of flights. So
what if you go so high enough that you hit the ceiling? Does it keep getting flat?
I don't know. I'd have to try it. But listen, no matter how high anything goes, people, balloons, planes, what was there, like an X2 or some shit that went up real high so it could go super fast? I don't know. Like, no matter where we go, there's no curvature, drop over distance of the horizon. The horizon just kind of moves with the activity of the perspective of the viewer.
But it looks flat, right? It is not that it is flat. It looks flat when you're really high up. It's a perspective thing, right?
Overall, it's a topographical plane that every tiny little bump and indentation sits on. The baseline is flat. And that's,
but the plane isn't the plane like ground? Like, I mean, there's water, a lot of surface water, right? Is the water a plane?
I think so.
The water is not a plane, is it?
Well, okay, so like the surface of the ground, the surface of the water has tiny, minute little differences that are all temporary. Again, overall, it is flat. We know this because we can make a straight, flat line between points A and point B over any distance that we'd like.
We can make a straight line
over
from
water.
point A to point B.
Yeah, over water we can, yeah. And all we got to do to account for little bumps in the water is just go up a little bit
right
higher.
Above the topographical ground and above the water.
Right, and the thing is,
if you don't make the line high enough above the mountains and the topography, you won't be able to make a straight line because you're gonna hit another mountain if you go straight.
That's why you can't do it over. You can't measure over land, but you can do awesome observations that will show you there's no Earth curvature.
Yeah,
in my opinion, people have gotten long distance photos of hundreds of miles away, and not only that, that photo, the horizon in that photo is still horizontal. We're still waiting for left to right curvature. That's one of the things I really, 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 well, I mean, I want to see. I won't see it, but I want to see it. Anyway, I got to go to work. I'll talk to you guys in a sec. Love you.
All right.
What does he mean, left to right curvature? I thought we lived on a paper towel roll.
So, yeah, paper towel roll.
Over the edge. You go over the edge. There's no left to right drop. No. It's just over the edge only.
What happened to I think Miggy banned him, what was it, Doctor? I actually wanted other people to speak to him, like some of you guys, like just giving something, but nah, he was 3 in the morning for him, and he was going crazy. Actually, one of the first things he described, it was this crazy stuff happening. There's a lot of crazy stuff. He was like 3 hours ago, and he said it was a lot of crazy stuff. Like this guy.
Yeah, you can't explain crazy stuff happening, and that was the thing where I said to myself, this is gonna be an interesting conversation. He's his voice getting screechy was a little bit of a breakdown on his end of things.
It's like his only mission in the conversation was to not answer. He was making a concerted effort to not answer any questions. So
it was the burden flip. Constant burden flip. No, do you know how to use a sextant? No. Here, you don't understand. I'm not asking if you know how to use the tool. I'm asking you if you understand how to apply the tool. That's the question, right? You understand how it functions. You can pick up a ruler. You can measure a distance. That's what we're asking. Not if I've actually used a ruler.
I enjoyed can you define antecedent? And then there was just crickets.
Yeah, there was a lot of silence. You could tell he was just, actively lily padding within things, and then obviously going to the Googles and looking up things as well for definition's sake, of course.
I mentioned to me yesterday was, I think, there's these people that will say, I just believe in the glove and that's it, and these guys figure it out. That this guy was kind of that guy. Hey, someone figure it out. I believe that guy.
That's the narrative that most people tell themselves. Somebody somewhere looked into it sometime. Somebody had to have looked into it. I know it.
Appeal to Dr. X. Dr. X did it. Mr. X did it.
Curvature? I don't know. Movement? Well, I don't know. Gas pressure? Well, look up. I agree with you. You need a container. Where's the container on the globe? Just look up.
What was his explanation was a magical force of gravity, right?
The atmosphere. The atmosphere.
A magical, invisible force called gravity holds in the medium, the gases, without any... Go ahead.
And then he appealed to mystery. He's like, can't we just have some mysteries in this world?
Yeah, we don't know everything. Obviously, we don't. But we can't just make claims about things and say it is true because we don't know.
His explanation being gravity is something that we don't understand. Well, I would like to understand it, and I'd like you to explain it to me so that I can understand it better. Because so far, it appears to be the boogeyman underneath my bed.
Be careful with the understand. The understanding of something. You can, instead of understand, use comprehend. I think comprehension will be a good one because, I mean, because I learned English by practicing it. And when I learned the word understand, especially in the legalese, you're standing under. Do you understand the earth? No, you can't. You overstanding the earth. You're standing over it, bro. Come on. Can't understand the earth. You can't understand what it says in that book about the globe because that book is under you, right? You're standing. and you're looking at this book or whatever you're reading about the globe, you're not understanding. You comprehend it. You can get a comprehension of what it means, but you cannot stand under it. There's no way, and there's no globe that I'm gonna stand under it. No, I'm not gonna understand the globe. I comprehend it. I comprehend the idea, but doesn't follow logically. That's why I can debunk it, because when I go to reality, I can't find it. My comprehension of reality tells me that the globe is an impossibility based on all the claims that it makes, and based on reality, the globe is understanding of me when it's standing on that table, right, on the table, motionless, on the level table at the corner. That globe is understanding, and the globe doesn't comprehend. But the guy was appealing to just, the experts. Like, they figure it out. He was appealing to that. So it's too bad. I think he was kind of playing a little. I don't know. I thought he was gonna speak with more people, but no. I think it was the right thing to do, because he wasn't even answering the questions anymore. It's all good. Good job, guys. Well done. At least everybody tried.
Petulant child.
You a child or a girl?
Hey, 2 mic check 1 2.
Yeah.
The thing that I was listening to him that kind of like, I don't know how he didn't hear himself say. He's like, well, the thing that explains is gravity, but we don't know what gravity is. It's a mystery. Okay, but it's the thing that explains what I'm telling you is happening in the sky. That thing is the explanation, but we don't know what it is. We don't know what it is, but it's the explanation. What? How do you not know what something is and then proceed to say, well, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely the reason why.
And then use it as your evidence.
Well, that's painful ignorance. Everybody knows what gravity is. It's axiomatic. It's experiential. It's what it's always been. It's just a name for the phenomena that things appear to fall down or rise up. Right? That's what it is. It's all it is. It's all it's ever been. Gravity's real. That's what it is. It's the definition of that phenomena. It's the terms. So basically, if you say things fall down because of gravity, you're saying things fall down because things fall down. Get it?
But wait, did I forget I picked it up for it to fall down?
It's irrelevant.
Okay.
The cause of things falling down is things falling down. That's basically what happens when you appeal to the term gravity, because that's all that gravity means. Now, if you try to ascribe the term gravity to the cause of things falling down, then you have a problem, because now you're using the same word in two different instances and confusing people. What's the cause of gravity? Gravity. See how stupid that is? What is gravity? Things, quote unquote, falling to the ground. That's the claim. I mean, that's definitional. So then you have to ask, well, what causes that? Those are two different questions. Everybody experiences the phenomenon, and people have different interpretations of the cause. So they say gravity doesn't work on a flat Earth. Okay, so things falling down doesn't work on a flat Earth? No, that's not what I meant. I mean, if the Earth was flat, gravity would pull things
Whoa. I thought gravity was things falling down. How is gravity things being pulled now? Oh, yeah, but I see things falling down, therefore they're pulled. Well, wait a minute. What if they're pushed? According to the equivalence principle, they could just as equally be being pushed. Oh, yeah, but you see, pulling is what I need for my worldview, so I'm going to say pulling rather than pushing. It's all philosophical mumbo jumbo. So, of course, they then put their pulling gravity, which they claim pulls things to the center of mass, which is Newtonian concept of gravity, which was supplanted by Einsteinian, so there is no pulling. So even now they're at an incoherent position with mainstream science, so they're essentially heretics to the heliocentric religion because they didn't read the latest installment of their holy books. They'll say, oh, if Earth was a flat pizza, 1 inch thick, right, floating in the middle of space, then gravity would pull you to the center, which means as you get further away from the center, you'd be diagonal. Okay, so you're saying that if the Earth was minimalistically thick compared to its circumference, if it was a flat pizza, right, then gravity, which you haven't even adequately defined properly so far, wouldn't work on a floating pizza disc in space. Oh, cool story. But that wasn't your claim. Your claim was that it wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. Okay, the Earth being flat has nothing to do with it being minimalistically thin, with no depth to it, with no substrate. So what they're really saying in all of that is, I don't understand the definitions of words and terms and logic. So their entire position is incoherent. Why? Because the term the Earth is flat doesn't mean that it must take a particular shape, being a circle, disc, like a coin, that is a greater circumference than its depth. That's false. It's not necessary for the proposition that the Earth is flat. Because, I mean, ultimately, what is the point about the Earth being flat? It's the Earth in which we inhabit is generally flat in orientation and surface compared to anything else. So that being said, the Earth in which we inhabit could be sitting fair enough on top of a pyramid. So imagine a pyramid in your mind, and the Earth is on top of it. That pyramid would have a distribution of mass underneath it, which would satisfy the equations, depending on the way it's distributed, for the quote-unquote equations that they created about gravity being either Newtonian or Einsteinian, and you'd end up with the exact same field lines, which are essentially near parallel at the surface as you experience it, which is why you can level a house foundation, right? So you end up with the same result. But if you limit yourself to one canard, saying the Earth must be a flat pizza floating in space, okay, maybe then your equations wouldn't work based on what we experience. But if you limit yourself to that permutation only, you're a fool. Because it shows you have no creativity, no imagination, no problem-solving skills. It's almost like you have a predisposition to a bias that you want to create a caricature of your opposing view so you can lampoon it and burn it like a straw man for everyone to see without actually doing any due diligence whatsoever. So yes, the Earth can be flat and the territory which we inhabit completely flat, yet gravity, in the way in which they describe it, whether it be Newtonian or Einsteinian, be true. So gravity is really a non sequitur to the shape of the Earth, except in their position, they need it to be a certain thing to form the Earth. Creative forces. So gravity to them is just a religious creation story. It's not science. So when they say, what's gravity in our worldview, the correct answer they should say is, well, it's obviously the creator of our realm. right? It's the force that is the creative power behind the globes which we live on. No different than Greek mythology, right? Or Norse mythology. You know, you got these gods and these forces that shaped the earth in the past. Man, I'd love to see their video camera that they sent into the past to prove their proposition true.
If gravity is depending on warping of space-time, and in the beginning of their whole religion, in the Big Bang, there couldn't have been gravity, otherwise everything would have been held together. So it came to exist later on.
Right. Right. So here's a famous quote. So something from nothing. So if we take all the positive numbers and we take all the negative numbers, they equal zero. Yet they're an accumulation of numbers. So everything exists within zero. Therefore, because of a force called gravity, something can surely come from nothing. So gravity, right? He said it's a force, but now we know it's Einsteinian warpy-dorpy. So you need the mass, right, and the space-time to warp each other in order to get the motion. But you need the first motion in order to create motion within that. Otherwise, there's no motion. So you end up with a static universe in an infinitesimal point, ad infinitum into the past, wherever it began, right? To where there's zero motion, an infinitesimally dense point with zero space-time, which means zero gravity. The space and time came into existence. So as Drace accurately pointed out, you have a pinpoint of nothing, right? Essentially happening.
Yeah,
nothing happening whatsoever.
A point before time started existing, essentially. How is that not a religion?
Right. So you have no motion, zero motion whatsoever, no mechanism for motion, no force because there's nothing moving, no bending and warping of space-time, nothing. You have nothing happening whatsoever, yet somehow they want you to believe it just happened. Right? And they say that we're the ones speculating. Well, if you have nothing and you add gravity, then you get something. Dude, you just said you have nothing. How can you add gravity if there's nothing? Oh, well, I borrowed gravity from an alternate universe, which itself had come to be by a big bang. Wait a minute, you just kicked the can down the road in an infinite causation loop fallacy. Oh, no, what I meant to say is if you borrow from the future and go back in time... Total retards. You put it this way, you realize that these people are retarded, clinically. Yes, so to the Glober whose brain is boiling in their mind right now, trying to solve the infinite causal fallacy loop, I just want to massage your brain with the truth that your worldview is false, and you no longer have to solve that problem because it's not a problem because it's false. So go into the bathroom, pour some cold water over your head, relax, and just tell yourself maybe it's possible that the mainstream narrative status quo is false. And that because humans are errant in nature, that maybe some things that I believe in that I was told by other people who I esteemed falsely could be wrong. Then sit down and have a nice sandwich and a glass of orange juice. And welcome to the real world. And then, after you're able to compose yourself and form a cogent, coherent sentence without stuttering, come join our Discord.
We got somebody named Chulu's Itchy Space Crab that's with us right now. I'm gonna try to mute you. I was trying to do that earlier, but I pressed the wrong button and entered a video chat. It was weird. Let me try doing it now. All right, all right, to the space crab guy, if you can hear me. Hey, welcome to the server.
Says he's a flat
Are you
earther.
there? He what?
Says he's a flat earther. He's got a ton of rolls.
Oh, does
Yeah, I'm here. I just like hanging out.
He's got a ton of rolls.
Hey, he's got like 25 rolls.
I had more. I gave up some.
I put honey and butter on my rolls.
It says highly suspect. Somebody gave you that. Space aid, space criminal, space herpes, space churd. Damn.
Yeah, I wanted them all.
Hey, can we make a roll that's hot cross buns? Roll for rolls, hot buttery rolls. I don't know. Whatever. Shut up. Anyway. So who's joining the Space Force here, Globers? What are we doing?
You can do a lobster roll. Lobster roll. You like that one? Lobster roll.
Like a California roll. Or spicy unagi roll. All kinds of deals.
That's actually a good question, Glabflow. Which of the Glovers is gonna join Space Force?
Yeah, man up. Let's go. Like woman up, man up. If you're both, I don't know. It doesn't matter. You can identify as an astronaut anytime you want.
The doctor guy that was here, he should be like a medical crew doctor in the globe.
I love it when people come in saying that they're a doctor, because, man, you know, a lot of stuff. Like if I get my drug and alcohol if I get it, when I finish my bachelor's program for drug and alcohol, I'm not going to call myself a doctor, right? But there's cats out there who would. They'd be like, "Oh, that's good enough. I help people. Whatever." Like that's not a doctor.
Oh, they're actually pushing the Space Force advertisement. I got like a couple of Space Force ads.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is,
what is the goal of that? What is the goal?
Do you have to be military? That's my question. Already military, like already Air Force or something, or can you just pop in like a fucking barber shop?
Hey, who disconnected me? What was that?
I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. I got disconnected.
Okay. Well, cut me off if I'm making stupid.
It's all good.
But yeah, let's do the Space Force thing. I want to see somebody get like really excited, and go join the Space Force. Well, are they going to do anything too? By the way, what is what's his name? President Brandon. What is he doing with Space Force? Anything? Come on, guys, you got to throw me a bone here.
I got the advertisement. I think they're trying to recruit me to go to Space Force and go to space or something.
I don't have a criminal record, so I might try. Flat Earther joins Space Force.
Mm-hmm.
Stays Flat Earther. I can't believe in all these years we haven't gotten one staunch glober and one staunch flat earth knowledge container person. You know, like flat earth, globe earth, one each person going and performing a bunch of like tests, observations, measurements, right? I just want to see that happen once. Who's got the balls? I'll do it.
Nah, let's just put him on a boxing ring or a MMA ring. Let's do that.
No, we know who would win, but the thing is, that wouldn't settle anything.
Just kidding.
No, I mean, I hear you loud and clear, bro. But that aside, that'd be fun. I think that'd be great.
I'd sign up for the Dave Farina one, Jimsy.
Oh, dude, let me go with Dave. Oh, that'd be so much fun. Even me, and I'm not very good at talking and knowing stuff, and even I'd destroy the fucker if we just went out to the world. He would have no argument. That's probably why we'll never see him do it.
I was talking about the MMA style, like what Jemsy said.
His hair would get in the way. You have to wear a bun.
Yeah, I won't be able to fight. You guys can go at it.
It wouldn't be much of a fight, but anyway, the point is...
What are you talking about, Dave Farina?
Yeah. Good old Professor Dave.
Dude, look, he already said that there's no way to measure surface curvature.
And he gets paid to say that there is. He admitted that. So we're done with Dave, for sure. Y'all should be too, audience, but, I mean, Dave Farina or not, Earth measures flat against the globe math. Show us otherwise.
Yeah, and there's already a guy that's taken up the task of whooping him publicly, which is Dr. James Tour, an actual doctor.
Sweet.
So back in the day, because Dr. Tour doesn't believe in abiogenesis having been proven in an evolutionary sense, but there are people who are making false claims that it has been. For example, quotes like, "We've created life in a lab." You've heard that before. And people like Dave Farina, because they're zealots for evolution, and to be fair, also atheism. Mr. Tour is religious, and so Farina took religious anger and animosity towards Mr. Tour to say that he only believes the things he believes because of his religion, not because of science. And so he borrowed some scientists, quote unquote, to come on his show, or he borrowed their writings, and he misrepresented what they were saying, and did it so without their permission, by the way, in some instances. And basically said, my experts say that Mr. Tour is wrong, that we did create life in the lab, and all this baloney sandwich. And so Tour finally had enough of it and said, okay, I'm coming after you. I'm going to make a 16-part series publicly eviscerating you for the chump that you are. And I think we're on episode...
T-O-U-R?
Yeah, I think we're on episode 5 now. Oh, also who's come into the similar scrutiny lately is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Some other people are coming out against him. Which, it's kind of like late to the party because a lot of Globers have already thrown him under the bus because he said some statements that they don't like. Like, you don't see Earth curvature from that height, being the Red Bull jump, etc. And then we've had other Globers say, you can't see curvature from the height of the ISS. Mathematically, wouldn't be visible. And therefore, the images they show you from the ISS of a curved Earth are false. And people who believe it are ignorant, right? As graciously ignorant, but also maybe stupid. They're at least ignorant, but they could also be stupid or foolish or other words that might be involved when people otherwise would have the intellect to know these pictures are false, but somehow believe it because it's confirmation bias. Yeah, so these globe religious zealotards, man, they're starting to get cannibalized by their own side. Fractures in the church, right? Denominations. You can see Earth curvature at 80,000 feet, or 8,000 feet, like quote unquote Dr. Bob believes, versus Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, you can't even see it at the Red Bull jump. Versus planetarium director Larson. Oh, you can't even see it at the ISS.
Mic check AI real quick.
Michael.
Sounds good.
You mean to tell me it's 2023 now and there's still people that believe in this spinning spaceball monkey religion? What you're saying?
Sure, and that's not even unreasonable, by the way. What's unreasonable is they're glossing over the inconsistencies in the people who are supposed to be knowledgeable in these fields being completely contradictory. Like, if you've never scrutinized it, right, is one thing. But if you're listening to one person say, oh, you can't see the Earth's curve at 120,000 feet, can't see it, can't be done. And another person says, oh, you could totally see it. And then you never actually think in your mind, wait a minute, why is there a contradiction here? If this is established as the truth, shouldn't we already know this answer? That at least should make you scratch your head.
Yeah, Glovers have to decide which side they're gonna go with the Earth that they can see the curvature, or the one that they can't, the one they can see it, or the one they cannot see it.
Yeah, or the one where they can measure it on the surface, or they can't. You know. So, what software program, before it renders graphics, imagines a three-dimensional spatial ray from the target object to a floating point outside of the plane of render, which will be your TV screen, imaginarily, of course, because your TV screen doesn't exist in the program, and then crosses the angles over a focal point, inverts them on the other side to create the image, and then presents it to you that way. And also simulates and emulates diffractive interference, because lights have wavelengths, et cetera, before they show you the image. I don't know. I'd be willing to say not very many, if any. Yet people will always present to you graphical rendered programs trying to prove to you how the Earth would be curved from these vantage points. But that's not how optics render. Right? No, sorry, that is how optics render. They don't render without those things happening. Which is why when you play video games, you'll notice sometimes as you're moving in a world that even though the world is generally flat to you and you're looking at a building, that when you rotate your camera, the perspective of the building doesn't maintain its spatial relations in regards to what you experience in real life. You're like, wait a minute, that building looks a little warped as I turn to the left and to the right. It doesn't maintain its trueness. Well, that's because games don't render the way optics render. Because optics render things in reality, and games represent things in a system. So a lot of these times where they're trying to show you graphics and be like, oh yeah, see, the Earth would totally look curved based on this simulation. They haven't done a true optical simulation. This is the whole point why Neil deGrasse Tyson and Paul Larson were saying that you don't see Earth curve from these heights because the horizon is equidistant. It's the same distance, 360 degrees around you, and it's also the same angle. It's the same angle. So if you look this way, or you look to the left, or you look to the right, the light's coming in the same angle. And it's also coming in from the same distance. So where's the discernible information? There's no differential. So how can you have a curve up here? For a curve, you need a difference.
So have you noticed that we've been getting a bunch of Glovers that their ultimate claim about the belief of the globe is they admittedly say, because someone figured it out, they say it's a globe, therefore I believe is a globe, right? That's what they say. It's not ultimate. Some of the top globers, they'll tell you, yeah, it is a globe because, they high authorities figure it out, and I believe them. We've been getting a bunch of this today. That was an example with Dr. Guy. He admitted that eventually.
Dr. Wawa?
Yeah. So to AI's point, that you brought up a bunch of good points, but yeah, you're gonna have to pick side. I like that one that you brought it up. This is that point can be kind of like expanded. Hey, you have the helio believers, the heliocentric believers or whatever, that believe that you can see the curvature, and the other ones that don't, they believe they cannot see it. What's the actual answer? Can you answer? Or something? I don't know. That's a good one, actually.
Well, we know that you can have a perception, right, of a curve when there actually isn't one there. That's known. So it's not as simple as I look out and I see what appears to me to be a curve in an image, which, by the way, what you see with your eyes is also an image. Yes, to be fair, it is real time, but it's still an image. It's created. You don't have divination powers of the 3D space around you. The light, right, must come into your eye through physical processes that have physical limitations, that is based on angles, wavelengths, mediums, distances, and also the size of the optic, your aperture, the clarity, whether you're colorblind or not, all kinds of things, right? So we know of a fact that you can have an object that's curved, right, in an image. Not the object isn't curved in the image, but the appearance of the object is curved in the image. But the object itself is perfectly flat and perfectly straight. So it's an extra burden of proof to say what I'm looking at that looks curved, it is now validated as being curved. For example, Mr. Sensible set up a balloon supposedly higher, if I remember correctly, than Mr. Red Bull Jump went. He had a string, and then he said, oh, look, the horizon looks curved in my image. And I swear to you that rectilinear lenses that I used have zero distortion. And because of those two factors, therefore it must be physical curve. Lo and behold, you do research on rectilinear lenses beyond a mere Google search, and you find out that they do have distortion. And the types of distortion in which they have are congruent with a line in between two color fields appearing to be exaggerated differential at the edges, which would look to you like a curve at the ends, which is exactly what you see in his image. So again, inconclusive. To which you then ask the question, well, should I even be seeing curve at this height? Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Mr. Planetarium director say no. Mathematically, you wouldn't even be seeing curve at this height anyway. So if you look at a curved image, mathematically you shouldn't see it. And there's also a rational explanation of why the image would be distorted based on the lens you're using. So why are you just going to automatically say this must be physical Earth curve? Just because I see what appears to me to be curved of an image.
AI, do you have video of that? The planetarium guy talking about that? Being like 120 miles up, or 120,000 feet, not being able to see it? I can't find that video anymore.
Hold on, we have it right here. Well, if you just search my name, or from me, or you just search the word planetarium director, or right, Paul Larson should come up within the server. Search inside our server. I usually post a post that says the quote from the man. Then it has a video, and my post has a timestamp to the guy's clip. But I also have a photograph, not a photograph, but like a still from the video. So it's all in there. Now, the Indio's video, which I do have the timestamp from, is an excerpt from the man's lecture, which took place at the institution where he was giving it. And it was being recorded from like a cell phone or something. And then it was posted, and the original channel was called, I want to say Authentic Intent or something, which I don't know if his channel still exists with that video on it, like the full little excerpt from the lecture. So Indio's is a smaller excerpt from the excerpt of the lecture. But he just shows the basic principle, and the images that are attached to my post about it show the basic math, right? He puts a circle imprint on the Earth of what the field of view would be of the ISS. And he then demonstrates that all the angles are equal, all the propagation angles, as well as the reception angles, as well as the distances. So where's the discernible information to render on the final image as a curve? That's the principle at play. The same principle that Neil deGrasse Tyson put forward. Which to this day, we've been asking Globers, like, how high do you have to be before that differential starts to exist, and therefore you have available information to render as a difference? Because you think about it, an image is ultimately, okay, let me rewind. Spatial reality is 3 dimensions, but images are 2 dimensions. So that means, of a necessity, 2 of the 3 dimensions must be rendered as 1 dimension when it's on an image. So an image only has an X and a Y, whereas reality has a Z. Now, there's an illusion of Z in an image. You see it through the benefit of perspective because you understand perspective to be the Z. However, in an image, right, the Y and the Z are the same. So then the question is again, where's the differential information on those axes that can be rendered or known or perceived or received or imprinted upon the image forming device? Whether it be your eyes, which, by the way, your eyes have a concave sensor, which most cameras don't, so they're a little more advanced, whereas most cameras have a flat sensor. So there's the question, where's the information? I've yet for someone to give it.
A picture of the Earth from space. You're a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it. Side of the planet's surface.
Hi everyone. Kind of quiet. We have Uleki. Ulek. You've been unmuted, Ulek. Never mind. I heard something in the background. What was that?
That was me, probably. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I just sold protein powder to someone.
What flavor glat?
Chocolat.
Hey, do I see my architecture?
Did you hear me? I'm sorry. It was cinnamon toast crunch.
Cinnamon toast crunch.
Basically,
protein powder. Wow.
Yep, and we got a Fruity Pebbles one too. That's my favorite.
That's crazy. So architecture is back. I see him in the live stream voice text. Interesting.
What up? I'm gonna call him Archie. Archie?
Archie. Complete with arc segments built into triangles. So, yeah, thanks.
Arc segments. It wouldn't even be called that if it were curved, guys. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have to look for arc segments of the Earth. It wouldn't be flat. We wouldn't have to call any of this stuff what it already is. We'd have to rename everything if it were a globe. They're trying to tell us level is curved. I'm not kidding, guys. They're trying to muddy the waters between two words that mean the same thing. And I hope nobody's buying that. If you know what sea level means, you know that it doesn't curve because it's called sea, which is huge, and level, which is not curving.
But you see, a lot of the terminology are words that have been hijacked and given a different meaning. Like, let's say, curving water, right? I mean, water, it will go, it will flow, it will do waves, it will curve in that sense. But the claim that they call the curving water around the globe, that's a whole other claim besides seeing water doing things here in reality, right? Water can do a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
But it's not doing that globe thing. It's definitely not.
No, and what I meant by the changing, like it's not an arc segment, since reality never presents an arc segment that comports to the globe mathematics we were all raised believing. That's a big problem. That means arc segments, you don't understand them yet, globers. An arc is a bend, it's a curve, upwards, downwards, somewhere. And then you can detect that by measuring segments of the Earth. Any segment that has been measured, observed, tested for the drop over distance of the horizon, Earth curvature, has come up nil. That's the reality. I'm not here asking about that. I'm seeing if we can now move past that fact and continue to learn more about our reality. And then perhaps one day, genuinely in good faith, both sides come together, kiss, hug, make up, kumbaya, some shit, and then really go, all of us check out the Earth and really say, you know what? We weren't told the truth about a lot of this stuff. I shall return.
Are my speakers dead, or is it just quiet in here?
It's just quiet right now.
He's quiet.
I left earlier with a debate with that Glober saying that you were a scientist. If you could look out the door and see the weather, that made you a scientist or something like that. Anyway, I just got back listening. It's quiet. Got to go out and run some more errands.
when it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
If you talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happened, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
so. You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
Yep.
an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've
Yep.
never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right, we haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
well, we haven't proven it
it's the wrong
wrong,
hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got an
every
image.
person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from
Correction,
space.
2023.
Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came
no
after
idea
the
what
blue
that is.
marble. And
What
it's a
is that?
satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According, so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
allegedly,
What he's trying to
according to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not
reading up on
accurate?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which
Voyager?
would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at the dot. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them
do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
it's different
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why
yes,
wouldn't
there
that
wasn't
be your
any
expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah. So I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So
jump to the
you s-
assumption that if I can't see something, or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I
a
don't understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
Visual
yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say, have you ever been to a hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center of view and the floor appear to go up towards your center of view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think about this. The
For a
ground.
second. Hold on. Stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most clippers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship. and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across, from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
All right, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of
this.
my head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then that would be.
Do you know what the alleged
8
drop
inches
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right. So then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
Sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks one. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks two. The purple intensifies. He stacks three. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks four. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter it at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. This is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality, it's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? Like, I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellently
Yeah, so it's
well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can
I'm
go
gonna
check
start
it
saying
out. You
that.
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true, is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs, right?
Mm-hmm.
The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively. Between the other one and the other one, there's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Oh, okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground, right?
It's can't laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey, calm down.
Oh
Okay,
no.
we're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something, right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable. Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The Miller-Rad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many, hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies, all demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well, in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all of this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like,
person, right? You'd lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain
But
prestige.
what?
It doesn't
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the US forces? Why did the
Make them
United
seem
States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about it.
clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. Like, you know, so what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
You what? You can sail wherever you want as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, I'm no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar anymore or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no.
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. I remember. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me, Sonny?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destructions in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
I think that was a perfect ending to that little recording. What a gem that is. That was great stuff.
Did you ever find out if the dog was a robot?
No, it was AI fucking with me. That's what it was. But that's okay. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. That was hilarious. I was out on my bike at this haunted mansion at the time, and I heard the zit, zit, and I'm like, whoa, because I wasn't used to wearing a headset, you know? So I was hearing these sounds from the Discord, and that's why I spoke up during that. But anyway, I know it was kind of dumb. Anyway, don't be a dumbass, Sonny. Anyway. Yeah. Don't ever say I didn't warn you about the robot dogs. So when they show up, you can say, Sonny told us so a couple years ago. When was that recording? I think it was almost exactly a year ago.
Robot dog dentists.
Robot dog dentist. All right. You could have a game show. Okay, here we are again, folks. Glad you enjoyed our show last week. Here we are at the question, robot dog or dentist?
Sounds like some sort of weird Japanese game show.
What's it?
You're blindfolded and getting a tooth ripped out and you have to guess.
Yeah, someone in the background behind the behind the curtain is getting their tooth yanked out. You have to decide. And the answer this week is the robot dog actually was the dentist. Okay. Shh. Great job, folks.
Good recording though. I'm sure that guy went away with some stuff to think about.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know if he ever came back, but there was a couple of really great conversations they got clipped out like that.
I really like the whole single brick, hypothetical. Yeah, it just I never thought about that before. When I first heard it, I was like, "Oh shit, yeah." People think that just because there's a bunch of other bricks stacked on top of the first brick, you're going to be able to see the first brick all of a sudden. Like, no. And then I like how AI mixed it up with colors, That was cool too.
Better buy a telescope. Want to see me? Buy a telescope. Gonna be in space.
What?
Space court. For people in space. Judge space. Sun presiding. Bam. Guilty. Of being in space. I'm in space.
There's nothing in space. That's why it's space.
I'm just playing with a new soundboard that's got a bunch of funny sound lines or audio clips on it. It's from Portal 2.
I thought we were hearing from a robot dog.
Well, my only testing I've done so far to even see how the audio sounds is to go to where you can listen to the mic on the voice and video settings And so it kind of sounded good to me, but I don't know how it sounds going through, like, being sent from here elsewhere. So I'm not going to cheese it too much and play with it until I make sure that I know what it's doing. And that one about there being nothing in space, that's why it's space, is funny. But there's this a personality core on the game that just constantly talks about wanting to go to space. The first line that I said, or like shared, it says, "Better buy a telescope. Want to see me? Buy a telescope. Gonna be in space." And then there's another one later on in the game where he talks about getting bored. Like, it's just funny. Like, space is boring. I think I found it.
Getting bored of space.
You know what I hope's in space? Fire. I hope you go to space and you catch on fire.
Where did you say that comes from?
Portal 2.
Oh, right.
I thought we could test like we used to, but I'm discovering things about you that I never saw before. We can't ever go back to the way it was.
That's unfortunate.
The space sphere will never go to space.
I have one that would be funny to play if somebody starts spiraling out.
Warning. Core overheating. Nuclear meltdown imminent.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's so many different sound effects and lines because there's so many characters in the game due to like all the different personality cores and stuff.
Oh, Playful. Here come space caps. Here come space caps.
I play the Portal pinball game sometimes.
Is that an app on the phone or something?
Yeah, Zen. Yeah.
I'll have to look for it, check it out.
Yeah, they got a bunch of different themed pinball games.
Fact. Space does not exist.
That's one of the most hilarious sound bites on this entire thing, like from the game.
Space does not exist.
It just
Fact. Space does not exist.
That's cool. Wait, but are they obviously they're talking in some sort of freaking, like, I don't know, like, they're talking about some sort of like fourth dimensional aspect, are they?
well, I'm assuming that core is corrupt, so all of its facts are the opposite of what they should be, or something, like based off of the narrative of the game. But it's just funny that they have audio that says these random things that happen to line up with the conversations we have here.
Interesting.
Yeah, kind of. Maybe they're just putting it out there. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I mean, it is Sunday. We could speculate. We could think with portals.
Are we still in Speculation Sunday, are we?
Yeah. It's 3:46 here where I'm at, so I mean, we got a decent amount of time left of Speculation Sunday to go.
Don't like space. Don't like space.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. Yeah, that just reminds me of Guns N' Roses. I don't know that I've seen Cool Hand Luke.
This thing has so many different things that are kind of hilarious. And in the right timing, that would be really funny to use.
Clickety click click. Right on the money.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What's up out there?
Hello.
How's everybody feeling? Sonny, I love you. Good to see you. What is up, brother?
Hey, yeah, how you doing, man? I'm all right. I'm doing well. As long as I keep busy, I do pretty good.
Good.
Just trying to stay busy.
That's good. How you feeling?
I feel like shit, but I'm doing better.
Okay, good. As long as I hear you follow it up with, but I'm doing better, I think you're in the clear every time. But
Yeah,
man,
like
let's hope one day you can reverse that and just have it be like, yo, I feel pretty good today.
I will. You know what? It'll get there.
Yeah, I know it will, baby.
I have this like pinched nerve in my neck, but I don't notice it if I'm working. If I sit down and start paying too much attention to myself, then I start like imagining this thing, and it starts getting worse. It's so weird, man. So if I just ignore it, it's like it's not there.
Well, okay. I think that's placebo effect in action.
Yeah.
Which super powerful. I mean, it's a power of intention.
Right.
And you have great intention, Sonny. So it's like you know, I have no doubts you've healed yourself through some crazy shit.
It's like this. Yeah. Well, listen, I have a vivid imagination. That doesn't help me in the negative realm at all. So anyway, but what I realize is like, if we can create these syndromes within our body with our minds, basically in our imaginations, we create problems in our own bodies that if I can imagine those things, then I can imagine that they're not there too. That's what I'm practicing. And it seems to work pretty well most of the time.
Good. That's good to hear, man. Yeah, everybody's gonna find their way to. I think it's key when I found a way to like just not hurt myself but cope with stuff, and I didn't get sick of it right away. That was crucial.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Sonny. Hey, who's this?
Kessler.
Oh, Kessler.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. What's cracking? What's new?
The year maybe.
Sorry?
The year.
The air is up, yeah.
No, the year. Yankee. The year. Yankee Echo Alpha.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Yeah, no. Yankee Echo Alpha Romeo.
Oh, year. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys don't have that annoying in the back of your nasally bullshit like us white people do.
Huh?
Huh?
Us white people. What does that mean?
I don't know. It just means that I'm racist. Anyway, so have you found the Earth curvature yet?
By the way, I'm white. Just thought I'd add that.
I think that's why you reacted the way you did. I can't tell because you have a face covering on your picture.
Oh, you've not seen the famous images of me?
I don't. Oh yeah, I've seen the one where your lips are certain. Ooh, that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, people love me here.
I mean, you're white, but you got like thick hair.
Yeah,
You know
Slavic.
Yes, yeah. For sure. Okay. Well, like I said, did you happen to measure that Earth curvature before you came back this time?
What have I? No, I've been away. I've been I'll say a holiday.
Did you take a plane flight?
Yes.
Great. And how was that?
Slept the whole way through.
Did you wake up to see the curvature?
I woke up to an earache, about 200 feet from the ground, maybe.
Okay.
It was pretty bad weather anyway, and then the flight back was nighttime, so didn't see much.
Got it.
But yeah, I wish I should have done the the water level, like the water theodolite thing. I should have done that in hindsight.
Well, yeah, if you wanna, sure, yeah.
But yeah, you have to rely on like a clear day for that. Maybe I wouldn't get one. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, next time I want to plane, I'll think of you guys. I'll do that.
Well, thanks.
Or maybe I'll do that thing where you ask the pilot, is the Earth flat? Make a TikTok.
Yeah, man, do it.
I went to the flattest country in Europe. Oh, no, I think it might be the second or third flattest. It's one of the flattest anyway.
Okay, which one was that?
Latvia.
Latvia. Cool. That's neat.
Yeah.
I don't think I've known anybody who has gone there. Do you have family there?
No, I don't.
Did you go for vacation?
I went for vacation.
Cool.
Yeah, I would recommend if you're ever in Europe, swing by maybe. Lovely place.
Oh man, yeah. I'd like to go to Europe. Again, I've only been once, but it was amazing.
Where did you go?
I went to France and London.
Oh yeah, the gems, some call them.
Yeah. Well, France was neat. I don't think we spent too much time in London, but I saw the Arc de Triomphe.
Arc de Triomphe.
Yeah, and some other stuff, but it's a way different vibe in Europe.
Can I ask you a question about like the architecture and stuff? What do you have any conspiracy theories about that? Because I know some people here do. I'm just curious if you do.
No, it all to me it just all looks really old and really well built, and it's about as far as I go.
Yeah, that's my take on it as well.
Like I'd love to have seen some of these cathedrals be built and all kinds of things, but I'm not going to say, at least to myself, let alone anybody else, well, that means that this, that, and the other was a certain thing, and free energy and all this. I don't know.
There is some of them in Europe that are still unbuilt, and they're being built. Like they started construction, many years ago, like before people that are building them now were born. So there's still the potential to go see those buildings, but in terms of the really old, ancient abbeys and stuff like that, maybe not. But yeah.
Yeah, there's some stuff I would like to have seen built, like star forts. Those are neat.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. The Venetians built a lot of them.
Yeah, see, I don't even know about that. I mean, you've clearly read more about it than I have. I don't know what you've read is true or not, but like I said, it's really neat looking stuff.
They were pretty common. It was like sort of a revolution in warfare. Like obviously with technological advance, the first thing that gets applied to is usually warfare. How to kill somebody more easy, or how to stop yourself being killed more easy.
Yeah.
But it's not really a technological advance. It's just a different way of thinking about defending a fort. So usually you would just have a perimeter around the city, or any other fort would just be a simple hollow square. But the star forts, the reason they have the stars pointed out of them is the arcs of fire are increased dramatically. So say you want to attack that wall, no matter where you attack that wall at, you will have more coverage from other soldiers on the wall. Whereas if you were just attacking a hollow square, there's limited arcs that the soldiers can hit you with on the wall. So it was just a different way of thinking about defensive positions and your angles of your arcs of attack. It came around when firearms were a thing, which isn't a coincidence, because that's it's still those sort of techniques are still used in modern war fighting.
Cool.
Yeah, I could go off on star forts, bro.
No problem. Yeah, I'd like to go see one. Hey, I'm at work. I gotta do some shit, but good to see you, Kessler.
Yeah, good to see you. I scared him away with the star fort.
I really have some shit to do. I like talking about this kind of stuff, but I gotta organize these shelves, man.
Yeah, no bother.
What are we talking about?
Star forts, bro.
Cool, yeah. Original construction of the realm, or ancient, very ancient constructions, or more modern, relatively modern constructions.
Well, it's still tied into the modern way of thinking about warfighting. I imagine it's just sort of an idea revolution. There's nothing really technologically advanced about a star fort. The Romans could have built one if they wanted to. But it's just a theory behind why they're built like that is revolutionary. I think, did they build them in World War I as well? Maybe. Hold on. Was Verdun a star fort?
From the air, they kind of remind me of crop circles.
What, because of the symmetry?
Yeah, just reminiscent of it.
Yeah, I mean most forts are symmetrical, but they use the same sort of technique for city defense as well, didn't they? They had bastion positions and stuff like that on high ground.
But is it practical?
Very practical, yeah. We still use the same methods of war fighting today. We don't use it obviously in static fortifications though. Well, you can use it in static fortifications in the form of trenches, but they're like fortifications in modern war aren't designed to be as permanent as they were previously.
Why is it more practical than just like, why is that?
I explained it to Glapflow, but I'll explain it again. So with a square fort, hold on, can I live stream in here? No, I can't. I'll draw on Paint. So you have things called your arcs of fire. So I'll just pull up Paint and do a demonstration real quick and post it in live stream. So if you have a square fort, you would have your arcs of fire on an invader. So in my example, the invader is going to be green, and the defenders are going to be red. So they're going to have... Hold on, I'm just drawing something right now. The arcs of fires are going to be... so the arcs of fires are going to be reduced on a square fort for any attacker that's coming to the fort. Say you're on one corner of this square fort and somebody's attacking your corner. The people on either side of that wall, if they attack the corner, have a very limited arc or angle to fire upon that attacker, if you understand me.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So that leaves only the few arcs that are available to attack the attacker, like fire on the attacker, able to defend that position. Whereas when you have a star fort, these arcs can interconnect with each other, meaning the arcs cross each other's paths, meaning you can have more people covering a particular point. So if somebody was going to attack a star fort from a position, say even if they just took one of those bastions on that star fort that's just been linked in the video on the thumbnail, if they just took one of those bastions, even then they're still funneled and they still are subject to arcs on the wall from either the side or the front. So essentially you're just exposed to more arcs of fire than you would be from a square fort. That's why turrets and stuff like that on older sort of city defences and fort defences were extended slightly out from the wall itself, so they could fire parallel to the wall and attack any invader that was climbing it. You understand me?
Yeah.
So practically it makes sense to do that. The star fort was used for, I think, all the way up until about World War One. I think like Verdun might have been like the last sort of star fort that was used in warfare, and that was also the advent of trench warfare, which was a more mobile platform for defences, and it wasn't as static, because static defences, as soon as artillery started to develop, become longer range, more accurate, static defences were essentially rendered like useless, because you could attack that fortification without having to send men there. You could, just pummel it to the ground. So you wouldn't have to risk a siege, a direct siege, an attack.
I can disprove flat Earth theory.
Okay, which
Go
red
ahead.
herring, which red herring are you going to give us, because it's not a theory? So which red herring are you using?
Wait, what?
Fire away. We've got our star fort set up.
Oh, this is Brian. I came here a few days ago. I said the same thing. I don't know if you guys are the same people. I was hoping it would be different.
I remember you.
You remember my counterexample of the theory?
Of what exactly?
Well, do you remember what it was that I said that I disproved your theory? I don't want to, because I want there to be new people to hear it.
I didn't hear that.
There is.
Flat Earth isn't a theory. So if you're trying to replace a theory or counter a theory with another theory, you're in the wrong ball game, because flat Earth is not a theory; it's a measurement.
It's a claim, no?
No, it's not a claim.
No, it's not a claim. It's an actual direct. It's actual measurement. So
And then
Observation.
you can't counter direct measurement with a theory and think that the theory is going to. The theory only
it's a
applies
conclusion.
on a theoretical basis.
I understand that you measured something and you concluded that that there is no curvature, right?
It's simple. It's either flat or it's not. So if we measure every time and it's measurably flat, that's not something that's debatable unless you have actual direct measurement.
Do you know what it means to be flat? What does that mean? Like,
what flat means is no level higher or lower than another along a plane.
okay. Well, we obviously have a lot of that. We don't have.
We have topography, but we don't have curvature.
What's curvature? How can you just? What's the difference between no curvature and flat? What's the difference?
They're the same. No, if
But
you have a
just
surface
said
that's not
topography, and then you made a distinction between topography and.
Yeah, we're not talking topography. We're talking over water. We're not talking about elevation changes in topography. We're talking about flat level, line of sight over water.
I still don't know the difference, because there's a lake or we have valleys, and the sea level. Oh, not. So you care about sea level?
Well, what is level? Do you know the definition of level?
I don't know how to even think of the definition of level on a flat. I don't know what that even means.
Well, level basically means no part lower or higher, just like flat. Horizontal.
I don't know what lower or higher means on a flat.
Okay, if you draw a line, if you draw a curved S-shaped line that intersects the straight line,
There has to be.
You're going above and below, right? So those are elevation changes. So in your line of sight,
I think you can only have elevation changes when there's gravity.
What? You mean hills are caused by gravity?
No, identifying, calling it elevation. You need to presume that it's gravity. You can't say this is higher than that without gravity.
No, that's not true. Sea level is what is used for elevation changes.
What datum did they use for that, Sonny?
How do I know? I don't know what's high up and what's down without gravity.
No.
Even on paper.
Okay, so how would you have it with gravity?
Oh, because with gravity, you know where down is.
Well, gravity's never been proven. We still know what down is without gravity. Where's the experiment showing gravity?
No, it's not.
Force. Do you have an experiment for gravity proving gravity exists in the first place as a thing?
Well, if I told you that the feeling that you're feeling right now is a demonstration of gravity.
Listen, bro, I asked you if you had an actual experiment. We all know what we're experiencing: flat, stationary, and level. Yeah. Well, you're saying it's something else. You're saying it's curved.
I can call something diddle do, and then what I do is I throw a ball in the air and then it just hits the ground, and I call that's the definition of diddle do. Therefore, diddle do exists.
Yeah, well, that hasn't been proven spin because
That's what it's about right here.
you have an hour.
Yes.
Sonny, he got you, bro. He got you with that diddle do, bro. What are you gonna do with
Yeah.
that, bro? What are you gonna do with that? I mean, my goodness.
It's the definition of gravity. It includes that.
What you just
man,
what you just
smash
what you just described what you just described is an observation. So you observed throwing something up and it falling back to the ground, right? And you're calling that observation gravity, right? You haven't explained the causal mechanism.
No, I call it diddle do. That's what it's
Okay,
called.
it'll do gravity, whatever you want to call it. All you've done is named an observation. You've named a phenomenon. That's it.
Yeah. I've
Right? You haven't said anything about the causal mechanism.
And then, well, how do we tell? What is there to test about? The definition of gravity includes what we just did.
Well, that's great. That something happened. Well done. We were talking about elevation drop over distance, though, weren't we?
Yeah, it's strictly a geometric claim that's made by the globe. So it's geometry. So it's simple geometry that debunks the globe. We show that there's no curvature in geometrically in reality anywhere.
I don't know if you measured right.
Oh, really? Okay. So how so?
Maybe there are.
Maybe
you used the instruments incorrectly.
Okay, what instruments do you think we're using?
I don't know. What are they?
No,
What kind
listen, why you keep putting your foot in your mouth by making these statements and then backtracking and going maybe or if, like you're sounding as if you can counter what measurements we've made, but you don't even know what factors are involved. You're debunking.
No, I'm pondering.
Know anything
I'm
about
pondering. I know I'm pondering. I'm pondering on why you might screw up on it. I'm thinking.
You're looking over water 1 foot above the ocean and you're seeing an island 29 miles away. So where could the mistake be? Your line of sight? Where's the mistake?
Yeah. Repeatedly mistakes. Are you saying that every time it's the mistake every time it's done? It's repeated?
I think you might not understand what even it means to look at it from that point.
Well, I'm just looking and I just see the thing, right? Oh, look, it's an island. Oh, look, it's a tree. Oh, look, it's a boat. Oh, look, it's a car. Oh, look, it's a person over there on that shore 10 miles away through my camera or my telescope or whatever, right? I just see that. I'm not making a conclusion about it. Oh, look, I can see across there. But when we insert the globe claims, the positive globe claims of dimensions of Earth and the geometry, that the positive affirmation of geometry that they put forward to us, then that it is not consistent with that claim.
I will be back with someone hopefully is more knowledgeable, and I'll bring him here, see what he has to say. I'll be right back.
Oh boy, can't wait.
So it's too bad he didn't say what he was even talking about so I could bring this other expert in. What is he talking about?
That was his exit card. Or bring my friend, help me.
Okay, tell him to bring a direct measurement of Earth curvature and we'll all be happy here. Right?
Yep.
He was in here the other day. He was claiming he's not he wasn't supporting the globe. He was just trying to falsify flat. with the whole observations of the sun from New Zealand and South America.
So everything but the surface once again, folks. Right? Gay Street. I think that's here in my city. It's probably a gay street in every city.
Yeah, he wants it to be a theory, right? So that he can like have this little images on paper, orthographic views, or little depictions, models, and then say how this or that wouldn't work with that.
Yeah, exactly. So what they always try to bring up is some straw man, like a red herring. Like they're trying to debunk something that we're not even saying.
Right, exactly. You see this interpretation I've made of reality? Well, it doesn't work. Yeah, because that's not reality.
Yeah. So what they do, what they have the big problem with is we're dealing with reality, so they have to switch that up. So that what they do is they're gonna say that the reality is a theory, then they're gonna try to counter this made up theory with a theory that can't be proven, an unverifiable, unfalsifiable theory is what they're trying to go into the realm of. They're going to debunk something that's real with an unfalsifiable theory. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Look, you guys out there. Reality isn't what you see on the TV or on a piece of paper drawn out with diagrams and orthographic representations of things. Reality is what you experience directly in reality.
Oh, Brian is back. Where's your friend?
He is not available.
Oh, that's a shame.
But he says, he said that I told him about how you guys say something about 29 miles or something, and he said you guys are. It was a mirage.
Yeah, because he has to say it's a mirage because it doesn't fit in the paradigm of the globe. That's never been measured or verified.
Oh no, it's a mirage. I guarantee.
Sure. It's the Chicago skyline. Yeah, is a mirage, right?
It's yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's why it can be seen from shore to shore upon leaving the far shore and arriving at the near shore of Chicago skyline. It was the same place. It never jumped from a mirage to reality.
It also happens during different times of the year as well. So no, it's not a mirage.
And the mirage happened to be in the exact same place that that the real one was there.
He's an expert, so he knows.
So listen, Brian. If you can see a far shore that's supposed to be beyond the curve, and you see it all the way from when you left the far shore until you never lost sight of it, from the time you left the far shore till you reached the Chicago skyline at the harbor, what say you now? You saw it the entire time. When did it switch from mirage to real? Do you know where that must be a specific location? So what location did it change from mirage to real? You're the one that made the claim about a mirage. Now you're going to have to tell us where exactly it starts.
It starts where the mirage starts, which is where.
No, listen, you're not going to escape. I need an exact location, so you better go back and do some homework. I need the exact mile marker where it changes. Thanks. I'll be waiting. I'll be here when you come back, so go ahead.
Well, basically, mirages, when you go far away, there's like heat moving the air. Sometimes a lot of weird stuff happens. So you can think.
Listen, man. Have you ever read all the literature about refraction and the optical effects at the horizon from your expert Andrew Thomas Young? Have you read Andrew Thomas Young's data, his information yet?
No.
Okay, then. So I suggest you go do some homework because you're just using vagaries. We're talking about specifics here. I need the exact location on the Chicago skyline. Where does it change specifically location-wise from a mirage to reality? There's a mile marker. That's what I want from you. I don't want maybe if you did this. Where is the exact place?
Wait, okay, so the horizon, let's say you're like at sea level, how far, and like you're 6 feet, how far do you guys claim that you'll be able to see?
It depends on the atmospheric conditions every time. That isn't a factor.
No, regardless.
Okay, listen. No, regardless. What do you think the horizon is? Do you know what? Can you give me a definition? What is the horizon?
It's where you can, the place where you can no longer see, like your plane, because it dips into a curve.
So you're saying the horizon is the curvature edge? So that's a geometric location.
Well, our eyes can only see. Our eyes can't look behind things. So basically, what's going on is there's a point where it's so curved that you can't see it becomes behind now. So
okay, but you're diverting. You're not giving a definition of the horizon. That's a false definition. That's wrong. Your definition of horizon is wrong.
It's not wrong.
Yes, it is. Go bring it to me then. Give me the source and the citation. I want to see it in the live stream voice text.
It's not about whether it's in the live.
No, your source.
That's ad hominem.
Your source and citation right now in the live stream voice text.
That's ad hominem.
It's not. You don't know what you're talking about.
You're rejecting an idea just because it's not written by a librarian.
No, he wants you to provide a citation for your claims.
Yeah.
Because according to all other known definitions, your definitions doesn't match any of them.
Well, if you think about it, so you just disagree with my definition, is that it?
Your definition just doesn't match any currently known definition, so we would like to know where you got that from, or did you invent that?
I invented it from my own understanding of the word. It's not formal and like, but that's how I think of a horizon. That's
Okay,
what
that's
I
fine,
believe
but
it is.
that's fine, but you're just plain wrong. So what the actual definition of horizon is, it is the apparent junction of the sky and the earth or sea. So it's the apparent place where the sky and the sea meet, or the sky and the land meet. An apparent, do you know what apparent means?
Yes.
Okay, what
It's
does
where
it
the
mean?
sky and the I
Okay,
don't
what is
like that
Wait a
definition.
minute. What does apparent mean? You said you knew, and you said yes. So what is the meaning of apparent? Go.
It's like apparent, like appears as such.
Okay, so could you clarify that a little bit? Could you be more precise? What do you mean?
For example,
You're using appears.
mirage,
That's the same thing as apparent. So I
like
need the actual. What does that
like
mean? Apparent.
like a mirage. It appears like there's water. Is there actually water?
But there's not, right?
That's the definition of apparent.
Apparent means that it appears, but it's not an actual physical location, right?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not real. It just all we know is that it appears as such.
Listen, I didn't say it wasn't real. I said it's not a geometric location.
Otherwise, the definition would be the actual location, the actual junction.
So it means it's it's only optical. It's purely optical, not physical. That's the point. That's what it's.
Yeah, look in livestream voice text chat. This hallway is engineered straight. It's level. The distance between the walls is equal. But it appears to be coming together into a point. There is not. It's not actually coming into a point. It's just optically looks like it's coming into a point. And beyond this vanishing point, or if you took the walls away, the horizon line, there is no Earth curve. It's just optical. That's why we can use smaller aperture cameras to make things appear to disappear over known flat surfaces. Or we can use really big aperture cameras to see far beyond the optical limit of the human eye.
So there you go. That means 29 miles. You use that machine, and you saw further than what you were supposed to see.
How does that help you?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
How does that help the globe?
Because you guys are saying that I don't know what distance.
You
Let's say
came to debunk us. So where's the debunking?
I have that. I have the idea. I have that in my mind. But first, I want to get over this one, at least. So, like, what's the distance from? Let's say I'm 6 feet at the beach, and I look at the ocean. Well, how far can I see until I can no longer see the?
Time is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet to the horizon, to the geometric limitation of your view due to physical curvature. All right. Now for a 6-foot observer, that's about 3.5 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so 3.5 miles.
No, just a second. Now that also coincides with the Rayleigh criterion of the human eye, or how far you would see based on how your eyes work. And so when we use smaller aperture cameras, the horizon appears to be closer. So it's not any Earth curve, it's just optical. And so when we use a bigger aperture camera like the P900, we can actually see much further. So it's just optical.
So is it 3.5 miles as a 6 feet human? You see you see 3.5 miles away, and then no longer, and then you can't see it anymore?
It depends on the conditions that you're looking through as well.
Okay, so what if on a cloudy day? No, what if it's a clear day? So then how come I can't see all the way to China?
Because light doesn't travel that far through a medium of air. Did you not know that?
Wait, you're asking why I can't see all the way to China. Do you think it's because there's a geometric Earth curve obstruction at 3 miles?
That's where you're the field of vision.
I posted a little picture here. Here's a picture of an island 60 miles away. Do you see how much you see that island through all of that air? All the light is getting diffused and scattered in the air, so it melds with the air.
I'm talking about a clear day.
Yeah, and the
on a clear
more
day, why
the
can't I
further
see
you
until
look, the
China?
more air you're looking through, and you compound this issue. Do you not understand that?
The sunlight can definitely break through the amount of air we have on the atmosphere.
No, it can't. Why does it get dark on a cloudy day then?
Because that's water vapor, not.
Why do weather reports say visibility 10 miles, never 7,000?
That's because there are clouds in between and everything and stuff like that. And water vapor.
It's air. You can't see through thousands of miles of
I
air.
said the sun could go through clouds just now, and then you backtracked and said no, it can't.
A cloud is different. See, on a clear day, so like the sun when it sets, you can still see it's pretty bright. It's just a bit like reddish orange.
What about on a cloudy day, bro?
I got to ask you, why are you even going to this, right? Because we just went through how there's no geometric Earth curve obstruction. We see further than the globe would allow us to. So why are you talking about seeing even further than that?
You see it further because it was a mirage, or you use the instruments wrong, or
is that so? So we're looking at a miraged geometric horizon.
You don't know the person who tried.
Can you answer that question? We're looking at a miraged geometric horizon.
You could. Well, that's what the guy, my friend, said.
Well, how would he know that?
His word.
How does he know there's a geometric horizon there to be miraged?
Who
measured it?
I don't know.
And how, if you can't even see it because it's miraged?
Yeah, I also would like to draw a little bit of question on, like, how qualified is your little buddy there in judging these things? Especially when he hasn't seen our evidence, he's just judging it based on his imaginations of whatever evidence would be.
Oh, he has a doctorate in computer engineering.
So he has no experience in this field then?
He does, but...
No, it's not related to his field.
No, he engaged in some
So I am more of an expert
cameras.
than him. Got it.
He just... I think the instrumentation is wrong. I think the measurements...
So you think the surveyors who surveyed and put down the platforms and measured the distances are wrong, and like our maps are all wrong, and all the distances everywhere in the world are all wrong because they don't match with your globe beliefs?
Maybe they measured the wrong thing. Maybe they measured right, but the wrong thing. They didn't realize it, and then they thought, "Oh, the Earth is flat now because of that."
Oh no, buddy. We used measurements from all sides, and they all match, and they all work the same. You can go and test it for yourself and measure it for yourself. It's not your ad hoc excuses. Don't actually change the facts.
It's like measuring an ice cube. Like one time you measure, it's like 5 or 2 inches, and then the next time it's and then the next time at the same temperature it's 5 inches. Oh my God, 5 inches, 5 inches, 5 inches. You can say, oh, there, it's 5 inches, but you don't realize it.
Well,
Ice
that's
melts.
Hold on.
I
What's
never
going on?
heard
It's
Earth
like that.
curvature
It's an
be
analogy.
related to
Maybe you guys measure it wrong. I mean,
Earth is
measure the
melting
wrong
now.
thing.
Then you have to show us where we did it wrong.
That's the first time
Like
I
the
heard.
horizon, maybe rising sea levels, maybe
He's
something
speculating,
like
just.
that.
Oh, come on.
How do you measure the wrong thing correctly?
I never heard an ice cube being
Very
related
simple.
to Earth curvature.
That was pretty good, man. He's this.
Well, why don't you just show us the measurements for the globe in the first place, right? Where are the measurements for us to think that there's a geometric horizon there to begin with? Where are those? Why would you think that?
Oh, the classic one is, the ship going down the horizon.
Oh, okay.
That's
Does
the
it
classic one.
does it disappear at 1.25 miles times square root of observer height in feet?
I'm not sure if that number represents the proper.
Yeah, that's the classic misunderstanding that you have.
Yeah, is the horizon geometric then when you see boats going over it?
No, it's about what the observer sees from that point.
Well, we just see an optical horizon. We've just been talking about this.
Yeah, optical horizon. It's where you can no longer see past because it's like the thing is behind now. It's like
so it's not.
That would be geometric.
Okay, relative to you, it's, I don't know the fancy words, but all I'm saying is that from the perspective of someone, that where the horizon just means it's where it dips down. That's all.
But it's not geometric, so we don't have an Earth curve or anything that we can see boats going over, just an optical horizon.
What do you mean geometric?
Well, it's not Earth curve, right? It's not where it would be if it was the edge of the sphere, right? We've been talking about how it's way further than that, so that's not what boats are going over, obviously, right?
Wait, where are they going then? Why are they disappearing?
Because you can't see forever. You can't read a book from across the street, and you can't see 1,000 miles.
Oh, but we can look at stars from a millions light years away.
Okay, you don't know how far those are. What are the stars?
What about the moon? We can look at the moon. How can we look at the moon then?
Yeah, but you have built-in assumptions about how far those things are and what they are.
Yes, we measured the moon. Basically, we set like some waves up there, and we calculated when it bounced back on a very sensitive receiver, and it was like 1 second because EMF travels at the speed of
those
light.
calculations would be dependent on knowing the whole medium between you and it. So why don't we go back to the ground and just get to this? Yeah, let's get to the point of how the globe was measured to begin with, in order for anybody to know that there ever was a geometric horizon.
I'm trying to disprove the fact that you said we can't see forever.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You're never going to measure 1 trillion light years from the Earth. It's an extrapolation ultimately based on the globe. Let's just get back to the ground and try to prove the globe.
Yeah, we're on the ground, and I'm saying we shoot up light radio waves up to the moon. We're still on the ground, okay? This is relevant to the.
You're looking in the wrong direction. We want to prove curvature.
No, it's not about wrong direction like that. In science, doesn't matter. It's determining what
we're talking about geometry.
Yeah, why can you not focus on the ground? That's the thing in question. We're trying to talk about the globe and how it was measured. That would be the ground, and you literally cannot stay focused there. You just keep wandering off to the sky, to the moon, to trillions of light years.
Okay, we're on the ground now. Well, we're on the ocean now. Why does the boat go down?
We've been over this. The horizon's just optical, so it's not going over an Earth curve unless you can tell us how one was measured.
No. Relative to the person standing, why does the boat disappear?
Have you ever taken the optometrist test?
Yeah, you can't see forever. So if you think there's a globe blocking
Why can't you see forever? Why do you think you cannot see forever? What is the reason? Is it air
quality? You're not Superman.
water vapor? Is it
optical limitations?
Is it
the
does the radiation lose intensity throughout distance?
Okay, Brian, you're still trying to reverse the burden onto us. You are here claiming that things disappear because a physical Earth curve that you just admitted we don't see blocks them. So how was that physical Earth curve that you claim actually measured that you don't see? How?
I'm sorry. I didn't get the question. What?
Okay, you're saying that physical Earth curve blocks things, and every single time we ask you to prove it, you just deflect and try to shift the burden back to us about why you can't see 1,000 miles. Just tell us how the Earth curve you suppose is blocking boats was actually measured.
So you take a ball, and then you draw a pen.
No,
and then
that's not how you measure the Earth curve. Try again.
The Earth curve. Well, wait. It's not that I'm measuring it. I'm giving it the quality first. First, I'm gonna say
Brian,
that
focus.
this is
Brian
because of a curve.
Brian, focus. How was the ground measured? How was the ground measured to be curving?
Well, I personally did not get a ruler and check myself, but I'm going to ponder on the quality about how it is a curve instead of something else, like aliens blocking the view or something.
What the fuck?
Wow.
You're going to make believe that the curve is there first. You just admitted it. Thanks.
We're on aliens now.
Yes.
I asked you. So look, all I asked you for was a direct measurement of drop over distance on the face of the Earth, a pretty simple thing, and you went to aliens.
Yeah, because just because the boat disappears, I can say, well, it's aliens that make it covered. Doesn't mean it's aliens.
You might as well say it's aliens because it sure the hell isn't curvature, so either one would be just as valid.
It is curvature because okay, actually I'm not gonna say it's curvature. I just want to know. Forget curvature right now. I just want to disprove the flat.
Oh no! We're not curvature. We're not forgetting curvature. That's exactly what we're going to stay on the whole entire time is your curvature. So you're not going to back away from curvature. Go ahead. How was curvature measured?
Well, I never checked out on the ruler, so I can't really say anything about it.
How was
Can
it
I?
measured? Brian, how was it measured on Earth?
How's it measured?
He's conceding not having an argument.
But you're saying, no, I don't want to talk about curvature. I just want to disprove the flat Earth. To disprove flat Earth, you must measure curvature. So we do have to talk about it. You got to tell us how it was measured.
Just because something, no, you don't have to. I can disprove flat Earth and say it's a triangle now. It doesn't mean it has to be a curve. All I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to do is disprove the flatness.
Listen, buddy, the fundamental property of a sphere is curvature. It is what defines it. All right? So if you're going to claim Earth is a sphere, then we want the curvature.
No, screw it. Earth is not a sphere. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's a sphere or not. I'm just going to say that it's not a disc. Is that? Can we take that route now?
Yeah, me too. I'm going to say that too.
Okay. So then, what do you think explains if it's you guys are saying it's a disc? So what could it be?
No. Nobody here said it's a disc. You're the only one that has that in your mind. No one here thinks Earth
pancake. Is that better?
False dichotomy.
Why are you relating the word flat to a round shape?
Yeah, pancake's a disc, by the way.
Oh, so it's a square? Is it a triangle? What is it?
It's not an object. We're talking about just the surface. Flat is not a shape. Do you understand that? It's a description.
Okay. Oh, so we don't know the shape. We don't know the shape of Earth. We just know.
Listen, here's what we do know. By measuring the surface, it cannot be spherical because a surface of a sphere is curved.
Okay. Yeah. I agree with that. Okay, so what about So what does it look like,
We're not
two-dimensional?
listen, we're not making a claim of the entire system. You guys are. That's why you're wait, listen, stop interrupting me. I'm talking. So listen. That's why your guys are stuck with the geometric claim that specifically states a size. So we're not claiming any specific shape or size. We're telling you the surface is flat and level. So you need to provide your specific proofs of your claim. You have the burden of proof.
No, I don't care about I'm not saying. I told you I abandoned the idea of a curved
Yeah,
Earth.
that's bullshit. So stop playing games.
Well, I just told you, so you don't believe me? You think I'm still on this?
No, because you're trying to. What are you going to defend? What are you going to counter?
I'm not defending. I'm offending. I'm offending flat Earth. I'm attempting to.
With what?
Well, questions and stuff I'm about to get into. For example, what is it?
With what?
What's beyond Antarctica?
Listen, you're going to have to stop the verbal diarrhea. Take a breath in between. So listen, you're going to have to provide actual geometric proofs of something that counter this flat. That Earth's the surface is flat. So what do you have? What are you using as a counterclaim?
Well, what's your claim? What claim do you guys?
None of us here made a claim. We're not making claims.
Wait, you just said
No, you're making the claim, not us. Stop trying to switch it. I'm not going to let you do that. It's your claim. You're making a geometric claim, so prove it. What are you going to use to
that the Earth isn't flat?
Okay, so what are you using as a counter argument against flat?
Well, I have one in mind that will destroy it, but I want to save that for later because I know.
Do that one. Do that one right now. Do that one now.
I'm shivering. Come on.
No, that one's very precious. It's the last resort. It will destroy it.
Well, I think you're pretty much at your last resort, so just go for it. And it's probably going to be a story about the sky.
I just joined, and you are at the last resort.
Huh? So, what's what the Antarctica? What do we see there? This is not that one, but I'm cooking up the.
Why are you asking us? We're just ignorant flat earthers, right?
What?
Why are you asking us? We're just a bunch of ignorant flat earthers, right?
Oh, I'm curious about your belief.
You should tell us. You're the flat earther who experiences the world as flat and stationary and now doesn't believe in the globe anymore, so you tell us. We're not here selling a new imaginary cosmology. We just prove your previous religious beliefs incorrect.
So tell me, what is, when you go to Antarctica, what do we...
So you didn't hear a word I said then? Got it.
No. So what is Antarctica? It's like an ice wall, right?
Have you been there?
I don't know.
Have you been there?
People been? We saw a penguin. We went there, yeah. Right?
Oh, you saw a penguin? Oh, yeah, that's nice. I saw penguins at the zoo.
Yeah, he thought he escaped the curvature by going to penguins. That's a good job.
Don't we have check stations there, research stations in the south?
What's that got to do with disproving flatness of Earth's surface?
Yeah, don't they have stations that measure curvature from place to place? Where's the curvature stations?
No, but why is it that sometimes we have we do magnetic field experiments there?
No, we have some people on Earth saying that it's curved. We're looking for curvature measurements.
What about
evading the question?
What about the Coriolis effect? How do you guys
curvature?
There's no such thing.
What? You don't believe in Coriolis?
No, he's teaching you that Earth-based Coriolis doesn't actually exist, and Coriolis was discovered by flat earthers, you little nincompoop.
I saw a video in Ecuador where the water flowing into
that's a trick they do on the street. That's a trick to collect money from you.
It doesn't swirl around. It just goes
on the
down.
street. It's a trick they
That's
do
not.
on the street. You're not going to keep talking about it.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah,
so in Hawaii,
it's not Coriolis effect.
Yeah, we're just going to shut up for a
I can
second.
do that same. I can do the same trick here in Ohio. I can do the same trick.
And Coriolis has to do with motion. You said that you were trying to disprove flatness. You've gone completely off the topic. Can you start over?
No, usually the Coriolis effect happens with like big round objects in space.
Is it
magnetic field?
Just a second, guys. Let me help him out here a little bit. Okay, first of all, the Coriolis effect is an optical effect you see from within the rotated reference frame. It's not actual deviation of the object in question, so it cannot cause hurricanes or toilet spins because there's no actual deviation. It just shows that you do not understand the things you're talking about. And you need to go back to school, pay more attention.
I've been to a observatory where they have like a pendulum, and then like
that's a different thing. It's called Foucault's pendulum. Dude, you're galloping and jumping between things because you do not understand the things you're talking about. Take one thing, try to study it a little bit, and try to understand what it means and how it works, and then you can come to try to talk about it. When you don't understand these things, you just sound so dumb, it's painful to listen to.
Okay, pendulum is related to Coriolis effect, right? So I'm talking about pendulum.
Well, why? You said that you were going to disprove flatness. Now you're talking about precessions and pendulums. That has nothing to do with flatness.
Yeah, pendulums are known as the Foucault's pendulum. That's what you're trying to talk about here. And it's theorized that it's caused by things like the Coriolis, but it's not proven. That's just ideas.
It's proven because I saw it myself at an observatory.
Hey. And the best thing is that there's something called the Elias effect, that when you have these pendulums swinging, when we have eclipses, those pendulums stop and start turning the other way. Did your planet just stop rotating and start turning the other way?
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. That's the issue.
Well, all I know...
Ryan, can I ask a question?
Sure.
What Dre said 10 seconds ago.
He says I know nothing about...
No, about the argument, about that what he's, about Coriolis and everything.
He said like, oh, an eclipse makes the pendulum stop move or something, which I don't know where that came from.
You don't know that where from. You think that he's lying, that's what he said about pendulum.
No, I just don't know what where that comes from, what the context is. I don't know what that... I don't even know how to approach that.
The pendulum uses magnets, so we're not even going to use that. So that's out.
We need to
but magnets are from big round
Brian,
objects.
but I heard him. He said that pendulum stops and start to move in another direction. And he asked you if does that Earth stopping and starting to move again.
You
didn't hear that. I hear that.
No, I'm very ignorant on that.
Let's see.
He was going to finish Heretic's flatness because he's jumping all over the place.
That's cool. And Brian, why this server exists? Why we are here? Why we are saying what we are saying? What's the most important point?
It's for discussing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but why we are saying that is not a globe? What is the main point?
Oh, I have some reasons why you guys think so. But if I say, you guys are going to be like, no.
No, I don't want to hear your reasons that you imagine are ours. First of all, the Foucault pendulum uses a magnetic drive to push it along so that it completes its full rotation. And so that magnetic drive is also programmed to follow the rotational rate that you want. Now, you're saying that there's a Coriolis effect underneath this little Foucault pendulum, but why is there no Coriolis effect underneath airplanes and helicopters then?
There are, but we just don't measure it like that the same way. That's why.
It would be much more observable under those, and you would simply be able to fly up in a helicopter, and the Earth would rotate underneath you, which is your claim. It's rotating underneath the pendulum in your idea. It doesn't happen.
No, the reason the pendulum swings is not related to why the helicopter doesn't see the Earth move below its feet. They're different.
They're both based on the Coriolis effect. You're in one hand, you're saying the Coriolis effect that has no effect on things on the Earth, except for this pendulum. Care to explain?
Because the pendulum is programmed to make it humans can observe it very, very easily. But like a helicopter, momentum, we can't.
My God.
Can't just.
So I can demonstrate the Coriolis effect with a simple roundabout and a ball. So
if you know about Coriolis,
you have no idea what you're talking about. The deviation due to the rotation of the Earth would be massive and would cause shortening or extending of flight times, which we do not see.
If you understand Coriolis effect, you should be able to express it in a way where you can demonstrate it with like average Joe Blows like me.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy. Sit on a roundabout with your buddy, take a ball, and start throwing it between you. And you'll notice when you're throwing it between you and it's not spinning, it goes directly between you. When you get spun around and you start throwing it, the ball appears to curve to the side. Now, you let your friend sit in the roundabout and you stand on the outside, and now you see as he throws it, the ball's still going straight. It just appears to curve to him because he is being rotated towards the ball. And so, from his perspective, the ball appears to curve, but it's not actually curving at all. To both people within the roundabout, if you throw the ball above the roundabout in a straight line, it appears to curve. In reality, it's not curving. It's purely an optical effect.
Curving. Okay.
You just said curving.
I'll give you a little bit of...
understand what you're talking about, Dre's. He's bringing up shit. He doesn't even understand what it does.
I know, it's very painful. Here's a video.
I don't know about
if I remember correctly, this is from MIT. They're demonstrating it here. Look at this little GIF. Like, when you look at the camera that's not being rotated, the ball goes in a straight line. When you look at the camera that is being rotated, the ball appears to curve. It's super simple.
Mm-hmm. So that's like on a helicopter.
Yeah, the helicopter would appear to deviate from anybody attached to the Earth, and so it would appear to go to the side because of Earth rotation, but it doesn't. It just hovers there.
Because it's momentum. It's like the same reason.
Yeah, the ball in this image should have momentum as well. Look, it's going straight. It's not attached to him and the spinning reference anymore. And so it continues to go straight. There's no force being applied to the side.
Look, when you have the helicopter fly up, it's moving with the Earth at the same speed.
Just like the ball was moving with his roundabout, but as soon as it left that moving frame and was in the air, which was not moving with the roundabout, then suddenly it just kept going straight and didn't curve. Do you understand?
This doesn't represent that.
That is literally Coriolis, my friend. This is the thing that you were trying to talk about?
But this one doesn't show the reason why the helicopter doesn't see the Earth move below.
Oh, the helicopter doesn't have any Coriolis on it. It's
maybe because the Earth is
moving underneath the helicopter.
Maybe because the Earth is stationary.
No, it's not because of that.
Oh man.
It's not. Are you saying then if helicopter is hovering now and taking the momentum, that means that Earth is rotating together with the atmosphere. But let's say the situation that helicopter is going away from us. What that mean then?
It goes away the same. It's like in a car when you like throw a ball at the driver's seat, the ball goes
You
there.
said, you listen carefully. You said the helicopter hovering and Earth is rotating together with the atmosphere. I'm asking
Yeah.
now a question. What is happening if helicopter is going away from the point? You know, it's not hovering; it's going away from it. It's hovering, but it's going away.
It doesn't matter. It's just wherever the
Doesn't
ball.
matter.
I'm throwing
Are
the
you saying
ball
that
away
it's the same?
from me.
Are you saying that it's the same situation when we have the helicopter hovering in the air, taking the momentum and rotating together with the atmosphere? And then I'm asking you for this situation: what is happening if the helicopter is going away from the Earth? What is then happening?
Oh, you mean it keeps going higher and higher and higher and
No,
away?
I mean no higher and higher. I mean keep going away from, because ground is what maybe moving.
What do you mean by away from the person who's seeing it?
Yeah, let's say that you have a drone 10 meters above your head.
Hey,
Yeah.
dude, are you high?
And now let's say that drone it's hovering, you are controlling, but somehow you are going away from that drone. What is happening then?
What do you mean? What is supposed to happen in your opinion?
Oh my God.
I will tell you what's happening. That means that the ground it's moving, you know, and the drone is going away from you.
Okay.
That is not
What?
happening in reality.
What? It just goes.
Hey, kid, which set of clouds that I just posted are the ones that the helicopter are hovering in?
Look, I'm not an expert on Coriolis effect.
But then don't bring it up.
Well, but it does I just know that it does disprove flat Earth.
Actually, you're wrong.
Your imagination. We disproved your imagination. That's what.
It was actually flat earthers who discovered the Coriolis effect, and it has always been a proof that the Earth does not spin. You just don't know what you're talking about, and so that's what you claim.
Okay. So, okay, let's go from that one. I'm just so fascinated that you guys think that you just can't see far forever.
So what makes you think you can see forever, bro?
Dude, today's visibility for us here in Cleveland was 10 miles visibility today in Cleveland. So how am I supposed to see farther than what the Weather Channel told me?
Oh, because when you shoot up, like I told you, like when you shoot up radio waves or some waves up at the moon and that reflects it.
Again, you're not actually addressing what we're talking about. We're talking about looking through the bottom part of the air where it's the thickest and occludes the most. You're talking about up where there's less and less density.
Oh no, there are
you don't even know much about that either. It's all just like things that you've heard, and you don't really know how to actually articulate this well.
There are places on the Earth where it's very clear for many, many dozens of miles.
Yeah, we see
never be able to
we know, and that destroys the globe as well. We have the world record long distance photograph that takes a picture of a mountain that's 255 miles away, and that mountain should be over a mile underneath the horizon. Like the Earth cannot be a globe with that ball.
No, there was so many factors disregarded.
No, there were no factors disregarded. This is a world record long-distance verified photograph made by a globe believer, not a flat earther. You just don't know what you're talking about yet again.
Have you ever taken an optometrist test, like an optical test for your eyes? Have you ever taken that before?
Optometrist.
So you know what that is, though, right? What I'm talking about? A vision test.
Okay, yes, but the mountain. So what exactly was it that?
Slow down, slow down. I'm trying to bring you through a logical pathway here so you can understand something. You know what a vision test is, right? Yes? Affirmative?
Yes.
All right. You know, with like, it starts with one letter, say E, it's really big, and another set of letters beneath it, it's a little bit smaller, and a set of letters beneath that, it's a little bit smaller. You know what I'm talking about? Affirmative, right?
Affirmative.
All right. So when the letters at the very bottom, which are very, very small, tell me, can you read the ones that are on the very bottom typically? Or like if they get to a certain size where they're so small, is there a certain size where they'll be so small that you can't read them from 20 feet away? Is there a certain size that they can be? Yes or no?
With the human eye, yes.
Yeah. All right. And so why can't you read those letters that are so small that you can't see them? Why is that? They're only 20 feet away from you. Why can't you read them?
Oh, human vision, isn't capable of that.
Okay. So another way of saying this, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it that the angular size of those letters are too small for your eye to resolve? Would you say that's correct?
They're too small for the eye to get the intricate details. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, what I just said, right? Affirmative?
Yes.
Okay. So why would you expect to see anything from any distance away? Why would you expect to see a fly from 10 miles away or Mount Everest from Oregon? Why would you expect to be able to see forever? My question is, why would you expect to see anything forever or see forever?
Well, obviously the details and intricate details might not be there, but you definitely can detect like some kind of radiation to that. So at least we could detect that coming off of something.
This dude's out of his mind.
Like we can detect like from billions of light years away.
Why are you mixing all these metaphors? Where you're mixing like curvature
and how much we do how much we can do on the earth?
You're mixing. Hold on. You're mixing these metaphors like curvature. Then you're mixing it with motion. Then we're talking about light, and you're relating it to radar waves. I mean, do you often go through life like this?
I'm not sure, but
yeah, we're not sure either. I don't think you're sure. Yeah, I think that's an honest answer. You're not sure what.
Brian, we can see with optic million miles away. Let's see how much we can see on the ground with the optics, with the best, the most the best optics. How much we can see?
On a clear day,
275 miles. I will help you.
On a clear day, we see
275 miles. I helped you. And
well,
now
the
what?
light,
and now what?
The light from the sun is not.
But the light. How I can see 400 miles if we cannot see more than 275 with the best optics?
Well, basically, the light from the sun is not weak enough to.
I'm asking you for the ground. How I can see 1,000 miles if I cannot see more than 275 miles with the given equipment?
How you can see 1,000 miles?
Yeah. How I can see on the ground 1,000 miles if I don't have equipment to see that? If I don't have optics?
Because you see like the light that comes. You see the light being bounced
I'm
off.
asking you, what you accept to see more than 275 miles if we don't have the equipment to see more?
I'm not getting the question.
Why is not enough less distance?
Miles 270.
Yeah, the guy did it, and he won the Guinness record for the long distance shot. If he won that long distance shot Guinness record, that means that nobody else did more, you know. And you want to say why we are not seeing forever if we are on flat Earth, because we don't have optics to show even more than that. If we have optics, maybe we can show, but we cannot show more than that.
Yeah, and just to give you an example, you're like, you can see the sun forever, but the thing is, the sun changes color. Do you know why that happens?
Yes.
Well, tell us.
Just like the scattering of light.
That is correct. So what happens when visible light scatters beyond the visible range?
Oh, you don't see it.
Ah, ding ding ding.
But the thing is that never happens on Earth.
Oh my God.
Oh, but it does. Look at infrared right after sunset.
It does not.
I don't know how you can do this. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, this dude is like, he's bricked and he's wasted at the same time.
That's not true.
All he would have to do to prove the otherwise is that he would tell us exactly how much study did you do before you just opened up your mouth. Yeah, thanks for the answer.
Of course,
That's a good one.
I didn't go into the nitty gritty. I'm talking about I'm into the qualities.
You didn't tell me how many minutes you studied either, so thanks.
Friend, I'm going to give you an option. Do you want to go through the fog gate, or do you want to go back to the bonfire?
The what gate?
The fog gate.
Which one has pizza?
It's an allusion to a game, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, etc., where before you face the final boss, you have to manually go through the fog gate. Or you can leave and regroup yourself to get stronger and come back with more arsenal. Right? So those are your options right now. We can continue, but if we continue, we're going through the fog gate. So what do you want to do? Do you want to go regroup your answers, or do you want to go through the fog gate?
Well, I still have a final blow, but I'm not going to save it.
Well, if you got a final blow, bro, then go through the fog gate, and then you can kill the end boss, no problem.
The final blow, oh my god, it'll destroy the theory.
Oh, good. Well,
I want to save it for last.
We're not in the theory business, though, so you'll have to directly counter a measurement to do any good. But if you want to stay in imagination only and deal with theories, like one theory, we don't have a theory, so you're in the wrong category. It's a category on your part.
Yeah, that's fine. So do you want to go through the fog gate or not, friend? Which one?
If I do, then I'll have to give my final blow. It won't look pretty.
Well, look, no, you gotta let you go in and you dance. You let the boss expose his moves. You save your final blow for the right moment. You're still allowed to hold your final blow, pet it, go, my precious, my precious.
Yeah, I like to keep it because I like to gaslight myself into thinking
that it matters.
Safe.
Yeah, I see how it is. That's a very good tactic to persuade yourself of the truth. I like it. Fair.
Once I use it, then because that's all I got. So if it ends up failing, that's
perfect.
Really bad
perfect
position to be in. So I like gaslighting myself into thinking I'm so secure and everything with that, knowing I have the final blow. That's why I keep going into the other things like the light.
Fair. So you've actually been more honest with yourself than most Globers, that you're actually afraid of revealing the only thing that's holding you on the globe of a certainty, because you're so afraid that it's going to get destroyed, and then you have to accept the truth.
Of course, I have pictures of NASA. If this final blow does fail, I always have NASA on my side.
What? Then which is the final blow then?
The pictures. Those are just a different. Those are just things you guys just don't believe in for some reason. But I know for a fact.
Incorrect.
I can never even convince you on that one. But the thing is, this final blow is very.
Because it's only a belief, Brian. That's why. Yeah, you have a belief. You're right.
Yeah. And the thing is, with my final blow, it's very technical. It's not about credibility. It's just a bare fact, and then that can just destroys your model. So
we should take odds. We should take odds what this final blow is going to be.
I said
how about we'll play a game? We'll play a game. I'll run through all the arguments that you've presented so far, and then you can decide after that whether you need your final blow or not. How about that?
Recap.
Okay. Well, no, I already said it a few days ago. If any of you remember, I'm glad that.
Nah, it was forgettable. Trust me. That's why no one remembers.
Oh, well, we'll see about that again. Okay.
Okay, so let's run through them. Okay? Bear with me. Boats over the horizon. Nobody sees boats go over anything. What they see is the bottom of a boat disappear at best. They then infer that this can only happen because they have an object constancy bias of something precluding the bottom, because they're not versed on optics and how optics and angles of propagation work. If you look at the angles of propagation, hold on, friend. This is my chance to recap, not your chance to interrupt me. Then you can decide what to do with it after the fact. Okay, so if you map out the angles, you'll see that each portion of a ship subtends a different angle as it recedes into the distance away from you. And eventually the bottom portion of the ship reaches an angle which you can no longer resolve. It just so happens that the human eye is 0.02 degrees angular resolution limit. And if you draw that triangle out into the distance on a horizontal plane, it intersects the ground at roughly the same alleged place where the Earth curve would be, meaning that it's perfectly plausible and demonstrable on smaller scales that the bottom of something necessarily disappears due to the angles of propagation and the limitations of the optic alone. All right, that one. Next one.
I disagree, but okay.
You can disagree all you want. That's the laws of physics. Now, next one. Seeing forever on stars, same problem. The propagation angles of the light, because lights have a wavelength and they require a certain diffraction and angular resolution, right, to be able to resolve anything. So it's not true that you can see forever, which is a misnomer, because you receive light. You don't reach out and grab it. So it is true that light, if it is the way they described, would travel infinitely and reach your eye eventually. The problem is that it requires a certain amount of information to resolve an image. Now you have the problems of the inverse square law, right? Plus the angles of propagation and the angles of resolution that it enters into the final optic. Okay? So problem there. There's a huge problem there. Now let's move on from that. Coriolis, you said that the pendulum proves the Earth is spinning. Now, you didn't actually give the correct answer, which is conservation of momentum, as it enters different concentric rings of acceleration and retains its momentum from the previous one. Now, if that was true, that is causing the pendulum to swing, when the pendulum is going around the Earth, when it's not having been started to swing, it's actually entering into different zones of acceleration to where its previous vector would be retained. That means that if the Earth was spinning, the pendulums would start moving on their own. They do not move on their own, therefore it's not the Earth spin that's causing this phenomenon. So, now that I've systematically demonstrated with physics and reality that all your claims are baloney sandwich, do you need to use your final card yet or not?
Well, no, they were not bologna sandwich, but okay.
Okay, so that being said, refute anything I just said.
Well, basically, it's because like the boat disappears because not because you can't see forever. It's because if that was the case, the boat, why does it? It's like it's periodic. It's like going. It's like dipping. It's like it looks like it's being dipped. It's not just disappearing from fog or something.
What? Yeah, the bottom of the boat enters a angle that's too small to be resolved before the top of the boat. These angles happen to subtend approximately 0 degrees, which means they'd relatively be rendered in the center of your vision if you're standing on the horizon, being that the differential between you and the horizon is only 6 feet.
Where does it go? Like, why can't you just keep...
Dude, pay attention now. You have a limited amount of angles from which to view things. You can't resolve anything at 0 degrees because it would all be a blur. So you must have at least a small enough angle to get any differential information. Now, it just so happens that... Hold on. It just so happens that
0 degrees angle, right?
What? Zero degrees means that all information is entering at the exact same location, which means there's absolutely no way to determine the difference between it. Because the way eyes work is with angles, and you need at least a difference between the two points of light to be able to resolve them on different sensors so you have any discernible information. For example, red and green, right? Those are two distinct pieces of information. And the human eye has a 0.02 degrees resolution limit, which means that anything that falls under that, you're not going to be able to distinguish any points of information. So as you approach 0 degrees, right, which is necessary as something removes itself away from you and gets angular size smaller, it's going to start subtending smaller and smaller angles. And not only the whole object, but also portions of the object. Of course, the bottom approaches 0 degrees first. Therefore, by the sheer laws of the angles, right, and the light propagation, the bottom is going to be unresolvable before the top becomes unresolvable. So necessarily, it'd disappear bottom first.
What? Wait, I'm not getting what angle. What does that mean? Like, just because it's going far away, it gets...
Yes, it's called the law of triangles. So sine, cosine, tangent, right? If you extend the bottom leg of a triangle, then the acute angle gets smaller. That's the law of triangles, is it not? And as that acute angle gets smaller, it's eventually going to fall below the angle of resolvability for the optic in question. In this case, it's the eye. Now, this applies to all optics. What? Okay, so if you say no, okay, you say no. So tell me, why is there a formula called the Rayleigh criterion that literally describes exactly what I just said? Oh, so I can't apply the scenario of how optics work to reality?
No, you can't apply that to this scenario.
Yes, why not? Why not?
Because that's not how it works.
Okay, so you just said that the way optics work is not how it works. Genius. I would consider to you, my friend, that you rethink what you're about to say.
So you're calling the boat the vertice of a triangle, and it keeps going and going, and the angle gets smaller?
Okay, there's points here. You have the boat. The boat represents one leg of the triangle. The distance from you to it represents the base leg. The acute angle represents the resolving angle that the light enters.
Wait. Okay, we have a right angle triangle, and with a right angle, I'm standing on the part where it's right angle at the beach. I'm on and then the hypotenuse is like basically the sky is going down, and then and at the bottom, like the ground, the base, is just the ground and the ocean, and then all the way there in front is the boat, right? Is that what we're talking?
Technically, the horizontal, the non-diagonal leg, is a direct 0 degree shot straight out from your eye. And so you have a triangle going down towards the ground. You also have a triangle going up as well. But the point is that these angles, necessarily, by the law of triangles, as the target object gets further away, then the acute angle becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. I don't know how you could say no to this. It's obvious.
I posted a little helpful little picture that might help you. Like, you can see a statue that's the same size at different distances, and there's little lines drawn to the top and the bottom of the statues. And so you can see that the angle to the first statue is bigger than the angle to the second statue.
Not only that, but if you segment either of the statues, let's say you just split them into 10 equal segments of height, each one of those points of height will subtend a different angle compared to the whole angle, meaning that each one represents a different angle of propagation that the light can enter your eye, which means they each have a different resolvability profile, which means that once the angle of the bottom portion becomes less than your available resolution angle, you will not be able to resolve it as a distinct information whatsoever.
Then how come it dips down?
Well, think about it. If each angle is smaller, representing the availability of resolvability on the final image, then that means that each portion, just check out, each portion, it's not one angle, dude.
Look at the image. That's what the...
I know. I just told you need to break it down into parts. And listen, I'll put it to you this way. An object is not a single point of information. It's a trillions upon trillions of points of light, is it not?
It's not.
It's not?
Yeah, because...
So what you're submitting to us, telling us that we don't know what we're talking about, that an object is an object in total, and it's either resolved in total or disappears in total. It can't be a million points of light. It doesn't have multitudes of information across its surface. I'll put it to you this way, dude. An object is not an object in the sense that it must exist in its totality in your visual field of view, or it doesn't exist. That's not how it works, dude. So far you failed on the law of triangles. Now you failed on how objects work optically. Like, I don't even know why we need to continue on this point. Let's just move to the next one so you don't embarrass yourself any further.
Well, all I know is that...
Well, let me give it to you this simple, dude. How many pixels does it take for an iPhone to make a face of a human being? How many pixels? 1 pixel or many pixels?
Oh, in that sense, then yeah, you need a lot.
Right, yeah. So you're wrong. Let's move on.
But I don't know what that had to do with...
Dude, what that has to do with is that each pixel is a part of the whole. The thing is not a whole in itself that can be rendered with one piece of information. It requires multiple pieces of information that come from multitude of angles. And you also know that if you're close up to a person, right, their face takes up more of the final image, which means it needs more pixels to render. And then as you get away from the person, it takes less pixels to render until you finally get so far away from the person that their entire face can only, in principle, be rendered as 1 pixel, and then you can no longer even tell it's a face.
Oh,
maybe if you paid attention in art class, right, you would understand this concept.
Telescopes.
Yes, and do telescopes have a resolving limit as well, or can they see infinite distances and at 0 degrees simultaneously?
Oh, they can. Well, the extent to which our telescopes in the 21st century work, we know they can go pretty darn far, and the size of the Earth is not...
Right, perfect. So why don't you tell me, since you know these answers, let's see.
Can any optic that exists on the Earth today resolve the alleged lunar lander that's on the moon?
What? Oh, you mean can it see the footprint on the moon?
Anything that was allegedly left on the moon. Can any optic we have see anything that was allegedly left on the moon? In principle.
Oh, okay, that's way too small. Like, you would need a telescope the size of Earth if you want to see if there's...
No, that's not true. That's not
if
true.
You want,
you need one, listen, friend, 75 meters is the size you would need, not the size of Earth.
If you could see the footprint on moon, like that kind of small? Like that? Like an American flag, for example, if you want to see that thing?
Sure, yep. To see the American flag, you'd need...
You would need the telescope size of the Earth.
No, friend, I already told you the answer. The answer is 75 meters in diameter.
Wrong.
Okay, so let's be clear here. You're telling me I'm wrong. So why don't you prove it to me by demonstrating that you understand the optical resolution formula, the distances to the moon, the alleged size of the object, and then you tell me what size lens you would need. Because guess what? This stuff is mathematically discernible.
Wait, so we don't know how far the moon is, right?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. We don't know it, right? Well, guess what? I know it because I tested it. What I did was I blasted some rays up there, and it reflected back, and I counted the amount of time it took to reflect back, to reflect back. And I did some proportions and maths and some stuff, and I found that it was pretty far. It was the size of Jupiter far. So I know. I mean, not Jupiter. The in between, you could fit all the planets in there. That's how far it is. So, yeah, regardless of the quality of the image, you could still see that there's light bouncing off of it. That's the least you get. Like I said, when you look at the star, of course you can't see the details of the star, but you can see the starlight.
So was that an answer to the question?
I forgot what the question was.
Yeah, you seem to do that every time.
The question was, you don't know how to do this math because you said you need an optic the size of the Earth, which is wrong.
No, yes, you do need the size of Earth to see the flag of American flag on moon. You need it.
So tell us what math is involved in your calculation, and please tell us what math you used.
There's a YouTube video. That's my math, and it tells you that.
Shit, are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Let me show you. Can you see?
This guy's a train. You are a burning train.
So let's just forgo that, because my claim was 75 meters. His claim was the circumference of the Earth for the lens. Either way, it proves the principle that you can't see things, right, at distance. Problem solved. I mean, how hard was that to say? Not only that, but we know that objects get smaller in their field of view with distance because they render at different angles, which get smaller and smaller and smaller as they get away from you, meaning that all the size of an object is going to collapse in your view. You don't have an infinite render space. So this idea that you're going to see out across the horizon as if everything maintains its position in your field of view and doesn't decrease and collapse itself and get smaller and quote unquote vanish, just like artist perspective. Well, similar, not just like, because it's very different.
Okay, I just learned that you need to have a telescope that protrudes 600 feet to look at, to see the moon footprint. on the moon.
Oh, okay. So that was a big difference in the size of the Earth, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So if you were paying attention to what I just said, it doesn't matter because either way, you prove the principle. That as things recede away from you in the distance, you lose information. And the nature in which you lose information is angular. And as it approaches a field of view to 0 degrees at the center, the angles become smaller and smaller and smaller.
Oh, limits? Calculus.
Yeah, it's obvious. It's obvious, dude. Now that you've presented, so listen, now that you've presented absolutely 0 things in the way of effective rebuttal, let's move on to the next one. Coriolis.
No, I'm going to say one last thing on that note, is that we can, regardless of the quality, you can still see the light, no matter what. The light's going to be there, because, light does disappear. The inverse square law, all it means is it loses intensity, loses quality, doesn't mean it loses quantity.
Yes.
All there still. So...
No, it's not all there.
I mean, not all there. It is there. You can still see it. That's...
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Okay,
in order to quote unquote see,
when I look up
an image, right?
When I step up to the moon and I say, "Hey, I can see the footprint." No, I can't, but I can see the light waves bouncing off of it. Doesn't mean I can see the details. I can still see the light.
You can't see them. Look, you could argue that they're hitting you somehow, some way, but you're not seeing them. You're not resolving them into an image, which is what's required for things to be seen.
Yes, but it's detectable. You can still detect it coming toward that's there.
Right. That's fine. So if it's all entering at the same angle, how are you going to discern what's hitting your angle?
Are you saying that just light just poof disappears? Poof.
Who said that?
You.
Do you know what disappears means?
You're saying it just goes poof like that.
Dude, do you know what appear means?
I mean, I'm sorry, not okay. Vanish.
Okay, so if you're in a room, right, and you see someone, and you turn off all the lights, and you can't see them, they've disappeared. They're not appearing to you anymore. You have no information.
Yes. It doesn't mean they vanished.
Oh my goodness, dude. Yes, it doesn't mean that they cease to exist in 3-dimensional space, but it does mean that you can't see them.
Correct.
All right, so now that you've agreed with me, let's move on to the next point.
Except the thing is that the light source that we're talking about here, like the moon, is still there. The light's there. The light is there. Just
in principle, look, in principle, okay, the light from the alleged flag that's allegedly been placed on the moon is shining out in all directions, right? Allegedly, depending on your theory of light, because obviously there's some theories that don't say it would cover all 360-degree omnidirectional directions, but that's fine. You are correct that it would still be emanating from that point. The point is that the optic isn't receiving any information that it can resolve into an image. So it is not seeing it. It's not detecting it. It is not recording it on a piece of paper. It's not doing anything with it. It's not getting it because it can't. It doesn't have the resolving ability.
Okay. Not the particular camera we have, maybe no. But you can get a better camera. And
yeah, that's fine and dandy. You could argue if we had a theoretical better optic sometime in the future, I could prove my point. That's called a PLX ante, a logical fallacy. So if you have anything in the present day, listen, if you have anything in the present day that could prove your point, by all means, present it.
So, just keep zooming in on the boat. It just goes away. It just goes. It doesn't... And it's not because of the angle, that's Earth is not that big for our telescope for it to do that.
Dude, I already told you. Like, pay attention, right? I already told you previously that the human eye's resolution of not resolution as in sensor density, but resolution as in angle propagation is 0.02 degrees. And if you draw that out, right, draw it out right now, whip out your art program, draw out those angles, you'll see that triangle reaches a horizontal plane that a man 6 foot tall is standing on at about 3.5 miles. At 3.5 miles is when a man's vision reaches the point where he can no longer resolve things 6 feet tall. So that is a short distance. And coincidentally, it's the distance they claim the horizon is for a man that tall. How coincidental, don't you think?
Well, I don't care about the human.
Yeah, you don't care. That's the problem. So far, I've been quantifying everything I've said, backing it up with physical principles, backing it up with laws. And all as you said is, I don't care, I don't know, it's the Earth curve, blah, 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 yaka, yaka, yaka. So once again, let's move on from this point since you've been eviscerated for public consumption ad nauseum.
No.
So, yes. Move on to Coriolis. I'm getting bored of thrashing you. It's painfully tedious at this point.
All I'm saying is that you could get a very powerful telescope and still see.
Yeah. Okay. Cool story. How about you demonstrate that?
We have. Haven't you seen the gifts? The gifts, they always show how the boat just goes away. And like that 200 feet mountain, how you can still see it and shit like that.
Right, so exactly what I said. The things that are taller will be in a greater subtended angle, therefore they'll be able to be resolved. And the things that reach and approach 0 degrees and fall below your resolution limit will not be resolved. And all the things will converge towards a center point, just like similarities and artist perspective. So exactly what I said. So where in that, my friend, is any proof of Earth curvature?
No, it just proves that you can look forever.
What? No, it's actually the opposite. You just said that as bolts recede away from you, they become unresolved at a distance, and then you said we could see forever. So which is it?
It's not. No, you definitely can see forever as long as there's light there.
Right, so that's the answer. As long as you have resolvable light available to your sensor will receive it, correct or incorrect?
Yeah, if you receive it.
Okay, great. So you agree with me. So you haven't said anything that rebuts anything I've said. All you've done is, in principle, agree with all of my points.
The size on Earth is not big enough to make it so the inverse square law.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Where it gets so hard to see that.
Dude, the inverse square law isn't the only thing at play. The inverse square law is the angles of propagation spreading out from the target. But the optic, which is receiving the light from the target, also has angles of propagation that it can resolve information at. For example, the human eye's limit is 0.02 degrees. And then there's other factors. So now we're just going in circles. So speaking of going in circles, you allege that the Earth is going around in circles. So now that I've demonstrated to you that you're wrong about the optical thing, let's move on to this Earth spinning in circles, Coriolis, that you claimed that I disproved by the conservation of momentum not being demonstrated as the pendulum follows an arced path with a necessary change in momentum.
No, the pendulum is made in a way so it doesn't do that. It's made in a way so the conservation of momentum isn't apparent.
Holy shit, dude. So you are just shot yourself in the foot. Let me tell you why. The whole reason why the alleged
thing does what it does is because as it swings, it's alleged to be entering into different rings of acceleration, which have a different radius. And because it has a different radius, yet the same revolutions per hour, they have different speeds. And therefore, you have 999 miles per hour 1 second, 998 miles per hour the second, and therefore that differential is imparted onto it, and it causes it to move in different directions. That's the whole claim. So if you're negating the conservation of momentum, then you can't possibly have a Foucault's pendulum, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. So I don't even want to end. Listen, no, bro. From what you just said, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's a waste of everybody's time. Let's move on from that to your coup de grace. Drop your bomb. That's going to shut us all up. Let's go.
Maybe there's something left I could say about before I get into the final bomb. I
don't know, bro. You're out of health potions at this point. If you don't enact your final bomb soon, you're going to have to restart your save file.
Well, all of them I was right on, but
you weren't right on any of the things you said.
Not be knowledgeable enough to actually formulate. But
dude, then how do you know you're right?
I will one day. I'm just a bit ignorant on them right now.
How can you know you're right now if you don't know it into the future?
Okay. No, I just know I'm right. I just don't know why.
I just know I'm right. I just know I'm right, even though I don't know how I know I'm right. But in the future, I'll know I'm right. Therefore, I'm right now.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Woo! This is kind of like, I know they're going to the moon in the future, and that means they did it now.
So you will see that when I am knowledgeable, you will not. Those health potions.
This is a result of our education system. You see the dismal effects of the education system. These people cannot think their way out of a cardboard fucking box with 3 sides open.
Dude, I just am not an expert on these things. So all I know is that is how those are classic arguments, and they work. I don't.
You don't know how they work, and you don't know why the conclusions are necessary or unnecessary. Therefore, all you're doing, pay attention now. Okay, Daddy's talking. All you are doing is trusting other men for your truths. That's it. Period. Full stop.
No, I could watch an hour lecture on it, and I'll come back and destroy you.
Okay, I'll be here. Trust me, I'll still be here.
Okay, ready for?
But in the meantime,
are you ready for the final blow?
Yes, we need the final blow, dude. You need the final blow me. Listen, dude. Listen, let's put it rude and crude. You need to blow me so that the other guys can have a chance. Okay. They want to speak, and I'm taking up all the airwaves until you destroy me.
Oh, why didn't you let them speak?
Because we all want to know, dude. The reason is because we all want to know the secret that you're holding back. That's why.
Wait! I just want to quickly point out, AI. You just said the words to him. He's just blindly trusting men, and then he just said the words back to you. Oh, well, I could go listen to a lecture and prove you wrong. And I just wanted to point out to him, yeah, you could go listen to a lecture and think that a lecture would prove us wrong. Or you could go and directly measure the Earth and detect curvature, and that would actually prove us wrong. That's not a lecture.
Maybe that's his truth bomb that he's holding back, is that he actually did go measure the Earth and he has the proof of curvature.
That would be the only thing you could do.
Maybe.
So let's see it.
Well, spoiler alert, it's not.
Yeah, we know you don't have anything. And besides...
I said it the other day here. I don't know if you guys heard.
I thought I was speaking. I could have been mistaken. But I think the middle of my sentence bumped into the start of yours. Anyway,
You were definitely mistaken.
To have a final blow, you have to have one initial first blow first. You haven't had any. So how can you have a final blow when you haven't had the first one? Gee whiz.
No, they all
are.
because I'm not. I didn't go into nitpicky.
They all
I
bombed.
just
They all bombed, Brian.
Yeah, you only slapped yourself in the face. That's all that happened.
Okay. I don't know if I should say.
Let's see it, Brian. Come on, bring it on, Brian.
This is gonna be the one where we're all gonna be humbled. I believe in you.
Okay,
Are you gonna try to build this up even more, dude?
Okay, here is. So.
Get ready to close the server down.
Okay.
Wait. Let me ask him. Hey, hold on. Let me ask you a quick question. If someone's, telling a lecture, is it possible for someone to lie or say something that's not true at a lecture? Yes or no?
Honestly, it's not. It would probably be me not focusing enough for something to go wrong. Not that the lecture's lying. I would probably...
No. Wait, no. Let me ask the question simply again. Like, is it possible for someone, whether they're lying or not, whether they're doing it on purpose or not, is it possible for someone to perform a lecture, give a lecture, and say something that's not true? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, right? You're saying yes?
Yes.
All right. So if you go and attend a lecture and they tell you the Earth is a ball, does that mean that the Earth is a ball? Yes or no? Does that demonstrate? Wait, no. Let me ask a question. I'm sorry. Does that demonstrate the Earth to be a ball? Yes or no?
Not directly, but I mean, we usually.
Bingo! We have a winner. Now that we've settled that, friend, don't get distracted. Speaking of focus,
credibility.
You were supposed to be giving us your coup de grace, your final blow, your pierce de resistance.
Okay. So there's a spot in the extreme south of Chile, the country of Chile, and an extreme south part, or like a really southern part of New Zealand. And in the summertime, which is like December, January for them in the southern hemisphere, it's summer. That they see the sunlight at the same time, even though they're completely across from each other. And I'd like to know, how is this possible?
Okay, it's very simple. Light is reaching both of their eyes. There you go.
Oh, yes, but how is that? But from where?
From the light source.
From the sun?
Whatever the light source is.
Where's the sun, though? Isn't the sun like...
You tell me.
Isn't it spinning around and like... Because New Zealand and Chile, they're like completely opposite from each other, yet...
Hey, Brian,
correct.
You're supposed to be providing us the final blow, which should be a irrefutable...
That is his final blow.
Contrary, and you're prefacing it with a question to us. How is that possible?
I'm blowing up your idea of two-dimensional flat.
Question to
Hold on, what? Did you see what he said? He said two-dimensional.
Like XY, kind of like from the flat. I'm destroying that idea.
We don't. You're just throwing a straw man because we don't believe the Earth is a two-dimensional place.
Dude.
Okay,
that's fine.
In order to destroy what we have, in order to destroy our claims, you would actually have to address our claims and show that the Earth is actually curving, instead of what all of the tests and observations show that it's not curving.
Not necessarily. You guys say it's flat.
No, yet necessarily, because on the one hand you have direct evidence of the thing in question. On the other hand, you have speculation and imagination.
You don't know what your own model looked like. Then
we have a model.
You don't have a model? You don't know what your model,
what's a model?
flat Earth looks like. All you know is that it's flat. You don't know what it looks, what shape.
We are not. I told you this before. You don't listen very well, and you don't comprehend the words that are coming out of people's mouths. We are not a replacement cosmology for you to believe in. We have proven your old religion incorrect with direct evidence. If you would like to see all that evidence, we can show you.
So I'm asking, is there a shape to this flatness of Earth?
Flat isn't a shape. We're not making
I'm asking if there is. Does it have a shape, or is it like we don't know
perfect.
what the shape is?
Oh,
We just know
friend, I'll tell you the answer.
Is it a disc?
Okay.
Is it a
Let's just check it out. Hold on, friend. I'll tell you. Okay, but you have to follow along. Okay. What shape is a rock?
Polygon.
No.
I have other.
So let's go. So check this out. So in your worldview,
so it's not a disc.
Just hold on. In your worldview, the Earth is a sphere. Okay. Now it's obviously not a perfect sphere, but the philosophy behind it is that it's a sphere, a platonic solid. Okay. The Earth itself is not a platonic solid. Therefore, it's not a definitive shape. Therefore, you can't say it's this shape or that shape. Okay, platonic solids and the Earth being one, the perfect one, which is a sphere, is a philosophical disposition. Okay, the inception of this concept was that if God is perfect and His creation is perfect, and the sphere is the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must be a sphere. This is a religious proposition, friend, not anything else. So if we told you that the Earth is a cube or the Earth is a dodecahedron, these are nonsense statements. The Earth being flat is a description of the surface. It could be a million upon billion upon trillions of permutations of irregular form below the surface and to the extremities. It's irrelevant. Now, you not understanding this concept is not our problem.
Because how south can you go? It ends up
out of all he said, how south can you go? What
it is a disc because
can you repeat back to us? No, stop. Can you repeat back to us what AI was saying? We want to know that you understood what he said.
He's saying that it's neither a disc, we don't know the shape. It could be a whatever polygon with so many different sides. But no, at the end it does end up looking like a disc.
Why?
If it's flat Earth. Because if you travel across the ice wall, you'll be traveling around.
What ice wall? I don't know anything about that.
You don't believe in the ice? I don't know what you guys. What model do you guys have? Is it the one on the server icon?
Listen. We do not have a model. All we're doing is measuring the surface. Models are that's up to you. That's up to whatever you want to believe after we tell you what the surface measures. That's 100% on you. You follow whatever.
So you're telling me that we don't know the shape. We just know that it's flat, right? That's all.
What we measure in the environment that we exist in is flat. What the Earth is, flat, right? Hold on. What the Earth is, I couldn't tell you. Nobody can.
No, we don't know. We don't know if it's a triangle, a trapezoid. We just know it's flat, right?
Stop. Don't qualify a feature. If it's flat, you don't have to qualify it. It just is. You don't have to qualify it. It could be any of this. No, it just measures flat. It just measures flat. You don't need to assign any qualification to it.
Saying it's flat is a quality you're giving to the Earth.
What I'm saying is, what you're doing is you're prefacing saying it could be flat with could be a triangle, could be this, or you're trying to apply.
Because what else would a flat thing? It could be it has to have a shape.
You're fighting your own cognitive bias where you need to believe it is a shape because the rest of this model that you believe in has you existing in this great big void that
How can you
mathematically
have
works for
something
you.
that's flat and doesn't have a shape?
Flat is not the shape. I don't know what the Earth
It
is to give you
implies a shape. You cannot have a
What
reality
shape is a
to be
cloud? What
flat
shape?
and have no
Hold on.
shape.
What
Because
shape is a cloud? What shape is a cloud?
it's a shape. It's a figure. It's
What
a
shape? What's
two-dimensional
the shape?
figure.
Shapes are specifically defined.
Polygon. It's a very.
Shapes,
It has so many.
shapes,
It's
not a
two-dimensional.
polygon. It's not a polygon.
It has a shape.
It's not a polygon. A shape is strictly defined geometrically.
Yes,
Every
it's
shape has a
strictly
name.
defined. It's a
What is
shape.
the name of the shape for a
You don't
cloud?
need to. It could be any shape. It's a shape still. It's just a shape.
So it's dimorphous, right?
Undefined shape. Yeah. So listen, Earth is
It's an undefined blob.
It's flat with
Two-dimensional shape. Do you agree with that?
undefined extremities. We don't have the extremities.
No.
No one has measured the extremities. No one.
You just say it's a two-dimensional. Sorry, Sonny.
No one has ever measured the extremities, Brian. So get this in your head. They are undefined extremities. So how could you define a shape by that? You can't. No one can. But what we can do is look at the surface, and on the surface we show it's a flat, level, stationary.
You agree that it's two-dimensional. The Earth is flat, so that means it has to have a shape.
Two-dimensional. That's not two-dimensional. Flat is not two-dimensional.
Of course, and it's not. And that's I'm meaning it colloquially. Of course.
You'll find that we like everyone to be exactly accurate when they're describing something. So please don't use colloquial, like kind of profane wisdom in here.
You think I? Oh dear. Okay.
Be exact.
So, by shape, you don't have to. It doesn't have to be a specific shape. It just has to exist as it's a shape. I could call it.
Okay, why?
Why? Why are you saying that?
Does it need to be a shape? Why does it need to be for you?
Tell us why it's so important that you need it to be a shape.
Just because a shape has a name doesn't make it any more of a shape than a
No,
shape.
this is not about us. You don't have to convince us of anything. We're asking you why it's so important that you have to believe there's some shape.
Yep.
Because it's going to prove. I'm trying to get to proving why the New Zealand, Southern New Zealand,
Brian,
why it's absurd for them.
Brian, can I submit something to you? Can I submit something? Please stop. Listen, let me submit something to you, Brian. The reason that you keep clinging to a shape, now let me finish, is because you need, for some reason, to have this image in your mind of what Earth is. That's why. With a ball, anyone can imagine a ball in their mind. But a flat, stationary plane with undefined extremities, there's no way to imagine this. So this is why you run into a shape, because it's scary to you. You're in fear because you live in a place that's undefined extremities. No human has ever measured.
Undefined doesn't mean it's not a shape.
You're going from having a very strictly defined reality that has all the answers to suddenly being confronted with a reality in which there are no answers and there are tons of unknowns.
If I shove a paper in your face and you say, I don't know the extent to which this thing in my face is paper, so I don't know.
You can see the edge of the paper, Brian. You can see the edge of the paper, Brian. If you're comparing the Earth,
if I have it in your face,
be quiet. If you're comparing the Earth to paper, you're talking about getting an impossible God's eye view of reality. You have to be outside the Earth to be able to see the extremities of it. If you were
ever looked at the ground?
Listen, silence. If you were the size of an atom in the middle of that piece of paper, you would have no idea. Be silent.
What happened to people lining the coast? What happened to people in the 1800s in Argentina going down Antarctica? What happened?
Be silent. Be silent. Okay? Or you're going to get yourself muted. You are asking for a God's eye view, which you don't have, I don't have, nobody has. So you're trying to set up a
God's eye.
Go ahead.
I said the next time you interrupt somebody, I'm going to mute him. So every time you interrupt somebody, I'm going to mute you again. So I'll unmute you now. The next time you interrupt anybody, I'm going to just continue muting you. Oh, he dipped. Or changed
There we
his
go.
name. What the hell? That's weird. I can't even see him now.
Did he leave?
No, I don't know. There's a blank space there.
Yeah, that's not him. He left.
So who is this person? I'm going to mute the blank.
Yeah, he left.
I never saw a blank space there.
Yeah, it's blank.
There's
Hashtag 93. What the hell?
It says a number. It says VC verified number 2893, and that's all. And no image, no nothing. Don't you see that in the list?
I do.
Yeah, he posted Earth Cube Square Planet GIF or a link to it in the live stream voice text chat. He might be a troll. Try to talk to him.
He says unmuted.
All right.
You're unmuted. You're unmuted now.
Appreciate it.
You can't keep interrupting and interrupting and interrupting.
Me? I was muted.
Oh, is that you? Oh, okay. I just assumed you were the last guy. I don't look at who I'm talking to.
No, this is a new guy.
Yeah,
Okay. Hey, new guy. I'm just gonna rename you new guy.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, he was here before his old account got banned.
Yeah.
Who were you on your old account?
I was Tony. I mean, it was a long time ago. Like, I don't even remember what my name was on it. But
I remember a Tony.
There's a lot of people named Tony on this server.
Hey, Tony.
What's up, man?
Telling me there. Yeah.
Well, what's new, man? Did you just come back into the server or what?
Me? I don't know, man. This is like my fourth
Or did you
account.
join right away when you made your new account? When was that? Last year, right?
No, it was. Well, yeah, it was last
Wait,
year.
you and me got banned at the same time. That's right.
We did.
Yeah, I had to make a new account too. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I haven't.
We were both in a server, and that server got wrecked.
Oh yeah. Everybody disappeared, dude. I haven't even. Do you have 11's thing anymore? Because I haven't.
No, I'm only in this server for any type of stuff like this. So
yeah. Oh look, I have a name. I'm new guy.
Okay, that's good.
Yay.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Did the other guy leave or what?
Yeah.
I think he was kind of trolling. I don't know. To me, he seemed kind of high.
You guys ever use this term? I posted it yesterday. This one right here.
Dumb or high. He was either dumb or high.
Or all of the above.
Do you guys ever use this term in here, or this word? Sea lioning? It seems like people do that a lot in here.
Sea lioning. Meant to a form of trolling meant to exhaust the other's debate participant with no intention of real discourse. Yeah, that's what it's felt like. That's what Brian was.
That's what was happening yesterday too. Really bad.
Sea lioning with Brian.
Oh, there we go.
Why did somebody tagged me in Cosmology Tartaria? Like I'm gonna go there.
It's not basically your scene.
Mudflood.
I've been in there. There's actually a lot of flat earthers that were from here that go in there.
Yes, the ones that do not like me. We had the big falling out, and I remember it.
They probably don't like me either.
They wouldn't like me. I didn't even join.
I'm very thankful that they're gone out of the server.
I am too.
I'm glad I didn't get an invite while I was in.
Oh, Adam, that's cringe. I like.
I can't remember which one of it was, but one of them told me that I was stupid because I don't accept the globe model because there's no proof for it, but yet then they wanted me to accept Tartaria and other things, which they had no proof for.
Yeah, not just no proof, but like anti-proof, like where the word Tartaria comes from.
Exactly. Tartarus is the Greek hell. Well, hell of Greek mythology. Let me rephrase that. Sorry.
Okay, so that's Tartarus, all right. And so there were some Europeans who said, there's a bunch of Asian people from over that river over there. Let's just call them the Tartars because there's this band of people called the Tartars that keep mugging us and killing us, who are from Southern Europe. And so they just called all of everything east of that river Tartaria. And it's the Tartarian Empire, and it's all these disparate Asian tribes. That is literally what happened. That's where we get it from. It was like just a mad bastardization, an amalgamation of like words and culture that don't make any sense for even back then.
And they're actually going along another false timeline, just like the original timeline that everybody. So it's just another false timeline. I mean, there are some things you could correlate possibly, but you're still going on the timeline, and you're going by this out of Africa thing. You're following along with a whole bunch of
yes. The Tartaria people are going right along with the out of Africa theology.
Yep,
they really are.
Of the origin of all the races, you might as well be evolutionist. Screw that.
Right.
We've already been fooled with one big lie. Like, let's be a little bit more cautious going forward.
Well, and it's kind of like where I live in Savannah. 1736, Savannah gets established. And they build a bunch of structures. Then they want to increase the port, expand the size of the port, and build ramps and everything, but out level. And they build these structures, bury all of them, and build the town on top of it. It's all documented. Has all the construction in there, everything. They built a basement to the city on purpose because they wanted to have a port city.
Yeah, that's a wow.
Underground world.
Yes, and there are so many underground bars and underground pubs and underground like secret nightclubs and joints. Yeah. Well, none here. There's so much of that here in Savannah, it's ridiculous. Like, it's everywhere.
Oh yeah. I even see it in predictive programming. Like if you guys ever play video games, I've been playing Gotham Knights, and even in there, they have
it's not
a little.
It's not predictive programming though. Like in my whole life, I've always known about this. I've always known about like the underground New York City, how they built New York on top of old New York.
And so people who know this, of course, add these kind of trivia into their games, and like people were like, "Oh, it must be predictive programming." It's not that all the time.
Yeah, sometimes it's just that's something we've always known. Like to me, my whole life, always known that cities were built on top of cities. Always known it. And so when like Tartaria came along, I'm like, I'm going to give this 5 minutes. I'm going to see where this goes. And then I did, and I was like, nope.
Yeah, and I did as well. And some things that I've studied very carefully in history were getting way misrepresented to supposedly prove this Tartaria thing. And then rather than confront the evidence that I had supplied to a few different Tartarian groups, they just called me stupid and whatever else. And, they had said that I was some kind of troll, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yep, I know what this sounds just like the Globies.
Yeah. There's very much kind of a you don't get it vibe. Well, you don't get it. If you just get it, you get it, right?
Yeah.
You don't get it.
But that was my problem as well. Like, the more you know and the more you dig into things, the more you find out, and you find out they're not actually telling the truth about this, or they're misrepresenting that, and that just makes it kind of hard to take the rest of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like I always, I used to have, when I was growing up, my favorite books were like these big giant coffee table books of like ancient cities and stuff. And you could see like all the like cutaways and everything like that. And I would go to museums and all this other stuff, and I learned about like how they built things. Like by 17, I was a Romanophile. Like I had all these books on ancient Rome, and I loved the Colosseum. I loved how it was built. I loved the Roman underground. There was a Roman underground because they built Rome on top of Rome, right? Like even back then, they built the cities on top of cities. And we do the same thing now. We just make them the foundations, increase our elevation, and like they're
Exactly.
saying,
You just said the word that is the reason why they did this, or that's foundations. You need solid foundations if you want your buildings to stand.
Yeah.
And the other interesting thing to me was I kept asking for a Tartaria 101. What's something that I can read or watch or whatever that very succinctly...
Yeah, nothing.
And then I was shown like a 10-hour series of some sort or something like that, and I'm like, and I answered back, "You've got to be kidding me! I don't have 10 hours to."
Yeah.
Imagine.
It's like that. It's like that Onion piece where the guy was like, after I read 976 pages of feminist philosophy, I suddenly see the plight of women. It's like, well, you've just been beat down, right? Like 10 hours? You'll believe anything after 10 hours of hypnotism. Like I'm going to sit down for 10 hours. If you can't, it was a 3-minute paradigm shift for me for flat Earth. Come on.
I guess in some ways I've been kind of vulnerable to some of it. Like there are some things where I have kind of like fallen a little bit, but then I had a chance to look at it because I take a long time to digest information, you know? I mean, so anyway, some of that stuff, I did go back and rethink it, and I'm like, I can see now in this conversation how, at least me to believe what it is more like leading questions with, questioning kind of things, but really leading you into a suggestion, like making a suggestion through a question. It's pretty subtle. Like I didn't even realize that. Like now I can kind of see it, and yeah, I don't know. I don't fall for anything very easily. I have to do a lot of research. So like this moon image thing, like I looked at it for a while. I go, that was kind of fascinating, but I go, wait a minute, no, I'm not. I'm not. That's too far out again. Just stay close to the surface.
It makes a good story. It makes a great story.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's the same thing. It's like looking at parts and not taking in the whole, right? So they'll look at part of something and not understand the whole context around it. So a lot of people say, look at the Grand Canyon and say, it was a giant mining operation. And it's like, why don't you look north of the Grand Canyon or east of the Grand Canyon and see what other influences might have been at play here? And then you see at a much higher elevation than the Grand Canyon is a giant flatland that was once completely underwater. Oh, okay. So all that water collapsed out the Grand Canyon one day. Okay, so it wasn't a mining operation. Period.
Yeah, and things about like the desert plains, you know, how flat they are, all that water rushed across, you know, and ancient shorelines, all that sand.
Yeah.
There's a lot we don't know.
Oh, Mount St. Helens created a little mini Grand Canyon in a day.
Yes, in 8 hours it created the Toutle Creek Canyon, and it's 1/20th the size of the Grand Canyon, I think.
Okay, so times 8 times 20, that's 357. If you doubt my math, trust me, I'm right. It's a Mandela effect on your part. So at most, it took 357 hours to make the Grand Canyon. But they claim it's millions upon millions of years with a little drop of water, the little drop of water that could, and he carved the Grand Canyon over millions and millions of years, and he never gave up.
The little canyon that could.
Yeah, the whole thing is like, it's like just because the Earth, you realize the Earth is flat, does not mean everything is up for grabs. Sorry.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, everything that it does not have rigorous proof, or that you can give rigorous proof for, is up for grabs. And because you can't say one moment that we demand this proof, and then the next moment you're telling me that that I'm stupid because I don't see the Mandela effect, and I don't see Tartaria, and I don't see all kinds of other ignorant stuff.
Giant trees. Giant trees, same problem. I get flack for that one.
Silicone trees, like, where do you have this evidence of that? That's trees turned to silicone, or that silicone trees existed? Like, really?
Yeah, because back in the day when I would bring it up, they'd be like, "See, look, it's a tree," because they look the same. I'm like, looking the same is not the same as being the same.
These are all, listen, these are through the years now. These are the little piston snowflakes, or whatever you want to call it, breadcrumbs that got passed along to us. More diversion to like divert from the actual flat Earth. All these, think about all these weird things in the last 7 or 8 years that have popped up. Like moon image, like Tartaria, like the mud flood, like on and on and on and on and on, and across every class of information, basically.
Yeah, the real mud flood is all this bullshit. That's the real mud flood. It's all this trash that it just keeps being sent down the river to us. And it's like, no, I don't need that.
Yeah.
Like, all I'm doing is measuring Earth. Why do you think I need to think that, there's a secret civilization that only disappeared in 1902?
Exactly.
As you probably recall, my username, I really like that story, The Iron Republic, and that's where obviously I took the name from. That's
a fun story. That's a fun story. It is fun.
And I love how you say it. It's a fun story. Do you know how many hours I've spent trying to find the Florida Monthly magazine that it was printed in?
Good luck. You won't find it.
I've tried to look for other editions of it, everything else. I've tried doing searching for J.E. Barrington and others. And even in the story itself, that you see at one point it says E.W. Barrington, and at the other point it calls him J.E. Barrington. And it's a great, fun story, and I hope we can have more fiction at some point. But by the same token, there are people who think that's actually truly wasn't.
It's a true story.
It's just a story, isn't it? It's just a
story.
Things made up, like a
just
novel.
A story.
Very interesting to us. Then you wonder, how did that come down the pike? And like, when was that actually first ever noticed to be have been written?
Well, I suspect that in the early 1900s and late 1800s, you had all this supposed yellow journalism, whatever you want to call it, and then there would be people who would publish various things and go out and sell it. And so it was, I speculate that was probably a gimmick at the time, because that magazine is held in a library, that one edition. I was not able to find any more. I'm not going to say that I missed something or whatever else, but I wasn't able to find any more. But I would say that somebody told that story, kind of like you take the Oxford American. They've got some great fiction stories. They've got some great true stories. They've got some they've got some gray area stories. And who knows how much of that stuff's real or not.
Yeah, so here's an interesting coincidence that happened to me recently. So people were talking about giants in the server and stuff, and skeletons that are found or hidden in the Smithsonian, etc. And like that stuff was covered up or whatever. So not within 3 days, I'm in a construction site taking down an old house, right? Stuffing in the walls is an old article, right, about, they found giant skeletons over here. It's from like, I can't remember the exact year, but it's like 100 years old or more. Just very coincidental. It's like you hear it being talked about, and then you find essentially the same type of, not conclusive, it's just claims. But the point is that it's published, and the masses are reading it like, oh, yeah, they found some giant skeletons, and it's a controversy. Oy, oy, oy. And then 100 years later, oh, they found some giant skeletons, and it's a controversy. Oy, oy, oy.
Right. So that's a good topic, actually, maybe for Speculation Sunday. Was that something that was called, wait a minute, I had the right word. Oh, man. God. Okay, give me a minute. That was this editorialism or journalism? Journalism, I can't find the right word, but you know what I mean. Or was it real journalism, or was
it's called
investigative journalism?
It's environmental storytelling. They create an environment, right, of the ethos and history of a society where you see all of these clues and you piece the reality in together yourself. So everybody is living within a matrix of a fiction of their own imagination.
So the word I was looking for was
for the group about Tartaria.
Sensationalism was the word I was looking for. So there was such thing as sensationalism, journalism that was sensational, like to bring up these weird stories, like bizarre things, so you get readership, right? That was a real thing.
Yep. Exactly.
People don't know about that. And it goes along with yellow journalism too. That came a little later. Or I might even call it red, like it was a comic everywhere, or the Nazis everywhere.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure the very first newspaper started the war with China in the 19th century. So I'd say the very first newspaper was yellow journalism.
No, you're being racist.
Well, they were being racist. I'm not.
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like, you see these Chinese? It's time to blow their cities off the map. Yes.
I can't believe I've lived through what I've seen. What did we used to watch on TV? There was this these old shows, this Chinese spy show from 30s or 40s. What was that called? Oh man.
I don't know. You were what, like 17, 18 years old back then?
Oh hell, I don't know, bro. What is a year between friends? I don't know. What's a couple decades? Who knows? I don't even know when at the period of time which I have lived. I don't even know what period that is. So
the 1930s BC.
No, man, I was born in the late 50s. So there you go.
Okay.
Not that old.
Whatever you say, boomer.
That's right. He's a boomer. So am I. Hey, I got a question about this Tartaria bullshit.
Yeah.
We've all seen the pictures of Tartaria, the way they dress, and there's an awful lot of opulence there. I mean, just massive opulence when you get into the subject of Tartaria. That's my only question is, where is all of this opulence? Where did it go? Where did all this jewelry and all these fancy clothes and all these riches and all these fancy walking sidewalks or whatever they have? I mean, just opulence everywhere. Where'd it go?
It's I mean, they still have it. It's Mongolian. Go look at how the Mongols over there today dress the same way still. And it is opulent. They got drip. They got mad drip. I mean, they are top G the way they dress over there.
Well, that's amazing then to me. They had some amazing opulence. Those people were.
They do.
I mean, just must have Old knitted stockings. I don't know what they got, but
well, what it is it's like this cultural mix of like Russian Asian. Right, so you have this like Nordic Russian blend with this Mongolian Asian blend, and that's what a lot of the peoples up there wear. That's what Mongolian style kind of looks like. It looks like the anime version of Russian, barbarianism. It's cool looking.
I'll say it looked rich. Let's put it that way. I had no idea that still existed today. Those people dressed in that manner. I had no idea. Thank you.
Yeah, if you go watch, it is a classical way to dress. But if you go watch Mongolian festivals or anything like that, where they do like the throat singing and all the Mongolian music and stuff, you see a lot of people dressed up in the cultural wear.
I've seen a few videos like that, but I didn't realize that they walked around every day like that.
Well, they don't walk around every day like that. But when they do, they're like. It's like
ceremonial.
It's ceremonial. Like when Native Americans have their festivals and stuff, you see them dress up in like the headdresses and stuff like that. That's kind of how it is there, in that they're just dressing in like their cultural uniform. It's not like they go to the supermarket.
They had opulence in all different areas too, though. Their furniture, and all the pictures you see. I mean, my God, they look like royalty. These old Tartaria pictures that you see,
like silk drapes and pearls.
If you look at that, if you look at a lot of the images that they get of the Tartarians and how like their furniture was and everything, then go to 17th century Romania, and you look at that, it'll click.
Oh, all right, I'll do that. Thanks. I was just wondering what the frick happened to all this opulence, man. Awful lot of riches and a lot of opulent, possessions, and a lot of opulent living that it just doesn't seem to be there anymore. And so maybe it still is, I guess, huh?
Okay, so question on the floor: were the Mongolians originally from the plain states of America, those areas of America? Where did they start, or were they from Mongolia?
I'll tell you where it went, bro. You're not prepared for this. So we all know, for a matter of certainty, that the pyramids were made with resonant frequency transmogrification devices. Right? Now we also know of a certainty that ladies, when they reach a certain pitch and tone, can shatter glass. Now, we know in principle, that being said, that if you had the right transmogrification frequency, you could shatter something down to its molecular bond by loosing the frequency that holds it together. Because everything is ultimately held together by force fields, which is unexplained, which also have resonant frequency, and if you interrupt it, you can essentially disassemble them. So how they did this is they slowly distributed these devices around the area, and then they enacted them, and it basically wiped out everything down to the molecular level. And so there's no evidence of it left. Now, we know this is true because if this happened, there would be no evidence. And since there's no evidence, it happened.
Seems reasonable. Seems reasonable to me. Now, are we on giant trees or Tartaria?
I don't know. We're on raining every day, freaking in Southern California for the last couple of weeks, which is really bizarre.
Raining every day there? God, I hope God is wiping it off the map. Sorry, Sonny.
Washing all the urine away, that's for sure.
It's gathering all the urine together for like a great tidal wave of just urine street sewage.
Yeah, that's for the surfers to enjoy. Have fun. I don't go in that water anymore. Well, I will, but...
Dude, do you remember Savannah Beach after the oil spill in the Gulf?
I did not go down to the beach during that entire time.
Well, they ended up having like a bunch of just slimy, grimy, browny coating. More than usual.
Yeah. I was going to say, well, that's kind of, have you been to the marsh?
Yeah, you got to add the more than usual part.
Yeah. Like, you're just describing the water. God.
I don't think there's anything man could put out that could destroy Earth.
Yes and no, let me tell you. So, there's a big debate going on in flat Earth, and especially biblical sections of flat Earth and self-righteous sections of flat Earth, where once you become a flat earther, you're on the path of morality, and part of that path of morality is the exemplification of the golden rule into the do no harm principle, which means you're not allowed to eat animals, which means you must be vegan, which means you must have mass agrarianism and industrial agriculture in order to sustain the biomass that we have as humans. Now, we already know that if you tax the soil with plant crops only without proper rotation and intermixing animals, especially things like cows, exactly, you have a sustainable ecosystem of the soil. Otherwise, okay, this makes perfect sense. And, Globers, pay hard attention, Globers, because this is a tough one, I know. When you take the nutrients out of the soil and you move them to another physical location, they're no longer in the soil. And then if you do that again, there's less. And if you do it again, there's less. And if you do it again, there's less until there's none. And then you end up with dead soil. And it's called desertification.
Called the Dust Bowl.
Yes, by committing this process to the land, humans destroy the vitality of that piece of land. Which is why, interestingly enough, whether it's here or there, whether you believe in the Bible as any particular truth, it does have certain truths in it, like the agricultural truth that you must rest the land, that you must intermix animals, etc., etc. And when people refuse to follow these basic principles that people thousands upon thousands of years ago knew, right, and they decide to say, oh, no, we're just going to tax this land 100%, you end up with a dead land. Now, this dead soil changes a lot of things. It even changes the water cycle, interestingly enough. And part of the water cycle is the weather and the clouds and the precipitation and the rain and all of these things. So you could effectively destroy an area just by mismanaging it in its natural biome and ecosystem.
That's probably true, because strip the land of its vitality like that, it basically strips it of its ability to maintain it in place even. You can get washed away by floods, by rain, worthless dust. And the next thing you know, it's washed on down the stream, down the wash, and it's gone, left behind with nothing but bedrock, with no mineral or no nutrition to it. Yeah, I see it. That makes a little sense.
Is there no way through natural processes that these couldn't be revitalized again at some point?
Oh, sure.
By the natural processes, I think so.
Sure. Yeah, you'd have to put organic material on it and let it decompose.
You got to go drag a bunch of seaweed from the ocean and mix it in with the soil, along with.
I'm saying by natural processes. Wouldn't they be rehealed? I think so.
Yeah, but it would take longer.
Well, maybe it's not in our time. Maybe it's in God's
time. I don't know about that, because the deserts keep spreading.
Yeah, Sonny.
Guys, what if we are?
Sorry, it takes decades, Sonny. It takes time, Sonny. That it takes too much time.
What if we are? What if we are the natural process?
We probably are.
Think about it like this: Mount St. Helens goes right. There's 10,000 acres of destroyed forest in just one region, right? And the wacko environmentalists are like, no, let it heal. And the state was like, we're going to let this region heal. Well, the privately owned region, they sold all the lumber that was destroyed. A bunch of trucks came in, got it out, and they planted the forest back. And 30 years later, there's a forest. And the government land where they decided to let everything heal naturally still has destroyed trees rotting all over it and looks like a forest apocalypse.
The retardation of their position is that humans aren't natural, while simultaneously humans are a product of natural evolution. yet they're not natural.
Yeah, that is the problem. Separating
fucking
us
retarded.
out of nature. We are actually part of nature. That's
we are part of the natural equation because we have the ability to manipulate the environment around us.
Yeah,
So,
we have the ability to fix this and fix a lot of these problems because we can also cause them.
Yeah.
We've been put here. Well,
Keep in mind, guys, from a strategic point of
It's
view,
not to ignore it. That's definitely not how you fix things, is ignoring them. That's for sure.
and remember, from a strictly strategic point of view, as far as calories and cost for calories and effort put towards for getting calories, regardless of whatever calories are healthier. Although I must say, eating red meat, grass-fed, organic is typically healthier than most other foods I know of, as far as containing all 90 essential nutrients that the human body cannot manufacture itself and all that stuff. But putting that aside, keep in mind that 30% of the land mass of the lower 48 of the United States falls under the category of land that, as of this moment, falls under the category of land that is not suitable for economic agricultural use, meaning you can't grow corn or soy or anything there and really make a good profit from it because it just doesn't function. It's too close to being a desert. It's not. It sort of is a desert in some of these areas, sort of not like a desert, like but you can't really economically grow crops there and make a profit.
Swampy is not good. Swampy is not good. There's a lot of acid in the water.
Well, the chemical spraying over the land as well doesn't help it as well.
Guys, just slow down. Let me finish the thought. So, but this 30% of land I'm referring to, the same category falls under land that is suitable for grazing for cattle.
Nice.
So, from a strategic point of view, we can actually feed ourselves entirely off of red meat, feeding off of this 30%. We just simply don't. The vast majority of this 30% I'm referring to is not utilized for grazing cattle. It's actually just simply sitting dormant. It's just sitting there.
And those cows walking around shitting all over that land and stuff will revitalize that land.
Selenium and all that stuff back in the soil.
Yep. Yeah, so for example, up here in the north, you have a deer population, right? And you have rabbits and other things. Deer in particular. And there are some other areas that have the same problem. And if the deer population gets too big, they start to eat all the foliage. They eat the branches off the trees. They eat the bark off the trees, and they kill the forest. Now you introduce wolves, and that calls the herd routinely, and it keeps them low. Then the wolves eat them, and they sustain. But then the wolves start to breed and get out of hand. And if you let that happen, they'll kill all the deer. So then the humans have to come in and kill some wolves every so often, right? And this is all for the cycle of life. Okay, there is no universe in which everybody just doesn't kill any other organism and somehow everything works out kumbaya. That doesn't happen. Okay, humans are part of the balance of nature. That's the problem that so many false paradigms remove. Like we just said, these people that are evolutionists, they remove humans as part of nature. Yet then they simultaneously say we have to be responsible to change everything, right? So that the earth maintains itself. But then they get pissed off when you say, oh, we want to call the herd of deer by introducing wolves. And then they say, then they finally let us do it. Then the wolves get out of hand. And then we want to call the wolves. They're like, oh, don't kill the precious wolves. It's like, dude, make up your mind.
Yeah, I heard a couple times it got really bad when all the wolves were gone and there was so many deer that the deer were killing a bunch of humans in car accidents. They were just blindly running across the roads and nobody could avoid fucking hitting deer.
Dude, this is so hilarious because the deadliest animal, okay, in the North American continent, right, is what? Deer. They're responsible for the most deaths of human beings.
That's fucking crazy.
Hey, I want to go full bore. I want to go full bore, and I want to bring over a bunch of African elephants and release them in the Midwest. We wouldn't have a poaching problem. Guarantee you.
Hey, Care to elaborate on that thought? I don't quite know what you mean by that.
No, I mean just have a get 1,000 square miles of park and transport over a bunch of African elephants. That way, we just add something to the biosphere over here.
Bring them back to where they originally started from.
America. Yeah, I mean it's a good environment for them.
Probably need woolly mammoths for them to survive.
Can we bring some giraffes? I really like giraffes.
Well, make sure to get the Asian ones. The Asian elephants are much more people friendly than the African elephants.
Actually, giraffes came from America too, as well as all the lions and cats.
Well, see, here's the thing: is we would instantly monetize that shit, and we would have the most African. We would have in 10 years, we'd have more African elephants in a stable park than Africa tried to for the past 50 years. Guarantee
that's probably true. Yeah, sad as it is.
100% true. I don't like zoos. I don't believe in zoos. I believe in parks. But that's for me. I'd like. I wouldn't mind getting rid of the zoos, but at the same time, zoos are okay to me because even as a kid, I got introduced to a lot of animals at the zoo, and it got me interested in stuff. So,
but if you're looking at it from the animals' perspective, I think they'd agree with your first notion.
Yeah,
a lot more free space,
Oh, yeah, you can tell they look so miserable inside those zoos, man.
The only things that look like they're having a good time are the reptiles, but I mean, reptiles just basically do just sit there all day waiting to pounce on something. But like the elephants, I'm like, hey, their enclosure is. And even the really big enclosures, it's like small. It's an elephant.
What's the name for that type of predator that just waits?
Ambush predator.
Lazy?
Lazy. It's an ambush predator.
It's a cost-benefit analysis. Like lizards can literally check this out. Here's what they tell you for a pet turtle, which I found out. So when the pet turtle gets to the winter months, dude, you just take the thing and you straight up put it in the refrigerator, and then you come back 6 months later, take it out.
Yep, that's what we did to a snake.
You don't feed it or nothing. It's just alive for 6 months, just sitting there doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you just throw the snake in the freezer, and you come back from your holiday and take it out of the freezer, and it eventually a little bit starts moving a little bit, and then gets a little bit more moving. It takes a little while, but
yeah, apparently you can put bats when they're hibernating. You can put bats in the freezer, and it's really kind of funny how I found this out. Like apparently a burglar broke into, at least this is a story. He broke into someone's house, and while he was burglarizing someone's house, he opened up the fridge because 20%, at least 25% of all burglars raid the fridge. So as he's opening the freezer, he sees a bunch of frozen bats in the freezer, and he's just startled by this, and he's kind of, as he's leaving the house, thinking to himself, well, gosh, I'm a burglar, but I at least have some more. I'm really kind of against abusing animals. Is there animal abuse going on here? I don't know. And so he this call to the police saying that there's frozen bats in this woman's freezer, and he's afraid animal abuse is going on. So the police go to this woman's house and ask her politely to look inside her freezer. And so they look inside the freezer and they're like, okay, so why are there frozen bats in your freezer? And then the lady says, you see, I'm a veterinarian and I know how animals work. And every winter, my cat would go up to the attic and kill all the bats that hibernate in my attic. So to stop my cat from killing the bats, when they start hibernating, I just simply unhook them from where they're hanging and put them in my freezer. And then I simply put them back in the springtime, and then they wake up.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Ended animation.
It makes you wonder how long a reptile. Could be in that kind of suspended state.
Right. So, but what is a reptile, good for in an ecosystem compared to a hunting predator like lions and wolves and all that? Like the lions and wolves' jobs is to cull grazers. That's what their job is. Otherwise, the grazers overpopulate and destroy the land.
It's pest control. Reptiles are good at pest control.
Right. So reptiles, I mean, while they do serve the ecosystem, they don't have a job that requires mass outputs of energy like a lion. Like a lion needs to hunt down a grazer, which can run. So it needs to be like strong and agile and active and capable of vast amounts of violence instantaneously. So it needs a lot of energy to do that.
Yeah, there's other forms too. I guess you could throw vultures in that scavenger category as well.
Nature's cleanup. We don't, like down here in Georgia, we don't even have road cleanup crews, man. It's $1,000 fine to kill a vulture. $1,000 fine. Because you get a dead animal on the road here in Georgia, an hour later, it's getting picked apart.
Yeah, as it should be.
Like we don't even have to have like big road crews down here going around shoveling up animals. The vultures are just there in minutes and just eliminating it 100%. Although it is creepy seeing them commute to work, because the vultures will live out in the country and they'll all get up early in the morning, fly out of like these trees, and it looks like a bunch of vampires coming out of the trees, right? Like thousands of them. Then they fly over to the highway, and that's their job. They eat some animals all throughout the day, and then they fly back home at night. So they commute with the traffic. It's pretty funny.
So, were vultures originally designed to eat vegetables?
Highly doubt that.
I doubt it.
I don't know. I was watching a debate the other night. Modern day debates. Subscribe now, or else. Anyway, modern day debates. They had vegans versus non-vegans. Topic of debate was: is it a moral duty, a biblical moral duty, to be a vegan? Basically,
what?
I saw the headline.
Didn't Christ eat fish?
Well, I think by the end of the debate, they changed their position from it's a moral duty to, oh no, it just makes the people who practice it morally superior to those who don't.
Okay. So I guess Christ was morally inferior to himself.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Christ also ate lamb.
Yeah, lamb.
It wasn't limited to fish.
He ate lamb chops.
Lamb chops.
Chopped them right up.
By their feet, right? It tells you in the Bible which ones you can eat by their hooves.
Yeah, there's a whole prescription of saying you're allowed to eat these animals. Also, the Bible says, "I give you every creature for food," which classifies all creatures as food. One of the arguments in the debate was that, oh well, meat was never food in the Bible. I mean, to use the Bible as an argument for veganism, I don't know how you can sustain it from the scripture. It's completely.
Why did God have them kill animals for sacrifices? Because why? If the animals are sacred and you're not supposed to kill them, why would he have them killed?
In that one, you could argue that it was to teach the people that it requires sacrifice because it did demand your best. But then again, if you didn't have those things, you were allowed to give, like in certain situations, like turtle doves and other things.
Okay, were you just going to raise?
You don't have to entertain that because that's what, like, you know, the holy dinners was like. Only a certain few can eat a certain kind of prepared meat.
Right, exactly.
Whatnot. So
the agent, you're right. So even if you take the Bible as fiction, the agent referred to as the deity of the fictional world specifically on occasion says, not only do I give you every creature to eat, in the other scriptures it says that nothing is wrong to eat and everything is okay to be accepted.
Right.
So, I mean, it literally says you are given everything for food and it's okay to eat it. And it also says that in the last days, people will give heed to doctrines of demons, forbidding to eat certain types of foods. And it also says that as you are brothers, right, those who believe they can eat all things, right, shouldn't look down on people who eat only herbs. And likewise, he who eats only herbs should not condemn his brother who eats meat. I mean, it's literally like the Bible told us what to do. It's literally like the Bible told us exactly what to do with this situation. It's so weird.
It's basically it's saying basically don't be an asshole. Whatever you eat,
yeah,
don't
exactly.
And that's it. That's all it's saying. So don't. It kind of reminds me of like the whole Hebrew roots thing, where it's like, yeah, you don't have to go by this and be a Christian, but you're not a good Christian. It's like, well, wait a minute now. Hold on.
Yeah, those are the things I don't like in this quote-unquote flat earth or truther movement, is where people, they've been dissolved of their current paradigm, and then they attach themselves to a new paradigm. And then within that paradigm, they create subsects. And then within those subsects, they create status symbols of pride based on your behaviors, actions, or belief, to where you're better than the other person. And they need to tell you that they're better than you.
They get out of Plato's cave. They get out of Plato's cave, and you're like, you know what? Let's build a new cave.
You know?
Let's build a new cave and make new shadow puppets.
Yeah, my shadow puppets are morally superior to your shadow puppets.
Yeah, basically. I'm not the guy going back in the cave to try and tell the other people to come out of the cave anymore either. I'm just enjoying being out of the cave. Because like I went back in the cave and they were like, hey. And then, you know, everything that happened. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to leave the cave. Y'all are on your own. Someone better than me can come back in here and try and talk to y'all.
Well, I mean, one way to get people out of a cave is to smoke them out. And I don't mean fill it with smoke so they gag. I mean, you make a delicious barbecue outside and they're like, what's that smell? Where it is? Let's get it.
Somebody eating meat?
We've tried that. We've tried the barbecue. That worked a little bit. We had some success. But now what we figure is, because some of those people in the cave, we'll just send the newcomers, you know, the up and comings here in their cave to talk to these people, because we know they're never leaving. So we'll just have those will be like a training ground for the new people.
No. The skeptic community, the atheist community, and the truth community. My least favorite communities. Two, there's also this equation where if you don't know the truth yet, you're a bad person.
Yep. 2023, if you haven't figured it out by now, you're morally inferior and you're probably going to take the mark of the beast and go straight to hell. Do not pass go.
Yeah. I don't know what nuance is. Yeah.
Yeah, let's be clear to those people that think that and say that to people. I want to be clear to you and frank with you.
who's listening to my voice, you did not think of these truths on your own. Okay, spontaneously one day you just woke up and said to yourself, "Oh, I figured it out." No, you were given it. You required a process for you. So don't be so prideful that you say, "Oh, well, this other person, he's lesser than me because he doesn't know this truth yet that I know and I learned with my ability." No, bro, you were given it on a silver platter. A lot of people were given it on a YouTube algorithm. Otherwise, they would have never thought about it. So be humble. I mean, get real.
Yeah, truth is, a lot of these people suffer from very fortunate random chance. Just happen to come across the right video at the right time. And that's that. I think I was looking for Dark Souls videos. I'm like, oh, what's this photograph?
Yeah, there's all kinds of moral imputations and impugning that go on in this community. Where to the point where people want to be so superior that they don't even want to say, "Oh, I'm a member of a flat Earth community." They're like, no, the Earth isn't flat. If you say it's a flat, you're a liar and you're a bad person. You should say it's level, or you should say it's water, or you should say it's Earth shape. It's Earth shape, believer. What's the shape of the Earth? Earth shape. Like, okay, man.
You know, see, I do
calm
that
down.
thing. I do that hipster. Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, but I completely allow myself to be called one, and I refer to myself as one. You know, I don't have an image of a flat earth in my mind because I think that's a poorly constructed paradigm, right? Like the flat earth, it just conjures up the wrong image in my head because I don't view the earth as an object that is the whole of it is just a single thing, right? It's part of it.
Non-objectifiable, in my opinion.
Right. And so I say everything we measure is flat. We live in a flat environment. And so I just say, okay, yeah, flat earther. It's fine. Whatever.
I like Jimsy's. Jimsy is a really good kind of a phraseology when he talks about the flat earth being just two words and Earth isn't the two words. I like when he says that. But AI, I wanted to ask because I felt in a joking way, I was like personally attacked over here. No, but you said Earth shape because in a way, I haven't really been saying that, but in a way I have. Like people ask me, what shape the Earth is, and I sort of lead them down a path to show them that a lot of things in nature are seemingly a regular shape. They're not like cute little, what do you call them? Like polygraphs or whatever?
Polygons.
Yeah. So it's like, I've been basically saying that the Earth is Earth-shaped. So what do you mean by that? I mean, I don't lead with that, but if someone's like, so flat is the shape, it is.
AI took off.
Oh, okay. It seemed like he was doing something.
Shots fired. Shots fired, and he takes off.
Yeah, I was going to push. I was going to push back a little bit myself.
Chad, move.
I get where he's coming from, though, but I
do too.
wanted to see if you could expand on that.
He's not. His complaint is, AI and I have talked about this. His complaint is not about the fact that people might not identify as flat earthers. It's that they're right and you're wrong, and you should speak the way they're speaking.
Right. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's not complaining about your use of any of these phrases. It's fine for y'all to use them. That's totally cool. It's when you say, I'm using it and I'm right, therefore you need to use it too.
Yeah.
You notice how I don't do that. You notice how I don't do that to people, even though I don't refer to myself as a flat earther.
Yeah, it's just like you're fighting a very uphill battle if you introduce yourself as I'm a conspiracy theorist, right? You're placing yourself inside the box, and now you got to punch your way out. So
right,
good point.
And when people ask me what shape is the Earth, The actual, true, real statement from me is, does the Earth have a shape? What do you mean shape? There's this feature we measure. Does the Earth have a shape? I don't know. Is it an object?
Right. Like, think of your hair. People would describe their hair in this, like, we say flat is a surface description, right? It's either curved or flat. And so, like, think of your hair. People usually describe their hair as, and like the texture, curly, coily, wavy, straight, so on. But what shape is your hair? You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm leading people, is like, that doesn't have a shape, or at least, like, at least a name that you would give to it, a little cute little shaped name.
Yeah, I like the lake one. What shape is a lake?
Yeah, I've been saying that for our grip. You guys owe me a nickel.
Yeah.
It's flat. It's flat. That's its shape.
Yeah. They're like, well, some of them are... No, you understand. The point is that they are regular.
Well, it's kind of like pretty is a feature. So you like, don't say, is that girl, what shape is that girl? You don't say pretty.
Right.
It's a feature. It's a description.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
And you better say it the way I say it, or I'll ban you, because I'm right and you're wrong. Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
So. Yeah, you guys were, talking, getting some stuff off your chest about the truth community, but I was like, I know how to solve this problem. You can just go hang out in those blue hair communities for about 5 minutes, and then figure out that you can come back to the truth community.
Yeah.
Cancel culture is real out there, man.
Yeah, it is.
I was in another server just yesterday, and the topic of the waxine was discussed. This person wasn't even around for the subject, got wind of it somehow, made it a point to come into the server and like let everybody know that they will be flagging Discord to Discord. No. They will be reporting the topic that was discussed inside the chat room to Discord.
That's powerful.
Yeah,
social
it's
justice
like,
being
what
served.
the fuck is going on, dude?
I am reporting you for talking about something I don't like.
Only CNN's allowed to talk about this. No.
I recommend that everybody go watch the debate between Patrick Ben-David and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Ooh, I watched some of that recently. Is that the guy with the dark hair? Kind of slick back? Tan dude?
Yes.
Right, tans. In a tanning bed.
How long is that interview?
The part that I want you to watch is about 19 minutes long.
Okay. Because I only saw like a minute and a half of it.
We can't play it here because it talks about the thing which must not be named.
Yeah.
But I will say this, that the social tide against that is turning to the point where YouTube is not banning people anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, they talk about the big no needle thing.
Yes, they talk about he who shall not be named, and that's it.
He okay.
Funny, because I have multiple topics in my mind when you say that which should not be named, So.
Yeah, but I think everybody can raise their hand and say in current year, they know exactly what I'm talking about. They know instantly that it's the C word. Cunt!
We don't get to talk about the part where millions of people drop dead of heart attacks for no reason at all.
That's my favorite part.
Yeah, it must be that climate change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be.
Oh, my favorite article that I saw is, the big quilts that you put on your bed and you like flip your arms up to like get them spread out. There's an article that said people are dying. They're getting heart attacks from doing that. I'm not joking. There's an article.
I've seen many articles. I think I could list off some of the articles. One of them is making your bed could give you a heart attack.
Yes, that's the one.
Exercising could give you a heart attack. Breathing could give you a heart attack.
Wow.
Let me see.
Hey, look, I did have to go to the hospital after having sex one day. Because apparently
Getting in a car accident could give you a heart
getting a
attack?
migraine at the same time, and I didn't notice it until towards the end, and like all the blood pressure built up in my head, and I thought I was dying, but it wasn't. It was just a migraine that I didn't notice until till it was time.
Sleeping could give you a heart attack.
Breathing.
The one about breathing. Someone got shot in here in New Zealand. Someone got shot, and they said it was a COVID death.
Oh no, there was a guy here. There was a guy here. He shot himself. He shot himself. He had taken a bunch of drugs to kill himself. He was drinking and he shot himself. Gets to the hospital, dies. COVID death. Not even joking.
All kinds of deaths.
I think someone also got into. I think there was another one where someone got into a car accident and they died in the hospital, and that was also ruled a COVID death.
It was probably caused by breathing. Breathing is the cause of death every time.
Numerous.
Yes, they were breathing in those COVID ventilators they have at the hospital. It's always at the hospital for some reason.
The breathing always is occurring before the death, so therefore it's the predecessor of the death. It's the breathing itself.
Look. If I am 86 years old and I die of anything, I'll be thankful. Right? So they're like, the world took all these people from us. It's like, no. Most of those people were like 1,000 years old. It's like just their time to go. You know?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Sorry, go ahead.
Nobody died. Nobody died until last year, ever, in history. It's the first time we've ever had death, guys. Death was unknown. We actually lived in the golden age of Tartaria for 1,000 years. And then COVID hit. And people started dying. And every death was COVID because there was no death before. Yeah, the last 2.5 years has put me on the side of the elite. That 70% got to go.
Yeah, man, I see that point of view. Like
that was probably their plan, or at least to separate out the idiots.
No, they're trying to convince us. They're going, look, you see, this is why we're the bad guys. You see now? I'm like, yes, I see. I'm sorry.
I totally see what you mean.
I'll help you put the guidestones back up. I'm sorry.
The guidestones. I feel like
guys, correlation doesn't equal causation, right? So if I get a gun and I point it at someone and I press the trigger button and the bullet just happens to hit their head and they die, it's just a coincidence, right?
Right, you're not a murderer. You're not a murderer. You did not do that.
Yeah, I didn't kill that person. The
gunshot
bullet just happened.
It's incidental.
The Earth
rotated. The bullet just happened to hit his head. You know, it's just not. The correlation isn't there. You see, the correlation is there, but that's not the cause. You see.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
You know, if I get injected with foreign unknown material and I die of a heart attack, correlation doesn't equal causation, guys.
I thought you said crenulation at first because you're so Australian, and I was like, why is he talking about castles?
Correlation.
I was like, oh, he's saying correlation. Like, holy shit.
Oh, he's not saying coronation?
Wait.
Correlation. Yeah.
Correlation does not equal coronation.
Causation. Yeah. It just happens, you know. It's just a coincidence, guys.
Or is it Corona Nation? Sorry.
Everything is a coincidence, you see. There's nothing, you know. Nothing matters, everyone.
That's why you're always worried about nothing.
Yes, that this is the funny thing. Is like, I'm just gonna be like, oh, why does it matter? Why would they lie? Why does the Earth being flat matter? Whilst I'm gonna try argue against you about it and demean you and try to ridicule you for it. You see,
That's
that
because
makes a
they're
lot
here
of
for
sense.
therapy. They're here for therapy. The only reason they're here is because they have doubts now. It's the only reason.
It's
not a therapy session.
I'd say
it's really funny because we instill the doubt, and they have to cope constantly.
Yeah, because like AI said, they're already in the rationalizing with the information, so it's too late already. So we're sorry about that. Not our fault though.
What is it that he did that disrespected you that got you to dislike him? This is not a therapy session.
This is not a therapy session.
Therapy.
Funny, it's like they're like they just try to declare. They always make the declaration of, oh, I know everything. I'm smarter than you because I know this and that, or I know that the Earth is round or some shit. They make this very pretentious proclamation.
Yeah.
And
well, it's
you
Stuart
push them on
Smalley.
it, and they know absolutely
affirmation.
nothing.
It's all it is affirmation.
Sorry, Mimus. Go ahead.
I was going to say, all it is affirmations. It's like looking in the mirror and saying, good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, everybody loves me. And that's what they're here doing, is they're here to affirm themselves. This is a religious rite that they're doing. This is therapy for them because they now have somewhere in that mind, and their subconscious is a doubt, and they have to rationalize it. They have to come argue. They have to come say something. They have to defend it because it is a direct result. Their world is structured. It's solid. It's a sphere. The math is done. It's settled. Their world is stable. And all you're offering them is chaos. It's all you're offering them. And that is all I'm offering them.
I will exactly offer that. And the reason why is like, and this is the really unfortunate psychology part about it, is when you completely dismantle like all this like really science worshipy materialistic hedonist stuff, a lot of these people realize that if they believe in this or whatever, they can basically they basically rationalize their atheistic materialistic worldview. Basically, it's like, oh, there's no point to this world. I'm gonna do whatever I want, even if it harms me or whatever. It is the ultimate. It's the ultimate cope, basically, to be like, I can do whatever I want. Good God, am I right? Disrespect the creation around you and disrespect everything around you, and you do this by making everything seem like, oh, it's just dead, insignificant matter. There's no point in life. We're all gonna die. This worldview is so incredibly just. The only way for me to say it is it's just gay. It's literally just gay. I'm not even kidding. There's no. It's just like hedonist
We're living in a
shit.
society.
You said something earlier, though. I want to expand on. You're right.
It's the ultimate rationalization.
It's seriously gay.
But they do bluff with their ego. They're hoping to sort of, blind you with their false confidence. If you can't see past that, I'm sure some people shrivel up against some Glober's false ego. But if you can get through it, there's nothing behind that wall. There's no evidence behind it. There's no measure. There's nothing behind their ego, their false confidence. That's why it's just bluffing. Just sit there and call their bluff.
It's kind of funny because they also make up another false rationalization. And this is where it comes in, is like the whole quote-unquote conspiracy stuff, where it's like, if the moon landing is fake, why did the Russians declare it and shit? Why did the Russians say it happened? Or why did the Soviets, confirm it or whatever? And they're like, it's too much effort, quote unquote, or too much work to lie to the whole world, supposedly.
Yeah,
that is their belief.
What fallacy is that?
Hilarious. Just tell them when they say something about the moon landing, tell them, well, why is it that 10 years before, in the middle of the Cold War, they were signing the Antarctic Treaty, all of them together?
Good point. Good point.
And that's the thing, is like, people don't realize it's completely geopolitical in that regard. It makes sense geopolitically, and when you try to bring that up, their rationale is like, it's too much effort, it's too much effort to hide the shape of the Earth, or it's too much effort to have this global cabal of people. That's what they say. That's their rationalization for why they think it's supposedly too ridiculous, is because
someone would have told them.
Too many people would have to be quote unquote in on it, or too many countries would have to be quote unquote in on it.
Right.
That's their rationale, and I'm just like, why do you doubt that? Like, in what way is it supposedly surprising that multiple or hundreds of people are involved, or in a Kabbalistic effort to lie to the world, basically?
Yeah, it's so hard to get a human to sell the morality.
I mean, it's only like a beer and a hot dog that we saw in the last couple of years. Shoot, just offer a dude a freaking hot dog and they'll sell off their remaining soul or whatever's left.
I mean, that's the really fucked up thing. Is like, during the whole pandemic, quote unquote, that they would offer people free concert tickets, or free worldwide travels, or free passports.
Dude, it was worse than that. They were offering you like free hot dogs and free freaking chili down the street. It wasn't even.
Yeah, no, I saw that where I live. They were offering people coffee for free just to get it. It was so weird. And the really, really messed up part about that is what was I gonna say?
My favorite part is that I do not blame the elite for anything that's happened over the past 2.5 years at all.
It took some time to see that point of view, but I agree with you, Mimas. At the start, maybe people were trying to run around and try to help other people out, but now I definitely see that point of view. You want it? Yeah, go get it.
It's almost like some people are destined. They are destined to just be vessels that are filled with stupidity. And that's just their destiny. It almost does make you believe in fate. Like, there are people that are fated just to wake up, and people who are not.
Well,
it's almost like everything's already happened, and we're just watching it play out.
Yeah. Well, I think you and I probably agree on the idea, because it seems like there's a small group of people, truthers, that are like, we need to spread this information to everyone. I want everyone on our team.
Don't tell anybody.
You and I both agree that we don't want those goofballs on our team.
Yes. If you were willing to sell your soul essentially for a concert ticket, I don't want you on my team.
Hell no.
Ever.
Because then you just sell us out. You know what I mean?
That's the really funny part, I was going to bring up the whole Travis Scott concert, if you guys remember that.
Yeah.
In order to get a free ticket, you had to get the vaccine, and everyone had to get it
Make sure you use
go
code
there.
word, brother. Make sure you speak in a little code word. The
Okay.
V, the juice.
Everyone had to get the juice needle thingy to go. But, and that's the funny thing, is like, in a way, like, that's just a way to shed off a couple dozen people for their own ritualistic event, you could say.
You mean the straw in the juice box? Okay, I got the reference.
The straw in the juice box. That's good.
It's funny because they had all like the 5G things like beaming directly at the concert while it was happening too. So there's that.
Well, how else is everyone supposed to go live on Instagram?
I don't know why I'm smiling. I don't know why I'm smiling as you say that.
Hey,
look, because you know that you would never get trapped in a damn Travis Scott concert. So smarter than that.
Really based Travis Scott. He was taking down all the liberals.
Yeah, for real.
That's hilarious.
Let me ask you this. They say you already know the kind of person who got the juice box, right? You already know.
Right.
Why are the elite targeting those people?
The weakest of the weak? The weakest link?
Because the truth is the yuppies and like the the people who want to change boys into girls, they are the weakest for if you want to start over. If you want to start over, or you know something's coming that's going to reset everything and you don't know quite what it is, who do you want to carry through with you?
Chad.
So that's the way to find out which ones are the opposites. Which ones are the willing fools that will just the gullible people who can't make a decision on their own.
And by the way, if you clear out a lot of space,
we'll publicly mark them so everybody can see them.
Yeah. Like it's just a voluntary self-genocide. Like whatever. Okay, cool. No problem. I didn't do it, so what do I care? I'm just gonna do this with my hands and go, not my problem. Not my problem.
Yeah, I think we're similar in the way we think. The juice box.
Yeah. Well, but seriously, why would you wipe out the people that ostensibly are your biggest supporters?
Damn, dude, that's what's it's kind of sad, right? Like these people were cheering and then.
Yeah, they were cheering for it. They were happily doing it, and
it doesn't seem. You know what's interesting? It doesn't seem like that's the same scenario they were all supposedly voting for, does it?
No, it's
sure doesn't seem anything like that.
What it is, it's a big game of reverse psychology, and it actually worked.
Yeah.
It's a big game of reverse psychology. It actually worked. And I don't think the elite, I think the elite probably do not like the whole turning boys into girls thing. I don't think they like that. I think there are some sickos who are rich and powerful. Yeah, sure, fine. But that goes for every segment of society, has complete and total sickos in it. I mean, look at the furry fandom, for Christ's sakes. None of those people are rich elites.
Well, I would push back and say that the very deity that they worship, Baal, is a hermaphrodite. So I would argue that they comfort that turning boys into girls and vice versa.
Depends on the ball you're talking about.
Flick it, bro. Flick it. Why'd you try to throw that?
Since ball is just a prefix, so you had like it just means Lord. Yeah, it just means Lord. So you would have the Lord of Storms. There was the Lord of Flies. There was the Lord of the Sky. There was the Lord of the Earth. Or all these different balls, all throughout history, and everybody was polytheist until one day they suddenly weren't. And that was around the time Josiah found the quote unquote, found the law hidden away in a storage room in the temple.
A wall in the temple.
Yeah, he found a copy of the law, of Moses' law,
Of the
in the
law.
storage room of the law. Yeah,
I
the
see.
law. I was saying everyone was polytheistic until they suddenly weren't. And not polytheistic in that they worship a ton of gods. It's that people had their patron deities because God created the gods. Created the congregation of the Elohim, which that's a pantheon of gods by any other language. Right?
I guess the poignant question would be, is what we're seeing now in, let's say, postmodernism, that whole social scene or whatever you want to call it, is that just an offshoot of that same thing, of that polytheism?
No, I think that's all worship of the self. So if I would,
yes, I could agree.
Yeah, all of this is self-worship. Everything you see today is self-worship. It's not worship of the gods. It's not worship of deity. It's not worship. It's not even worship of nature. It's worship solely of the self.
But do you think it's propagated by people who have a different standpoint? Let's say like it's being pushed in the media, obviously on all medias. So, but are the people that are pushing it through the medias, do they have the same line of reasoning, or are they using this as a ploy to further some hidden agendas?
I would say 95% of people are all in a machine that they don't understand the full scope of, and are just operating within their own worldview and aren't consciously good or evil.
But let's just stick to, like, let's just stick to the media and what is being propagated through the media of this postmodernism.
Oh yeah, I think that's intentional. In my opinion, all of that is intentional. They are intentionally pushing that in order to create a social cataclysm, not to actually manifest that stuff. They don't want that stuff to happen.
Now
they're making it look.
Mimas, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to get to. Do you? What the question was I was asking is about that exact same thing. Is it that those people that are actually at the top, or what you would maybe call the top of this propagation, people that are pushing it on the media front, that they do not have the same ideology as they're creating? They don't. Yes,
No, they do not. They do not hold the same views as the wackos.
I agree with you. That's what I was trying to get to. And thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't believe for a second that they hold the same views as the profane people that follow them.
Yeah, they're creating some strange dichotomies in society. They're causing, I think they are in some respects trying to push the levers and knobs that we talk about. But like overall the train, they don't really know. Yeah, which way it could go is up for grabs. It's 50-50 at all times, pretty much. Like there's too many different variables in societies and cultures to be able to know or to be able to control it to exactly which way it's going to go, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Very difficult. So they're in there pushing these knobs and levers by having these social cataclysm, whatever you want to call it, these social upheavals, like the minor social upheavals that we've witnessed in the last 3-4 years. There's several combined in one. Those are the buttons they're pushing. It's funny that they chose the time that they did to do this, and that's been a curious point for me to try to figure out, like, why did they choose that time, right? That particular time, So I think that's an interesting topic, also. And I've heard people say that it's a lot of it had to do with what was happening in the truth community. A lot of people were, I shouldn't say we, I'm not connected to anybody, but we're all connected in some way. But that the truth community, we were finding out too much, and they had to make a move. They had to do something quick. So they have all these things about the censorship, all this stuff. They were kind of.
I don't think they're panicking. I think they're doing that to bring us more attention.
Well, they sure did that, didn't they?
I mean, I am 100%. I'm 100% in on flat Earth and disseminating it, spreading it. I also 100% think that we were not in control of its release.
That we were not, right?
No,
we weren't in control of its release. No,
this isn't our game. We're not in control of this.
It was interjected into our mindset by the media. It would totally.
Yeah, this was put out there. I'm not saying they control every little piece of minutia, but this is allowed to be covered. It's allowed to reach. It's being allowed to reach like the Overton window. It's not being shut down like people are saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's still being spread.
It's still being spread. There's more and more. It's becoming normal to joke about it now.
It is.
It's becoming normal to see it. You go watch a YouTube video. There's jokes all through YouTube videos about it. Not insulting jokes either, just mentions. Because what it is, it's becoming part of a social consciousness.
Yep, sure.
And I'm happy with. I'm fine with that.
Me too.
Somebody has got a bad mic. It's echoing me real bad.
Oh, is that me?
Is it? I don't know. It might be you. What are you doing? But yeah, I was going to say, I think they want all this. They would like to see all this happen. I don't think they're in total control at all. And the people who are in control, first of all, if you know their name, it's probably not them.
Yeah, and if you see their face, it's definitely not them.
Yeah, if you see their face, you know their name, you have their address. Come on.
That's not anywhere near the person.
The Rothschilds control everything.
Oh, shit.
How do you know who they are?
Oh, man, I was way ahead of my time when I made that Rothschilds edit.
So, Mimas?
I do love the because like especially with the whole TikTok thing, Jacob Rothschild has literally become a new meme and is trending.
Oh really?
Yes, like Jacob Rothschild is now a meme, a really popular one at that.
Mr. Burns and The Simpsons.
No, like I think the reason why he became such a meme is because there's this feature on TikTok where it makes you post a bunch of random photos as a slideshow, and there would be music playing in the background, and a lot of people would spam like infographics of Jacob Rothschild with like Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race kind of songs. If you know what that is about.
Yes.
People were literally spamming like slideshows of that, and I believe people were making memes like Jacob Rothschild on his way to pay that girl on the other side of the road to not want to talk to me.
I'll have to check that out. I haven't seen it.
My site is like there's like so many Jacob Rothschild memes.
My TikTok algorithm is like almost all entirely art.
Mine is I feel like there are like you have to know how to like do it right. You can like make your For You page or your scroll algorithm be filled with practically anything. Like I've had it been filled with like flat Earth stuff. I've had it filled with like funny mustache man content. I've had it been filled with Jacob Rothschild memes and Ted Kaczynski memes.
The best. Uncle Ted.
Yes.
Crazy Uncle Ted.
Yes, Uncle Ted. The memes, like the algorithm, if you know how to like mess with it or know what to do, I think one way you can influence the algorithm is you DM someone. You DM someone about a certain topic. You DM someone about a certain topic, and I think TikTok actually tracks that and puts that in your algorithm. Try that out. For example, you can talk about flat Earth in someone's DMs, and I think your algorithm will start being spammed with flat Earth.
Yeah.
Give that a try if you want.
What's up, Barrington?
So, as you were talking about earlier about the flat Earth message being allowed to get out, as I'm sure I've shared with you, I've shared with many on here, I've been flat Earth since 2008, and I told my wife when we met in 2009, the first night that we met, I told her the Earth was flat. And so for many years, I didn't talk to too many people about it just because, to me, the way that I came about it, it was clear, it was convincing, and that was that. And every now and then I would mention it to somebody. But then, at the back of my mind, I always wondered around like 2015, 2016, and 2017, why am I seeing these memes? And like, one guy at work showed me this meme that somebody posted of the stupid cat pushing stuff off the edge of a flat desk, and I said to him, you know that's not how that works, right? And his eyes got big around, and he's like, well, yeah. And so then I started explaining to him that you would never get to the edge. You could never get to the edge, or whatever. And he looked at me and said, well, yeah. He said, and then he started telling me that he actually had recently learned. And anyway, where I'm getting at with it is it's very clear to me that the message somewhere around there was definitely let out. It was definitely, because in 2008, 2009, when I would do searches on the topic, the only thing that I and the guy who told me that the Earth was flat, all of this stuff we would come across was in Portuguese.
Really? Repeat that?
Portuguese.
Almost. Let me rephrase that. Excuse me. Almost everything we came across. I don't want to say absolutely everything we came across, but almost everything we come across was in Portuguese. Brazilian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brazilian websites and people from Brazil. And the guy who told me his wife is Brazilian. She actually killed him, unfortunately, and quite an interesting story. And of course, Mimas, I was just up Highway 1 from you in Wilmington, North Carolina then.
Right.
And so where I'm going with this is it's very, very, very clear to me from my observation anyway that this was definitely planned to get out. And at the back of my mind, I ask myself is why was this seeded to get let out when it was let out?
Well, probably inevitable with the internet.
That was my same question.
It might be this, is that we are is that the elite aren't actually in control. It might just be that. It might be that they I try and say it like this. Imagine we've all been born on this big giant cruise ship with no windows. It's completely automated, and there was a group of people who at the very least have figured out that what they can do is they can build a fake bridge with fake windows that are just TV screens, and they can pretend to be piloting this thing.
Yeah, just like the cargo cults.
Yeah. And so everyone just thinks, well, they're in charge. They know what's going on, right? And so every storm that happens outside, every time the ship turns or moves, change course, whatever. Oh, we planned that. Yeah, yeah. And I would say that things like, especially like sudden spiritual paradigm shifts in the public, may be part of some other type of intervention. It may be a timed intervention that has nothing to do with, human principalities or the principalities here on Earth.
That makes sense.
So it may, when I say controlled release, I'm not necessarily talking about the elite, humans. Because, how could they be in control? How can they control, like if there's going to be a reset in a cataclysm, how could they possibly control that? How could they know it? They don't. They don't know what's going to happen. They're as much in the dark as us. And I think when it comes to the past, they pretend to know a lot about the past, But in the end, they're just as in the dark as us. They don't know what the mystery schools did in the past. All these ruins that are under us, they pretend that they know.
Oh yeah, I agree with you 100% because so in my mind, a lot of this is like a house of cards.
Yeah.
So I can go out and I can put a really nice facade on my house, and I can make it look that I'm really, really wealthy. And a lot of people do that. They go out, they spend money on credit cards, and then they take lines of credit and other things to juggle the stuff around. And a lot of people make these appearances like they're really wealthy for sometimes 20, 30, maybe even 40 years. And then there's a big crash at the end of it. And
they lose everything.
So that's what I'm wondering if here is we're just at the point to where it was let out because there was just enough people saying, you know what, we can't see through this bull crap anymore.
Come on, JE, I'm just trying to be hood rich.
Hey, if everything got wiped out tomorrow, let's say there was a firestorm and 95% of people were terminated and cities just burned up, what would be the only things left to identify us? It would be our infrastructure projects, right? Big dams.
I mean, you think about it a moment, you are absolutely correct that truthfully, that's what a government has to offer is infrastructure, and everything else is just kind of window dressing.
Right. So that's the thing. Those are the only things that are really, really, really built to last. So, like, you have all these ancient civilizations that are dead and below us, and all that's left is their infrastructure projects. There's no reason to assume that's not what's going to happen to us. Born just in time to start to see it go down. I don't know.
Well, I think you're right. We're going to not just see it go down. We're going to be in it going down.
Oh, most of us in here will probably die, but that's fine. I don't mind dying. I don't mind dying through it, even if it happens.
Well,
no big deal.
But let's see. Not before we witness it, though. But there might be something special to why we are the ones that are in this period.
Maybe.
Yeah, if we had the ability to choose being here during these times, as terrible as they are, I can actually see my dumbass volunteering. Right. I can actually see my dumbass doing that. So I can't really complain about being here, because if I had any choice in the matter, it was probably my choice to be here.
Yeah, maybe so. Sonny,
that's one possibility.
I was gonna say, what'd you say right before him, Sonny? What was it? Shit. What did Sonny say right before God Rockin'?
I don't even remember it myself.
I can't either. I was listening, but I can't.
I have to go back and listen.
Y'all been drinking them
damn Mandela effect,
smoking them teens and everything.
He was what?
I'll rewind the clip.
Yeah.
Most of us here probably die, but that's fine. That's right. I was gonna say, you never know. God does have a big sense of humor. Maybe the joke's on us.
Maybe so.
He is the most advanced troll.
Did someone go back? Because
I don't see it being much of a joke myself, but I guess so.
Yeah, but hey, imagine this. You die, and then you're sitting there. You're in a new divine body. You're looking back, and you're like, oh, I get it. What if it's like that? What if it's like that?
It probably can. What if it could be? You never know. Any of us going to get it.
And God says to you, see, it was just a joke, man. God's up there going, it's just a prank, bro.
You never had any danger of being thrown into the lake of fire? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I don't know
about that meme. I think he's pretty serious.
I think he's serious too. I think it's all serious and real. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
But then again, how does God operate? What's he like to do? What's he like to do to the one on high? Where does he like to put him?
Put him
about himself.
He likes to put him down low. He likes to opposite day people. Right? That's why we say God is the ultimate troll, because he takes the thing that you're proud about in life and turns it on its head.
Ultimate humility.
I think I was saying something about that us being here in this particular time, that there might be something, and then it was along those lines. But
yeah, you were, like maybe there's something special about us being here at this time.
Yeah, like we're witnesses. We have to be here to witness this for some reason, like that we were designated to witness this time, because some of us have tried to let's just say, try to make it that we weren't here, and that never worked, and are still here. I'm one of these people. Like, I don't have a choice. I've tried to take myself out.
You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice.
And I can't do it. I'm here for a reason.
Yeah.
I know that's pretty raw, but it's true. I'm not meant to go. I can't. No matter what I tried, I probably couldn't make myself go. So I might as well not make myself more miserable.
Well, what happens if you turn off the console before you save?
You lose the save.
You lose the save file. You got to start way back.
So how do you save?
How do you save? Well, I would say it's more like the original Prince of Persia, where you just got to beat the game. There's no saves.
That was a good game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember not having saves though. Damn.
It was a game without a save. Was it that or Ninja Gaiden? Wait, which one was it that you had no save in?
I don't know.